Well, right. Welcome to another election night live stream, second big primary night of August. We've got, it's so special. We added a state. And let's get right to it, right? I mean, this wasn't a planned.
We added two states.
Planned
Alabama,
and we also added Alabama. So we just keep expanding it. That's how much demand for election content there is. States are trying to add primary nights. So here we are, the special Senate primary featuring Darlene Graham. DDHQ has made one half of the call. We know it's going to be a runoff. Darlene Graham's got spot one. Jeffrey Skelly over there at DDHQ. What do we know about slot two?
Yes. So as you said, Darlene Graham, the appointed senator, taking over for her late brother, Lindsey Graham, and looked like she was only going to be a temporary appointment initially. And then President Trump said, you should run. And so she did. And she is now, looks like she's headed for a runoff, which will be 2 weeks from now, the 25th. So no one's going to get a majority tonight. And so joining her at this point, I think Ralph Norman, who is in third. So we have two congressmen, Russell Fry and Ralph Norman, battling for second place here. Also, former governor and Appalachian Trail enthusiast Mark Sanford is also in the race, but running in fourth. So Russell Fry and Ralph Norman. Fry has had a lead because he's gotten more votes from his area, which is that pink in the northeast corner, Myrtle Beach, Horry County area of South Carolina. But Ralph Norman's strength in the north central part of the state, where his congressional district is going to probably power him to second in the end. There's just more vote left.
And Jeffrey, if
neck of the woods,
if memory serves, this was always actually the part of the state that Lindsey Graham did the worst in.
Yes, and so I think that was an opportunity. Yeah,
right,
actually
look at
Greenville here.
Right?
Darlene Graham's pulling 22%. He lost Greenville County and Pickens County in the primary on June 9th when he won renomination. That's the whole reason we're having this. He won renomination under South Carolina state law. If they're in a certain time span, which there was enough time when you had someone die who had been renominated or nominated for an office, you have a special primary to replace that individual. So that's why we're having this race.
And wasn't Lindsey Graham in Congress? Didn't he represent at least the northern part, one of the districts? It wasn't the Jim DeMint district, but he did represent up there. But Chuck's right. That was like the hardcore, that turned much more into hardcore MAGAville. And
yeah, fascinatingly, you're right. It was more
there.
in that vicinity.
Right.
And
he's from like
Oconee, but yet it was his weakest by the time he left.
Yeah.
It is really but then, he started he was sort of part of that old, he started as a sort of outsider conservative.
Totally. He was part of the Republican Revolution.
Correct. And those guys ended up becoming the establishment, right?
Yep.
This stuff's always cyclical. I believe there's somebody being challenged in a primary tonight that was once a primary challenger themselves. This is what happens sometimes in generational cycles. But
should we touch on the other races too, real quick, Chuck? Like the other big ones?
Absolutely. First of all, polls closed already. Alabama and Connecticut, right?
Oh, and I should. Okay, so polls have closed. They closed at 7:00 in South Carolina and Vermont, where I am. Keep Coolidge. That's from his birthplace. He was born in Vermont. It's a cool visit. I highly recommend it. And then at 8:00, Connecticut and Alabama closed. Alabama's got four special primaries for Congress. Right. And then Connecticut's really the big thing is the first district race with John Larson being challenged.
Right.
Deep trouble. Incumbent. And then
Larson loses,
he's in deep trouble. And then Nett Lamont,
Garrett, by the way,
does have a primary challenger. If
Larson loses tonight, and this was courtesy of our friend Quinn McCord, it will guarantee that we will have at least 73 new members of Congress in the next Congress, and that assumes no more incumbents lose. And
there will be every wave year in the fall,
right? Every wave year this cycle has had 30 plus incumbents lose, and this could be on either side of the aisle. So we may have for only the third time in 100 years, 100 new members of Congress,
quarter of the Congress, basically.
And I think my guess is many of our folks in the audience will say, "Well, that's a nice start." Now we just need 335
totally. Can't
more.
We get rid of the other 335?
But you're asking to get rid of some of these guys? Well, we're going to have
people are doing it.
Yeah, we're throwing a lot of these bums out.
And the Larson one
as
is
they like to
interesting
say.
because it's less ideological. Like we're
More
going to see
generational.
Minnesota and Wisconsin. It's generational.
Yeah.
He's just a much older guy. He's had some health issues.
He's old
been
at a
there
time when it's
forever.
not great to be old in the Democratic Party because
No.
everybody's like,
And-
oh wait.
And the
Joe
guy
Biden.
running against him is the former mayor of Hartford, so big city. Anyway,
the state party endorsed him. I mean, at this point, I think it's a shock if Larson wins, but that's
what I have heard out of Connecticut.
Yeah.
A couple
that's where I sit.
There are a couple candidates, like minor candidates, though. He might survive thanks to the anti-incumbent vote splitting.
Being
enough.
siphoned.
Right.
Yeah. Skelly, go through the other big races.
That we just gave you the appetizers.
Yeah.
There's
so
two really interesting main events.
7 and 8, there's stuff going on, and then 9 o'clock is when we really hit the main event. The Wisconsin gubernatorial primary on the Democratic side, where we have Francesca Hong, the Democratic Socialist, who is favored to win the nomination, running there, and she does have opposition from David Crowley, who's the county executive from Milwaukee County, has had sort of late effort here to get by Tony Evers, the sitting governor who's retiring, to get Democrats behind him to beat Hong. But Hong is favored, and it would be surprising if she did not win. And then in Minnesota, we have a pretty tense and close Democratic primary for U.S. Senate, where the winner will probably win in the fall, between Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan and Representative Angie Craig. And there you have a little bit of the progressive, center-left moderate battle there as well.
Hey, fun little hot take. Fun little hot take. Loser of the primary tonight in Minnesota gets appointed to replace Amy Klobuchar.
That's right. You're going to be in the Senate one way or another. Yeah.
The Martha McSally route,
Right. I mean, there's sort of part of me, no matter what, a Governor Klobuchar, right? If somebody who's more of her side of the ideological fence wins, Angie Craig, maybe she'll feel like she's got to give the progressives the other seat. And then vice versa. If Peggy Flanagan gets that seat, I think Amy Klobuchar is going to be quite comfortable appointing Angie Craig to that seat.
And by the way, the Minnesota governor's race features Amy Klobuchar, who's going to win the primary and they're heavily favored to win the general, and my pillow magnate Mike Lindell, who Republicans seem to feel totally comfortable throwing away the nomination. I mean, not that they would win this race, but if I'm Michelle Tafoya, who's the Senate nominee, who's running a real campaign, I'm like, really? The top of the ticket's Mike Lindell?
I almost feel as if, like, once that Lindell thing happened, she just is like, yeah, I'm running for 28 at this
point.
I mean, more years. Let me just not, I'm going to just sort of dodge some of these crazy MAGA bullets, right? See if I could just sort of keep and then see what happens. See how the water is in 28.
It's just brutal.
Well enough,
Just brutal. Anyway, do we take Skelly? What?
Yeah, here. We've got a projection, and this one's more just because it's Vermont. And so Molly Gray has won the lieutenant governor nomination on the Democratic side in Vermont. And this is only important because in the long run in Vermont, Phil Scott may be unassailable, the Republican governor. Mm-hmm. But in the lieutenant governor's race, John Rogers narrowly won in 2024. Remember, 2-year terms in Vermont. Mm-hmm. He's up again in 2026. That's a Republican in Vermont, one of the bluest states in the country. So the winner of the Democratic primary for lieutenant governor might take down Molly Gray, who had a failed run for Congress against Becca Balint in 2022 as lieutenant governor. She's been lieutenant governor for like 3 months when she announced her run. Anyway, she's come back around now and she's running again for her old office. If she were to beat Rogers, you would have no obvious successor to Scott whenever he might decide to not run again. So it's some interesting.
They do not run as a ticket, correct, Skelly? So
no, it's separate office
right?
In Vermont.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, let's bring in. Let's do some Minnesota Senate. Let's go deeper with Rithwick, Narendra Rithwick.
Yeah, Rithwick, welcome, Decision Desk HQ intern Rithwick. You take us away, man. You want to talk a little bit about
showing
Minnesota.
off some of your work from the summer. Let's
see it.
Look.
Yeah, I mean, Minnesota is fascinating. I think personally for me, it's one of the races that is under the radar, right? We've been talking about Wisconsin being a big deal last week, a lot of media attention on Michigan. Minnesota has a lot of the same contours that we were seeing with these other races. You have a Senate race that you think would be getting more traction because you have this competitive primary between a progressive and a moderate in a purplish state. But like I said, the race has flown under the radar. And I think that this is really because the progressive in the race, whose name is Peggy Flanagan, she's the current lieutenant governor. Um, she has not really nationalized this race in the same way that maybe Al Sayed did in Michigan or that Hong did in Wisconsin. And one of the reasons why she's opted not to nationalize this race could be because she has the endorsement from the state Democratic Party, the state DFL. And she's not an outsider, right? She's the current lieutenant governor. So she's been endorsed by the state Democratic Party and the outgoing Senator Tina Smith. Her opponent is the moderate Angie Craig. And this time, unlike in Wisconsin or in Michigan, Angie Craig, the moderate, has received most of her support and endorsements from outside of the state. And that again flips the script. And so because Flanagan is not really relying on this outside support, she really needs to turn out the base. And the base here is the DFL's base. The DFL is more progressive as far as state Democratic parties go, and they're at their core is the college-educated voter. Over 90% of the DFL delegates at the state convention were college-educated voters.
Wow.
So for Flanagan to succeed, she really needs to rely on that. And over here, you can see this map, which really showcases where those college-educated voters are. As you can probably guess, they're in the urban areas. And she needs really high turnout there because she's not been relying on outside support the way that the other progressives have.
Rithwick, how much so Angie Craig's district, and Skelly, I want you to correct me if I'm wrong, but Angie Craig's district is suburban southern Twin Cities, right?
Yeah. It's kind of just south of the core of Twin Cities suburbs. Yeah.
So, and it was the first one she won was very swinging,
right? Yes. The guy
before.
who held the nuclear football used to have that district, Chuck, for George W. Bush. Can't remember his name, but yes, it was very swingy. Anyway, Rithwick.
No, she flipped a seat. Yeah.
Does Angie Craig being known in that media market in the Twin Cities, where obviously, to your point with this map, you've got tons of highly educated voters and college educated voters, and Flanagan's going to win there. Does that dilute Flanagan's ability there, or will she be? Is she still the choice? I'm just wondering if we've seen the polling data on it.
Yeah, the polling data in the media markets for both the Twin Cities and the media market of southern Minnesota. In the southern Minnesota media market, Craig holds a lead in every poll except for one of Flanagan's internals. But in the Twin Cities, Flanagan has the lead in every single poll, including Craig internals that have come out. And the race is very, very close. If you look at the non-internal polls, it's only a few points that Craig is ahead within the margin of error. But yeah, it's a good question.
Rithwick, I'm glad this had all of the elements to be nationalized, and they both chose not to. Because, one could argue Angie Craig's path to getting this nomination was to essentially tie her to the Tim Walz thing, tie her to this sort of controversy. She's only done it. She only did it by just saying, hey, maybe she'll have a harder time in the general. It's very soft, very quote unquote Minnesota nice. And just the other way, Flanagan's hit her on the Lake and Riley Act, but hasn't gone full sort of, hey, she's a Trumpy or closet this or closet. Almost, it's just like a Minnesota nice version of attack ads, right? They just, neither one of them, it's all velvet gloves. The other thing I've taken away from this race is everybody who's running for president, just like the race last week, almost actively wanted to show what side they're on, right? If you want to hear a progressive net, then you've gone with Flanagan. Like Pete Buttigieg said, no, I'm with Angie Craig. It's like people want a virtue signal with their
and like you kind of predicted is maybe one reason why everyone's playing Minnesota nice is so that they can get Klobuchar to tap them
totally
Klobuchar's seat.
That's the other part.
I think it's hard. It's hard to imagine that's not
like a form of ranked choice voting, right? That there's there's a potential runoff here.
And Klobuchar I would assume, did not get involved here, right? I don't see how it would serve her purposes. I mean, Angie, to Chuck's point earlier, Angie Craig is much more of an Amy Klobuchar style,
like a mini Amy, and I don't mean that Democrat. As a knock or anything. It's it feels like she's the next one. Yeah.
The other fascinating thing about this race is, and it hasn't really played out all that much, but Tim Walz, the governor, many people know him as the VP nominee, and Peggy Flanagan do not get along at all, which I find totally fascinating. Like, I've never gotten to the bottom of exactly why, but like Walz and they are not fans of one another.
Guys, go ahead, Rithwik.
Yeah, no, there are two kind of rumor details to add on to that. The first point is Tim Walz's wife has endorsed Angie Craig.
Yep,
right. What folks have been saying that I've read is that when Walz was the VP candidate, Flanagan, being the lieutenant governor, started talking about what plans she would do in Wisconsin if Walz was to be elected, if that ticket was to be elected. Yeah. And that maybe rubbed him the wrong way as well.
Measuring the drapes.
Hey, very quickly before we jump here, Skelly, I know that with Lindell as the Republican nominee for governor, what does this mean for the legislature? I mean, they could get a trifecta. Because it's a split legislature right now, right, in Minnesota?
Yes, exactly. And the House, basically the state Senate, I believe, is a 1-seat Democratic advantage, and the
Very
House
tight.
is tied.
Yeah.
And so Lisa, I knew I was going to stir this up. Damith.
Right.
Damith.
Right.
Yeah. Damith.
So she's running the third candidate in the governor's race.
It's like Damith.
It looks like
Damith.
Yeah.
Lisa Damith
leader,
is one of the gubernatorial candidates, and she actually, I don't think Lindell's a shoo-in. She's been polling right behind him. I know he has Trump's endorsement, but he has
no. It's the different. I mean, this is the important. Klobuchar's going to win. The question is, does she win with over 60?
Oh, absolutely.
Right, versus facing somebody who's a bit more normal and rational.
Look, the Democrats are all cheering for Mike Lindell. There's no doubt about that.
Because
he can drag down the whole ticket.
Right. He can bring the whole ticket down.
Look, and here, this it's worth noting that this could have redistricting consequences, because if I'm not 100% sure on where Minnesota stands, but I know there's been chatter about it being a possibility. The redistricting wars are definitely going to continue, folks. This is not over.
Oh yeah.
And Democrats could have a trifecta out of this result, especially if Lindell is the Republican gubernatorial nominee, and that would enable them to perhaps draw like a 6-2 map.
Yep.
I saw a 7-1 map the other day. I'm a little skeptical they'd actually go for it, but 6-2 is very doable.
I will only say this. Minnesota voters strike me as similar to Virginia voters. They're going to feel a little bit guilty about it. They're not going to love it.
They'll do it.
They don't need a constitutional amendment to do it, I don't think.
It's just the legislature.
It wouldn't shock me if the same hand wringing you saw all over Virginia you'd see in Minnesota. They're a bit good government, they like
totally
be fair. And
it's Hubert Humphrey's state,
right.
Happy warrior.
All right, Rithwik, we better let you go. Thank you for the knowledge,
nice work,
as always.
Thank you so much, Rithwik.
Thank you, everyone.
Let's bring in to talk about the other big race of the night in Wisconsin, the governor's race. Let's bring in Molly Beck of the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel.
Hello.
Hi, Molly. I have a number of questions about Giannis leaving the Bucks, so I hope you're ready for that.
Fire away.
Okay, so I want to start because I'm fascinated by the fact that Rebecca, I always call her that because I have Rebecca Cook on the brain. Francesca Hong looks like she's going to run away with this as a Democratic Socialist state rep without Bernie Sanders or AOC's endorsement. Is this about her? Is this about, talk about the establishment falling all over themselves. Just disaster. Guy gets in, guy gets out. Sarah Crowley's in, he's out. Sarah Rodriguez is out.
Honestly, I'm still confused.
Mandela Barnes is out.
Molly,
he's out.
How many voters were today? If I were I would have sent a couple of voters out to the polls going, do you know who's gotten in and gotten out at this point? Right. Just to see what had broken through. But anyway, go ahead, Molly.
Oh, yeah. I've been looking for new synonyms for chaotic for 2 weeks now. My stories. I think when I talk to Democrats about why Francesca Hong has taken off in this primary, they say that it's really about her message has been pretty disciplined up until the last couple of weeks where things have kind of gotten off the rails with other topics. But they will say things like, Democratic voters are looking for somebody who's willing, to fight, to, have a message that sounds like a fighter, things like that. And she's had a pretty organized campaign in that way, in a way that other candidates hadn't in this race. And also she's benefited from the fact that her opponents did not go after her at all, until maybe last week was the first time that you really saw that in earnest. So, and I think, to Chuck's point, I don't know what voters know or what I'm sure a lot of them have tuned it out or weren't paying attention in the first place. I have noticed that turnout it's pretty low today.
Ooh,
so
that's big for her, right?
Yes,
That's great for her, right? I mean,
that's what I would think, that it's good for her.
Madison won't have a low turnout.
Madison's is actually lower than usual.
Oh, interesting.
Not low compared to Milwaukee, but it's for Madison. It's not on par with what it used to be.
It feels to me, and I know this isn't the case. We're watching too many races, and I don't pay enough attention. But it feels to me she kind of, Molly, came out of nowhere. It was like, Evers, is he going to run for a third term? Okay, he's not going to run for a third term. And it was Sarah Rodriguez. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, wait a minute. Now this Democratic Socialist candidate is up 30 points on everyone else. Like, what did you know about her prior to this? And are you surprised that she is where she is tonight?
Yes, and I'm surprised and I'm not surprised. In one way, she has always been pretty interesting to voters. She was a restaurant owner in Madison who was pretty involved in, community affairs before she ran for state assembly. And it was, the COVID pandemic and all the issues that were associated with that pushed her to do that. And so she has always been, although she's in the minority of the assembly, which is, they have absolutely no power in Wisconsin, she has been somebody that I think people, just know about, I would say, in the political ecosphere. But her running for governor, I think that did take some people by surprise. Because, jumping from, again, the minority in the assembly to a gubernatorial campaign is a big jump.
I wanted to ask you, because she represents, I described it, and I hope I wasn't stepping a little bit too far out on my or a little too far out on my skis. Possibly the most left-wing area in the entire country, or one of them, the Isthmus in Madison.
This is Nader, I believe, carried these precincts in 2000.
It's she represents the Isthmus and the east side of Madison.
It's like between the Isthmus of Madison.
It's obviously the most liberal district in the state.
It's about a 90% Harris.
Skelly, can you show us on the map? Can you just, for people who are wondering can we just pull up the map and just? I don't know if we can zoom in that much.
It may be the best place on earth to be in the month of September. I'll just be
lovely.
I agree.
It's beautiful, right?
It's blue.
Am I right, Molly?
Right here.
Yeah.
Manu Raju nodding wildly right now.
Just amazing. Now, not in February or January, but it is awesome.
In August, it's great.
August and September.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Anyway, so right in the heart of Madison and Dane County. County and Milwaukee County are the two main drivers of the Democratic vote, both in primaries and obviously in general elections. And I wanted to say, just our primary average, I pulled this up earlier, Hong is leading, but obviously that when the top two candidates are combining for 45%, I think it speaks to the fluctuations and sort of, chaos of the race, as Molly was
forgive me on this one, Skelly. This one feels like a useless average because of how many different dropped candidates.
People have been dropping out.
Right. Like it just feels like it was a brand new race 10 days ago.
Oh,
so how many? There's really
Crawley put out a poll that only released numbers for him and Hong, so it's actually not included in this, which had Hong at 42 and him at 24. Speaks to the tough path he has to make this really close.
Hey,
but
Molly, I want to talk a little bit about Evers here.
Yeah.
Yes.
He did this. Is he going to run, not going to run? And he kind of it seemed like first, I guess he really didn't tip his hand. Were a lot of people just assuming he was going to run for a third term? It just feels as if whether you want to call it the establishment wing of the party or the governing, I've been trying to use governing versus we're
trying to make governing wing a thing. I like that.
But because the establishment doesn't want to be called the establishment, right? Who does, right?
Right.
So I get that, right? I want to call people what they want to be called, but so that wing of the party, they just seem so unprepared for who comes next chapter. There wasn't like, it just didn't feel like the best quality of.
I mean, is this like writ large?
Where were
in a lot of ways?
Where where was the 18?
The governor, I from my reporting, he really was undecided about whether he was going to run again, and there was this growing chorus of voices out there asking him not to run because they thought this was going to be such a good year for Democrats that they wanted to kind of get the next generation of Democrats in the door.
With something a little further to the left, right? Nudge him out, right?
But I think that Democrats also were expecting the Attorney General Josh Kaul to run, and then he ended up not doing that, and so that kind of threw everybody for a loop.
So it's his decision not to. I don't think every AG knows it's not AG. I mean, the title is aspiring governor.
We talk about it all the time.
That's right.
Almost governor.
So what you're saying is it's him not getting in that really sort of caused this establishment lane scramble.
I mean that's how I would describe it because
Molly? Why didn't he get in? What
he
do we know?
He's running for a third term. It's not like he's retiring or something.
Yeah. He's fairly young for a politician. He said that he just didn't want to put his family through what it would be to run for governor, and
he's probably not wrong. I get that. If his family's young, you said he has young kids.
Yeah,
he's in his mid-40s, so you know.
Yep.
We all, as somebody who was recently there, I get it. I get it.
Yep.
But I think
he can wait. I mean, in theory, if he's gonna be Attorney General for another 4 years, it is the most high-profile job other than governor, right? I mean,
right.
Yeah, I think the national environment might have played a role in that too. Just him believing that it wasn't all up to him, kind of thing.
Well, and he maybe didn't want to do the primary. He knew he wasn't going to get a clean primary, right?
Right.
And no matter what, he was never going to be left enough, right? Because you're an incumbent, right? You're sitting, you hold a title. No matter what.
And also, I don't think he's viewed as left.
No, that's that too. But my point is, there was no clear in the field, and maybe he didn't in this atmosphere didn't want to deal with that.
Yeah, there was some criticism from the left of him of not being as as tough as he could be on the fake electors and things like that. Yeah,
Molly, let's just. And again, I always emphasize this. Polls have not closed in Wisconsin. They don't close until 9 p.m. Eastern time. Obviously, TDHQ is not projecting until polls close at a minimum. But I have heard everything from, Republicans are going to now win to it's a toss-up to Hong is tapped into something. Can we talk a little about Tom Tiffany? We're not talking about him tonight because he's going to be the nominee. But this is, I don't know, Chuck, you tell me if I'm wrong, but this is not a guy that I heard a lot of Republicans super hyped about.
This was like the fifth choice.
It was like,
I mean, everything we
literally everyone
and Molly, fill in the blank here, right? They were desperately searching for candidates themselves on their end of the things too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I had heard that he wanted to run for governor for a couple years before this race, but there, obviously there were other candidates who were getting in the race, and they have since dropped out. And I think part of that was the national environment. I think that some Republicans didn't think that they could win this year, and to Chris's point, I mean, now with Francesca Hong probably winning tonight, if she does, I think Republicans have this, boost of hope that they didn't have before, that maybe that voters will come their way.
It's interesting. Obviously, I've been checking into this race a lot more over the last 10 days than I have the last 10 weeks. So I come with that caveat. But it seems to me like Tiffany is already trying to normify himself a little bit, trying to round off some of the edges, suddenly already seeing this possibility of, because, to me, this feels like unelectable right MAGA guy versus unelectable socialist. And what happens? I mean, it feels like that's what this could be, but he's already trying really hard to soften. Yeah,
I mean, if it's a Hong Tiffany matchup, I mean, that's one of the starkest contrasts that we've had in a governor's race, maybe ever, at least in decades.
Yep.
She's, way far on the left and he's way far on the right. There was, the ratings they do of how conservative congressmen are. He is the most conservative of our delegation and in modern history here. So he's very conservative. There's no daylight between him and President Trump on a lot of things. But when you look at his campaign ads and, all his campaign literature, there's not a big focus on Trump.
Which is fascinating, Molly, because like we know this state. I mean, I always say great state to be a political reporter in, because there's been a million. There's a recall. There's there was a gubernatorial election like every year and a half, basically. Right. It's already one of the most polarized states in the country, right? And then you're going to have two polarized nominees. Did I steal something, Chuck?
No, you said a magic word, recall, Molly. I mean, at this point, it may not matter who wins this governor's race. Probably like a 25% chance there's a recall election. Crazy. No matter who wins.
There's every 6 months something explodes here politically. So
dude, I was on TV recently. I was on TV last night, I think, with Scott Walker talking about this race, and I had flashbacks because for like 2.5 years, it was just like one big race all that time. It's crazy.
Molly, I'm sure you've got a pretty, Scott Walker's one of the more accessible former elected officials, so I'm sure you've talked with him quite a bit too. It's always remarkable to me how he talks about the situation in the third person. As if he's
disassociated.
Yeah, he's so dispassionate about it. But it's sort of like, wait a minute, what, right?
Yeah, you were there, dude.
Yeah. Anyway, Molly, sort of there at the beginning. It's like Thomas Jefferson suddenly becoming a pundit, right? Like he's watching.
All right, Molly. Milwaukee Journal Sentinel. You got to follow her work. Trust us. Look, Wisconsin's not going away as a competitive state. So now's the time.
No,
thanks, Molly.
It was great
to Molly.
Great to be here.
Love it. All right, so Skelly has gone to his other television responsibilities, which puts me in charge of the map and everything. So we've got,
and it looks like Norman's already grabbed second here.
Yes,
on the in the raw vote.
Chuck, let's bring in Nick Reynolds from the Charleston Post and Courier, who lives in a nicer spot than we do because he lives in Charleston, I assume.
Actually, I'm in Columbia, so it's okay.
Oh, well, all right. I mean, Columbia's fine, but I like Charleston.
It's always up and coming.
I love that Hampton Inn at the end of the road there. There's a good coffee shop. We're going very local.
Look, I'll go super. I love Columbia. I love Charleston more, but Columbia's got great restaurants now.
Good
work. Like,
it really is,
look, it's not going to be Charleston, but you're never going to starve in Columbia.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. Honestly, like if you want the best hot dog in town, it's not a very fancy spot. But I mean, if you're just looking for something lowbrow, BNS One Stop in Rosewood.
Hold on.
The best hot dogs in the Southeast.
I have to write it down. We have to check that with Jmart, but we will check BNS.
Right. We do want to update folks here in South Carolina because
go ahead. I got
when we expect, Nick, that Ralph Norman is going to end up holding that lead. The outstanding vote, according to our folks, is more in Norman territory, and it's also happens to be an area
this is Norman territory for people who don't know.
Yeah.
Right, this is Norman territory up in here.
Right,
and this is Russell Fry, in the pink.
And so when you look at that, so we're not ready to call it. There's still more vote to be counted, but we would be shocked if Norman isn't in the second slot here. So preview what Norman v. Graham is going to be like here for the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting. And, this was really preliminary polling. I mean, we were talking like a week and a half ago before we started to see this huge, massive ad blitz. I think I just ran the numbers before I came in here, just, off of what's available on the FEC. There's something like $5.2 million spent here in the last 2 weeks. That's just what we can count. I mean, there's, some reports here that haven't finished up.
It's time to buy stock in South Carolina TV stations, whatever's left. I know TV's dying, but it ain't going to be dead by 28 between the first in the nation primary, more special elections, $5 million a week, man. They're printing money there at WIS.
Yeah. And this is going to be the interesting element of it. Right. And this was something that I was talking with people about when we got into this thing was, Norman, you'll remember, is already coming off of, a pretty difficult governor's race. He's already been running statewide for the last year. He was one of the top 3 spenders in that race.
It has to be worth something, right? It's not worth nothing.
Yeah. For sure. Exactly. I mean, just name ID alone statewide, right? I mean,
Yeah, and that itself was also like a really hyper regional race. And you did have like some like splitting of the vote in certain regions. I mean, he definitely dominated in the Greenville Spartanburg area, which is like the population center of the state now. I mean, that place is just exploding. Still very, very strong evangelical vote presence, but
that's up here, folks.
It was fairly competitive in the governor's race. I mean, even though he did, win that area, you still got a pretty good vote share from the Lieutenant Governor, Pamela.
I thought he underperformed his congressional district, to be honest.
In the governor's race.
Yeah, I thought he would have done better. It should have been a bigger source of strength for him, and it wasn't.
Yeah, and that was a different ball of wax. But right. the old cliche too that this race is always all going to come down to turnout, right?
Yeah,
and that race we did see level of turnout in a governor side election like we've never really seen. I mean,
what? And speaking of turnout,
yeah,
and I know there's really nothing to compare it to. I guess you could compare it to the runoff turnout. I mean, look at what's happened, right? We had the primary, then a runoff. Now we've had another special. Now we're going to have another runoff here. There's going to be some voting fatigue there. But what was turnout tonight compared to what we saw in that gubernatorial runoff?
Yeah, so we saw numbers in the high 400s for the governor's race. Actually, I pulled them right here, knowing that you'd probably ask about this. So let me pull this up. But I believe it was, somewhere in like the high 400 range. We ended up in the mid 300s, like around, 330, 340 for.
We're going to be under 300 here.
Yeah. We'll be, because that's 65,000 ish, 66,000, a little under, 200.
Yeah, it's probably going to be 225 when all said and done, maybe.
Yeah, and I'm definitely sure there are some folks that are tired, especially just with the incessant ads that are running now. I mean, even the amount of money we saw spent in the governor's race in the final weeks was just
so. If everything is a derivative of derivative, right? So this is going to be a derivative of the turnout we had in that runoff.
Yeah, and I got the number for you. It was 473,000 in the primary, 319 in the runoff.
Okay.
And by the way,
it looks like we're going to be at 220 here. So it's going to be a super low turnout come 2 weeks from tonight.
And Chuck, just so you're aware, I see the 2 green here. Yep.
More likely than not.
We'll advance to the runoff.
So
so this is 2 weeks from today. Graham versus Norman. Nick, great that we have you on. This is perfect timing.
Yeah,
I know we are through the looking glass because look, Lindsey Graham, time is a flat circle. Lindsey Graham died 1 month ago today. We have a primary to replace him that has his sister who had never run for anything before in it. I mean, I know it's hard to predict, but what do we expect?
And Nick, before you answer that question, I just want to kudos to the state legislature for just writing this all down in the Constitution so that there was no sometimes sometimes you just appreciate that they had a plan, right? This is an unusual situation and there wasn't an argument. You just had to follow what was written down.
There's
nothing wrong with having a plan. Anyway, go ahead.
It's so charitable of you to say that the legislature had a plan because about 2 months ago, we were debating a redistricting plan that would have had us voting right around this time anyway. Yes. Actually, the reason I'm in a tie right now is we had a session day today.
I was going to say, I don't like Nick making us look bad wearing a jacket and tie. At least Skelly has a T-shirt on.
Yeah,
I mean,
I left the state house to come back to the office to do this with y'all.
Yeah, and you went all formal.
So, what do you make of
banned from YouTube? Anyway,
exactly. You got to be cool. We got hoodies for later. What do you make of Graham versus Norman? I know she is such kind of a new commodity here, but what do you like? Look, she is technically the incumbent. She's gonna probably end up with about a third of the vote, which means 2/3 of the people who voted in this won't vote for her or won't have voted for her. What do you? I see a lot of people in the YouTube chat saying she's overperforming. Like I always just focus on she's got the 3 out of 10 people have voted for her. I would be worried if I was her.
Think she's at. What do you? I'm at expectations. That's kind of what I thought this would be, and it's going to be a little bit closer, I think, when all's said and done. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, so what do you make of that general, Nick, or general primary, whatever the hell we're calling it?
We got to keep in mind, Norman's been doing this without really spending at all. I mean, he doesn't really have any, independent expenditure support. He's really been sitting on, the money that he's, raised for this. I think he put in like something like, $400,000 of his own money into this race and hasn't really touched it. Because, I mean, he's already like this known entity. You already expected this race to be mostly diehards anyway, because, I mean, it's a special runoff.
Now it's really going to be diehards.
It was 95 degrees out today. Like, we had storms across the state. It was not a pleasant day, even with early voting. I think this week is also the first day of school, so it was just not a great week.
Yep, people got other things going on, and not a normal time for people to vote in South Carolina, right?
And so the conditions of this are completely different than they were in the governor's race, where a lot of people kind of predicted him to have a ceiling around 20%. But it seems like there was an anti-Graham cohort that did exist in the state. I mean, he's still
in Norman's
congressional
district.
I mean,
right?
Lindsey Graham, and Lindsey Graham in his, race earlier this year against, Mark Lynch, who is barely registering.
Him.
Right
He's down here below Mark Sanford. He's at 6.1. This is the guy who ran in the initial primary against Lindsey and got like 40. Is it, Nick, roughly?
No, he lost by like 30 points. It was like a 50, like
mid-30s.
Okay, so
Graham finished with 56% of the vote. Yeah. So there is like a sizable anti-Graham cohort here. The thing that, because I profiled Lindsey a couple months before his passing, and one of the things that a lot of people here would always tell me is that like one of his greatest gifts was, not just, constituent services and, the fact that he was just really energetic, got a lot done for the state. It was his ability to clear a field before it ever actually got competitive.
Well said, totally.
So, I mean, you'll remember too, the former lieutenant governor, Andre Bauer, tried to get into this and the Senate race against him earlier this year. Basically, his campaign collapsed almost as soon as it started. Now, I believe he's gotten a renomination to be ambassador to Belize. I wonder how that happened. Things sort of move along that way.
That's called the payoff.
Yeah, but this is an interesting quirk, and this is one thing that I was sort of thinking about. And this was a week and a half before all this spending started. But Emerson College did a poll where they actually did some head-to-heads, and they found Norman at a disadvantage to Darlene Graham in a head-to-head. Of course, this is completely early, and we're looking at Darlene as a lesser proxy to Lindsey as a result, where someone like Russell Fry would be a little bit more competitive, which I found kind of interesting. So
Norman's not. I would be shocked. I do think if you're Graham, you wanted Norman simply, you didn't want to risk the dreaded dual endorsement from Trump.
Yeah.
And Norman is Nikki Haley.
Because Norman endorsed Haley, right.
Yeah, right. It will keep Trump on the sidelines on this one. With
Firmly
Fry, he might have gotten
Graham.
Yeah, he might have gotten nervous.
Hey, Nick, so, I mean, again, it's a 2-week runoff, so who the hell knows? But I will note, Russell Fry, look, he is winning in his congressional district, right over here in the PD, right, Horry County. And Mark Sanford, I mean, continues to kick around. He's got 14%. How much will do them endorsing? Do they get involved, and does it matter? And are they going to be for Graham? Are they going to be like, what's the relationship like? Do we have any sense there?
Yeah, I mean, Nikki Haley is still a pretty strong brand here. I mean, at least several years ago, if you remember, Nancy Mace was in a pretty down and out primary down in the Low Country. Nikki Haley made a really huge difference in that race. It's not like her
Nikki Haley
doesn't
territory.
Matter.
I mean, that's a place where she can have an impact. There's some places where Nikki Haley's endorsement would be a double-edged sword.
But like there's also an opportunity for Graham's campaign, I think, to kind of lean into Lindsey's record a little bit more. I mean, in some ways rhetorically he was his own worst enemy. I mean, everyone goes back to the 15-week national abortion ban he pushed at like the worst possible time for Republicans. His own rhetoric about the wars that he really took seriously. I mean, foreign policy was his bag. I mean, a lot of the times when you hear attacks against him, it was largely about the way he presented his own positions. But even talking to voters today, they mostly talked about constituent services, and because it's a more informed electorate, I think a lot of them are really thinking about the role that he actually played for the state. I mean, one thing that I think has not been talked about.
You think they'll care about the seniority thing, which they'll assume that she'll have more sway than Norman will. There'll be that perception.
Because I mean, I mean, obviously being a U.S. senator is a big job, but like if at brass tacks, like you're ultimately a glorified office manager at the highest level. You're already entering a well-oiled bureaucracy with people who know the system, and that's something that I did like just hear normal people talking about. How well his staff actually knew.
Well, I mean, and if his staff is going to stay in place, and it's just reelecting the district director,
it's like a plug and play,
reelecting the state director,
like.
and by the way, Nick, those constituents are absolutely right. I mean, if you have a good state director and a good good district directors, people are going to think your office is on top of everything. It is, and if he's done it, like that's people always say, why is it hard to defeat incumbents? It's that.
If you're good at it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep.
And I mean that's generally what people have to say. You're mostly talking about I mean, obviously nationalized issues, but I mean down to brass tacks. South Carolina is one of the fastest growing states in the country, and to a large degree, it's a large part of that is federal investment, infrastructure funding. I mean, the things that make business work. You need people in Congress pulling those strings for you.
Well,
very
and
quickly,
my favorite.
Andrews.
One quick stat, Chuck. This seat has only been held by 4 people in the last 100 years. Now, obviously, Strom had it forever. Lindsey had it for 2+ decades, but that's remarkable. To your point, though, Nick, about seniority. Go ahead, Chuck. Finish this off.
This is the first competitive election we've had since like '66, I think, because that was we had an appointed incumbent who lost to Fritz Hollings, who held that seat for like 4 decades. But sorry to interrupt.
Lindsey Alexander's was somewhat competitive in 2002, but
National Democrats certainly tried to make it competitive, but yes.
Annie Andrews, Darlene Graham, do we expect anything there?
I mean, it's you have to look at 2020 as the high water mark. I mean, it's not 2020, but we all know how that race turned out, and I don't think anyone is really projecting it to be super competitive. I think what's going to be more interesting about that is like what Democrats take from it. I mean, we're probably going to see some national folks getting involved. I know for a fact like some of these potential 2028 hopefuls,
presidential wannabes. Oh, we're going to come help you, Annie Andrews. Yeah, like
they've been doing some outreach. Yeah, I mean, we get Mark Kelly like showing up to the South Carolina State House at random one day. Yeah, just part of the tour group. Just checking it out. But I think like who you see actually show out, and maybe if that bolsters some excitement for Democrats in a really disadvantageous environment for Republicans. If they can winnow that down, or even get even surpass like the Jamie Harrison numbers, which was obviously not a great year for Democrats. Keep an eye on that.
Well, and look, African American turnout's been through the roof in primaries in the South ever since the Voting Rights Act was gutted, and I think African American turnout is going to be very elevated.
We've seen
that's going to matter a little bit. Yeah.
We've seen some small town races here that actually have demonstrated that pretty clearly. I mean, I think it was like Aiken that recently had like a couple of key flips. We've seen some over performances in some Black dominant state house races here. That was one of the factors cited in killing redistricting here, is because they said it, blatantly on the floor.
They knew what it would create. I mean,
exactly.
Look, Mississippi's going to eliminate an African American congressional district. They may end up having an African American senator for 6 years.
Yep. All right. Well, we got to let you go, Nick.
I got to finish the story anyway.
Thank you for being in perfect timing for the runoff again. Darlene Graham against Ralph Norman, called by DDHQ. Go follow him. I am Nick Reynolds on the.
No. He is Nick Reynolds.
That's his.
I know.
God. I am Nick Reynolds. Go follow him. Take care, Nick.
Right. Thanks, guys.
All right, man. Skelly, can you? I like that. We bring in the one and only. The marathoner, Grace Panetta.
I was just going to say.
You'll recognize the 2 people on the bottom of this because they were of this live stream, because they were on for 72 straight hours last week.
Grace, I sort of confessed I felt like the really jerk anchor man that leaves at 11 and I come in for the last 15 minutes.
Look at Todd, glory
right out of Ron Burgundy's playbook.
Oh, the race is being called. Let me step in here at 9 a.m. after I've showered. Hey, Grace, welcome. Grace is at the 19th. Grace is a friend of the show. Can we, Skelly? You've already got it pulled up. People are asking about this. By the way, is a district. Yeah. This is a district I grew up in. By the way,
no way.
It's a little different now. It used to be my district. It's now my district where my parents once lived is the second, but I grew up in this district. Can you just talk about this one, Jeffrey, and maybe Grace, if you have a thought? Because John Larson has been in Congress for 28 years. Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, John Larson, longtime incumbent, has not had much in the way of. In fact, I don't know if he's ever actually had a primary challenger, much less a serious one. But Luke Bronin is the former Hartford mayor, and is running against him. Larson's almost 80. He's been there a long time. There's a generational aspect to this. Bronin's in his late 40s, and so that's obviously a major part of this. And in the mood in the Democratic primary electorate right now, that has at least some, there's something to that. And I think people are paying attention to it. And Larson, here's the thing. When an incumbent hasn't had a primary challenge, hasn't had to really run hard. I mean, this is a solidly blue seat. You can sometimes, when you have a serious challenger, it sometimes can really take you by surprise.
And he's had some health issues which have not helped. He's 78 years old, have not helped. Grace, Chuck mentioned this earlier from our friend Quinn McCord, that we now have 73.
If you throw Larson in there,
we throw Larson in 73 incumbents who are not coming back to Congress. And obviously we haven't had the general election yet.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a little bit of a throw the bums.
We're going to get over 100. And just to finish the stat for you here on the over 100, we had over 100, 92, which is this bonkers year of redistricting plus a check bouncing scandal, all sorts, plus it was the last year members of Congress could take money and campaign and could cash in their campaign dollars.
If you retired, then you could keep the money in your FEC account. It's crazy.
Amazing.
It was nuts. It was nuts. It was like it was at a gold rush. And it only happened like one other time since like 1945. Like, I mean, literally, this will be the third time in 100 years, Grace.
Yeah.
Over 100 new members of Congress. We really are wanting to throw the bums out.
Yes, it's a mixture of that. And also a lot of people, Congress is not the greatest place to work right now.
Well said.
To put it mildly.
Well said.
They don't even have an HR department. No wonder.
Yeah, I
right?
know. No HR department. It's a lot of it is just people wanting to get out. And a lot of it is the Democratic primary electorate in particular, just being really fed up with their elected leaders. And also part of it is, again, these redistricting gambits. For example, last week, Congressman Andy Ogles, who was a top proponent of there being new redistricting in Tennessee, lost to a primary challenge that he called for. So there's a little bit of that going on. What I think is so interesting about this Connecticut 1 seat is that this isn't one of the ones where the primary challenge is ideological. And in fact, John Larson is to the left of Bronin. He's, a longtime progressive, voted against the Iraq War, has the Working Families Party spending for him. It really is just age and generational, which is a really fascinating dynamic and one that we're going to see again with the Seth Moulton primary
challenge. Bronin's a mayor.
Yeah, the former mayor of Hartford.
I mean, Hartford doesn't have a history of this, super progressive governance, right?
No.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, it does not.
Chris is like, I'm from Connecticut.
Chris is like from the Loomis Chafee School of Politics.
Well, the Loomis Chafee School is quite progressive, but that's in the northern part of the state. That is not in this district, I don't believe, unless they moved it.
Yeah. So it's really interesting. A lot of big money poured into this, into this race. And it does look like Luke Bronin is on his way.
We haven't projected it yet, obviously, but the trends are certainly pointing in that
You'd
direction.
rather be Luke Bronin than John Larson. Hey, Grace, when you were on last week and on, we talked about your trip through the Midwest.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I am stunned, I will admit, that the likely race for the governorship of Wisconsin, one of the most critical governorships in the country heading into 2028, is going to be between a Democratic socialist and one of the most conservative Republicans in the House, neither of whom I think the parties would have chosen. Like, what does that tell us, if anything? And obviously I'm talking about Francesca Hong on the Democratic and Tom Tiffany on the Republican side.
Yeah, I mean, I think it tells us that, the electorates on both sides are having kind of a real shakeup moment. I think, on the Republican side of the ledger, Tom Tiffany was, endorsed by President Trump, did not really have that much of a primary to go through. But, it's obviously interesting that he got the Trump support early on. Interestingly, he is also trying to kind of pivot to the center and just talk a lot about local issues, whereas Francesca Hong is really, staying on this very, very progressive policy platform and tack. And I think in the Democratic side of the field, a lot of it is, it's a very topsy-turvy, very tumultuous primary race. And I think another big part of the story is kind of the failure of the quote unquote establishment to consolidate behind one candidate, allowing her to kind of overtake everyone else.
Grace,
Amazing.
why isn't there more outrage among Democratic primary voters that basically her biggest spender, the chief proponent of her campaign, is the Republican super PACs?
Yeah, I mean, I think,
and this is not by a little, this is by a lot.
Yeah, that is such an interesting dynamic to this. And something worth underlining is that Francesca Hong has been able to catapult to this frontrunner status by not really spending a lot of money and not
she's
doing
bought
a lot of
$0 on television advertising.
I mean, this is literally, I mean,
it is grassroots.
There are going to be some people who think this is a plant, the way it looks. I mean, if you really want to go down some conspiratorial rabbit holes, it's crazy.
Yeah. Although she does have, very, very real grassroots support and has really kind of tapped into a lot of issues that make people very fired up and mobilized. I mean, I was there on a Sunday morning when almost 1,500 people on their Sunday morning came out to see her do a rally with Ilhan Omar and Hassan Piker. So the progressive grassroots momentum is real, but how much that translates into November is going to be very interesting, especially, as you note, potentially without some of this outside Republican spending boosting her.
But does the DGA walk away? There's like state
can't walk away.
Yeah,
can't walk away.
There's
not from the Wisconsin governor's race.
But is Governor Evers going to just wrap his arm, around her and do this and help her campaign?
Probably eventually.
Will they do that, or is that
after she softens some things further? Maybe. Yeah,
she's already doing some of it. Sorry, Grace, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh no, I was just gonna say I saw a reporting from Politico that they have a unity event planned for, I think, tomorrow or the day after. So I mean, what other choice do they have?
Okay,
unity.
If that unity event is not Thanksgiving themed,
oh my god,
then I'm out. I think
that would be amazing.
I want cranberries.
She comes dressed as a turkey, takes the head off.
100%. Like, go all in. Bring the turkeys, stuffing, dressing, mashed potatoes. Like, if they have any sort of cleverness to them, I think that's just screaming at you for a good unity.
Just Tony Evers, I know it just feels like he botched this. Like, how can the establishment be so crappy? I mean, they have absolutely bungled this 6 ways to Sunday.
It's kind of like how it's just like there was another political party that sort of had an issue with a candidate.
Yeah.
It was in 2024, Grace. I can't remember which party it was, but it seemed like the leadership really bungled this entire transition.
Yeah,
I've never seen it before. Great.
It's a little bit of like a catch-22 because I think probably from the outset, Evers was like, well, the Democratic voters right now are really mad at the establishment, so I'm going to like be hands off, be neutral, not want to put my thumb on the scale.
Well
but
said.
Then, and then what a lot of people I don't think saw coming was how fractured it was going to be and how Hong was just going to be the front runner. I don't think anyone saw Sarah Rodriguez or Mandela Barnes scandals coming, maybe a little bit with Mandela Barnes. And so I think it was kind of like a last ditch kind of effort.
By the way, that Barnes scandal so came and went. Like he hid behind.
That's why he dropped out.
Right.
Wow. It dropped out, so it would.
Right.
So it came and went.
Right. But in a state with so much early and mail voting as Wisconsin has, to pull this 3 weeks before the primary, it's really risky. And
What are those
You're
numbers,
so right.
Jeffrey? Like, how many spoiled ballots are there in theory here?
Well, it is true that look, there are 7 candidates on the ballot. 3 of them have dropped out, so they're not running, but they are still on the ballot, so they could siphon off votes. Some of them dropped out after mail voting had already begun, including Barnes. And what's interesting is that there was a court case about trying to get the Wisconsin Election Commission to essentially change its guidance so that voters might be able to go back and vote again, basically, like replacing their old vote.
Wow.
In
this environment,
democracy.
The second vote. Yeah, that'll get weaponized.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm actually not sure where that landed as of yesterday, or when I published my preview of things. There had not been anything from the Dane County Circuit Court about it, so I'm not really sure if anything landed on that. But nonetheless, that was like, because you had prominent candidates, you had the sitting lieutenant governor drop out, which is then Sarah Rodriguez, and then you had David Crowley jump back in after that happened with Evers' endorsement. And then you had Barnes drop out. Missy Hughes
all
dropped
within
out.
days. All within days.
This
of
was all
each
like
other.
a 2.5 week kind of thing, and you could feel the sort of non-DSA part of the party scrambling, trying to figure out something.
Totally.
And they settled on Crowley, but it's like maybe they should have settled on Crowley.
Right.
It was just such a
he is
mess.
the county executive of Milwaukee County. It's not like a minor thing.
Grace, can we just very quickly, can you give us your sense on Minnesota? Angie Craig against Peggy Flanagan. We're now 1 minute from polls closing in both Wisconsin and Minnesota.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like, Peggy Flanagan has been leading in a lot of the polls. We now, with a big asterisk, we now have learned some lessons about primary polling. But I do think that's going to just be another really, really interesting moderate versus progressive battle. Hasn't gotten as much attention as Michigan or Wisconsin, probably because Minnesota is a bluer state. But it will be, a really, really interesting, another inflection point in kind of the push and pull between these two wings of the party.
Yeah.
So what are you Grace, doing at about 11:05?
I was going to say you can go for now, but do not drop your phone at any point or go to bed, because Chuck and we need our beauty sleep. We're not young like you and Skelly, so we may require your services again. Grace Panetta, who is the best friend of the show.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, Grace.
Thanks.
Great to see you. Thank you, Grace.
Chuck, you want to reset or Skelly, you want to reset of kind of like where we are, what we've called.
Polls have closed everywhere, right?
Yeah, polls have now closed everywhere. Yeah. Let's do that before we bring John in real quick. Go ahead, Skelly.
Polls have closed everywhere. We have the big story at this point in the evening is that the South Carolina Senate, the special Republican primary to fill the vacant nomination slot left behind by the death of Lindsey Graham. His sister, Darlene Graham, is headed to a runoff against Representative Ralph Norman, who was last seen losing the Republican primary for governor in South Carolina. But he's going to get another shot at another statewide office here. So they're going to have a runoff on August 25th. Looking at this, I know Graham is going to be favored to some extent because she has President Trump's endorsement. But if I'm thinking about sort of wings of the party, I mean, Lynch, Norman, and Fryer at about 50% right there.
And they're all,
that seems
Skelly,
to me
think about the old rules. Think about the old ways that we all used to think about runoffs, right? Which was who's the more, and Republican runoffs in the South, whoever was considered the more conservative candidate usually was going to win in the runoff. Like that was the general sense. That's what,
and we just saw Pam Evitt just get crushed in a runoff.
Right.
So
and that's actually a normal pattern. I think I'd rather be Norman here, except
I was going to say, I think there's a real.
I assume Trump spends a bunch of money.
Yeah, there's a real. But he never has, Chuck. He spends so little of that. I just did a thing today. They've got $400 million in that MAGA Inc. account.
They've had $400 million for a while now.
Yeah, they spend it on him. They don't spend anything else.
By the way,
anyway, Skelly,
everything is always $400 million. It's $400 million for the ballroom. It's $400 million. You notice this? It's a couple.
It's like 2 weeks.
And it's $400 million. So
Jeffrey, keep going.
This one is maybe more for me because people are joining. Keep Coolidge. I live in Vermont.
Skelly is in Vermont, people.
And hey, the race to lose to Phil Scott is hot. It's real close.
That's
Amanda Janu and Allie Richards in a really
the race
tight
to
one
lose to Phil Scott.
Yeah. Now
the Republican governor of Vermont.
Yeah, the Republican governor of Vermont, basically the only anti-Trump Republican left in elected office, prominent elected office. What's interesting about this race is I would just say is that, yes, it's close. The winner will almost certainly lose to Scott, but I do think, Scott's been in for 8 years. He's seeking a fifth term. You might
it's
kind
funny.
Of tired of him.
I remember when John Chafee was impossible to defeat until it was a wave year.
Always.
It ended up being Lincoln Chafee, right? The son that ended up.
Right.
But the Chafee name was unbeatable in Rhode Island until it isn't, right? Everybody's unbeatable until there's always a fatigue point, and the wave could go the wrong way on him.
And I do think Scott is likely to win again. It's just that it is possible that if he were to face Richards, who's viewed as maybe the more moderate of these two candidates, maybe she'd run a little closer to him. Anyway, we'll see. It's just fascinating to I don't know. It's just like, oh, Vermont.
It's Vermont.
I'm an adopted Vermonter, so I'm still getting kind of used to it. Anyway, they closed at 7:00, and we don't have a call there yet.
Hey, my favorite Vermont election it was Dick Lugar's one primary win in 1996.
I did not. That's a great piece of trivia. I did not know that.
I believe it was his.
I've done some deep dives on past elections.
I think it was Lugar. It was either that or I think so. I think Lugar won. I think it was his one primary win. Yeah.
All right, Skelly, keep going. Do my home. Do my home state.
Connecticut. Yes. Yeah, here we go. Staying in the Northeast.
And it's a projection. Here we go.
Ned Lamont has been projected to win the Democratic nomination. He's seeking a third term as governor in Connecticut. He's fended off a challenge from his left from State Representative Josh Elliott.
Those of us of a certain age.
Elliott, the ABC and ESPN guy. I thought it was him.
No. But those of us of a certain age, I had to like read it twice that Ned Lamont was getting challenged from the left. I'm old enough to remember when he was the left challenging Joe Lieberman. But anyway.
Yep.
And we don't have a projection here yet. The count is not particularly fast, but
come on, Hartford.
It does seem like John Larson, the incumbent Democratic representative here, is in a very bad situation against Luke Bronin, the former Hartford mayor, who's challenging him, more of a generational challenge, not quite an ideological one like we've seen in a lot of Democratic primaries. But that's, I would say, another notable result from the 8:00 hour. And now, we have some places.
Let's get some numbers in here, buddy.
Oh, yeah. I guess, actually, let me just quickly, I should mention Alabama. We also have some Alabama action. And Rhett, is it Marks? I think he pronounces it Marks. Is in first here. This is the Alabama redrew, so they're having the four district lines changed, are having special primaries today. No runoff contingency either. Yep. There is normally now. This is Shamari Figures, the Democratic incumbent, is running here, even though this district got a lot redder. He's trying to hold on in a blue leaning year. Maybe there's higher black turnout that helps him a lot in reaction to the redistricting rule. I mean, the Voting Rights Act ruling. We've seen some evidence of that perhaps in primaries of higher African-American turnout in the South. But the winner of this race will face him in the general election. It will almost certainly be Marks. And Jerry Carl, meanwhile, in the first district, I should note, is coming back. He lost to Barry Moore.
I'm still seeing Connecticut, by the way.
We're still seeing Connecticut.
If you want to pull up Alabama.
I'm sorry.
You probably have too many tabs. Yeah. All good.
I forgot to hit share tab. So Jerry Carl is going to be returning to Congress from the redrawn first district after losing to Barry Moore in 2024 after they redrew and were drawn in together. So just to note there, and now we're to the 9:00 hour. So of prominent races.
The two big races.
We've got Wisconsin governor, Democratic primary. We have. I wonder if this will be David Crowley's one lead of the night. I'm very curious to see if we'll see what happens as things go here. But obviously,
it's a WoW county. It's a WoW county, right? Looks like
WoW county.
It's Jefferson. No. It's right between the Wows and Dane. So
the buffer.
Yeah. So hardly any vote, to be clear. So anyway, we'll see how this plays out. But Francesca Hong is the favorite to win this.
I think we've put up the polling average. I think we all have to have a little bit of humility on the stuff that went out.
Too much moving around in this race. It's like a presidential primary. People dropping out left and right.
100%. This feels like I'm more prepared to be surprised.
We're a week after the New Hampshire primary, and 5 candidates dropped out of the presidential race.
Exactly. That's a great way of putting it. Hey, let's bring in our favorite numbers guy, John Kuvulian, JMC Analytics. It's good timing to have him because we've got almost all that South Carolina vote in. Because while you may have heard us, John, but and I think you would concur with this. The sort of in the pre-Trump era, the old rules of Republican primaries in the South was usually bet on second place, especially if second place was the conservative. Is Norman the favorite here?
Well, the interesting dynamic here is when I think of a Trump-endorsed candidate who's only getting 33%, combine that with the fact that South Carolina has an extremely quick runoff cycle of 2 weeks. This, to me, gives off the Yvette vibes from a couple months ago.
Yes.
And so the
100%.
question then becomes, basically, what will Fry and the others do? Because I would have expected someone with a Trump endorsement to at least finish in the 40s. 33% to me is not particularly impressive. So the question then becomes, is there any animus against Ralph Norman, or will there be this block joining together against her as the establishment candidate?
And Jeffrey, what we were talking about when you were when we were calling the race was they've had 4 statewide elections basically in the last 2. We're about to have our 4th in the last 2 months, right? And we were discussing the total turnout. It was over 400,000 in the first in the scheduled primary. It was over 300,000 in the runoff. It looks to here it's going to be somewhere in the low 200s, maybe 220.
Yeah, you know, I
right?
should. Yeah.
What's
let's see.
our
projected
estimate here?
turnout at this point is
John, do you have one?
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna go with Jeffrey on this
Well,
one.
we're at 279,000, so I think it's gonna be a hair over 300 in the end.
Yeah.
You think it will? And one would assume in 2 weeks we're gonna have a derivative of that. So it's gonna be a low turnout.
Because turnout usually is down,
voter.
unless it's like there's something super compelling about the runoff. And I'm not sure this is gonna meet the, this isn't Thad Cochran trying to survive in Mississippi or something, where we did see in 2014 higher turnout in the runoff.
And the one caveat for you, John, is that I hear you about Pamela Evett vibes, except Trump probably won't co-endorse a Nikki Haley endorser.
Well, of course, the thing about it is Trump is very good at hedging his bets. And so I could see him, the so much winning mantra, so to speak. Yeah. So he sees somebody that, gets 33% of the vote. The question then becomes tonight when he does his customary tweet, is he going to talk about 2 excellent candidates, or is there something awful that Ralph Norman did and that Darlene gets the complete and total endorsement? Right. So, it's going to be interesting to see what comes out in a few hours.
Well, it's interesting to that point. I believe I saw reporting that Norman called the president before he jumped in saying, like, just FYI, I am going to run. So like trying to massage any potential animus or what have you about that. So I don't know. It'll be really interesting to see. And John, I'm curious for your thoughts on this. Just like, obviously we don't have the final tallies yet, but if I am sort of thinking about sort of parts of the party, it's not a simple thing, because it is true that Russell Fry, very MAGA, got in part with Trump's endorsement back in 2022, beating Tom Rice in the primary there after Rice voted to impeach Trump. But I do wonder about, would some of Fry's vote go to Norman, or would it split a little more? I would assume Sanford vote. I mean, again, though, turnout changing here, Sanford vote might not show up.
I don't know who a Sanford voter is. Who is that Sanford voter now? Right?
I don't know. They apparently they are all in
libertarian,
Charleston, which is his home base.
Or are they still? Right. Are they still those voters? Yeah.
Well, I'm just thinking about sort of the constituent parts. Like, I can kind of see how Norman gets to 50 with Lynch's vote, maybe. And anyway, just spitballing.
You see, the interesting variable here is when you're talking about someone who was appointed, the question then becomes, is the perception that, she thinks she's entitled to the seat, I'm going to vote against her because she's the establishment, or is there some remnant sympathy for Lindsey Graham? Because Lindsey Graham always had that kind of group of conservatives who couldn't stand him, yet he would always finish above 50% in all his primaries. So, I mean, to me, 33% is not super impressive, and you don't really have a lot of time to kind of coalesce the base. So just like you saw that mass movement against Yvette on election night back in June, it'll be interesting to see what the also-rans do in the next 2 or 3 days.
John,
sure, that's a good point about endorsements. Will Russell Fry endorse Graham? Because he's going to be, here's the thing, because of this weird situation with the special primary, Fry is still, he already won renomination for his seat. He's still on the ballot in November. And if he had won this, he could have actually been running, I think, for them simultaneously. And because of that, he might just endorse Graham because it's easier, with his relationship with President Trump. That's another consideration.
Yeah.
Well, it was interesting. The reporter we had on earlier, John, said a lot of voters brought up the constituent service aspect. And there's one thing that, South Carolina has I've spent a lot of time there covering local politics. Mrs. Toddcast worked in local politics down there in a previous life. I mean, they care about that stuff. There is a little bit of that old school, I want to say seniority, but do you have sway? Because it's a state that benefits from federal largesse.
Sure. Yeah, what was the joke about Mendel Rivers was putting so many installations in his district that it was going to sink?
Back in the good old days,
with
pork barrel.
Yeah, and you would actually advertise it. I brought all this back, and people
Look
would
how
say,
much
right
money
on.
I brought in. Yeah,
Now you'd get lit on fire at a Republican primary for doing that.
Yeah. But like I said, this is one of these races where I could see the tenor of the runoff being set in the next few days, just
maybe
because
next
you don't
few
really have
hours.
that time to recoup.
No, you're 100% right, and you bring up an excellent point. I mean, everybody's going to follow the lead of the Trump tweet tonight.
Yeah.
Right. How does he spin this? It may just depend on what kind of mood he's in, based on what happens in Minnesota and Wisconsin.
Right. And the other interesting thing too, so we're talking about historical analogies here. So I threw up Pamela Yvette. I'm going to throw up another one here, and I think Jeff will get the reference. Elliot Engel. In other words, weren't he and John Larson both elected in 1988?
Larson's 98. Engel, I think
Larson was later.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Larson's 98.
But the similarity is that you're talking about someone
long time.
They hung around a long time. And, the thing I'd like to add to what y'all were talking before about the worst thing happening is being unopposed all those years, you don't really have a chance to exercise your campaign muscles, so to speak. And so you kind of, I guess, get out of practice, get rusty and all that. And so whether it's Elliot Engel or Joe Crowley or whatnot, that kind of dynamic seems to be happening tonight in Connecticut.
Well, you probably heard us with our numbers.
Perfect timing.
Larson has been defeated by Luke Bronin chalk up another incumbent loss. So this one's not quite an ideological defeat in some of the ways we saw some of the others, but nonetheless, it looks like, we'll see how what the final tally is, but obviously Luke Bronin is well ahead of Larson. So not, pretty rough loss for an incumbent.
Yeah.
This is now, John, by our count. So this will be, if no more incumbents lose, even in November, 73 new members of Congress.
Oh, wow.
Likelihood we have another 28 that go down is pretty high, just on either side of the aisle, just collectively, given the mood of this electorate. Only third time in 100 years for over 100.
So we're talking 1992 and 1946 level turnover.
Correct.
46 level turnover.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Yes, sir. That's what we're staring at here. And I think we have it's the most for a non-redistricting cycle, except it was kind of a redistricting cycle.
Redistricting-ish. But the thing too, when you're talking about these kinds of, I guess, mass defeats, is Democrats tend to be better, what I would describe as political athletes, which means they hang around longer, getting reelected. Well, there's a flip side to that, and that is sooner or later you start getting to that age to where voters are looking for something new. And I think a lot of that is happening this year.
It's the confluence, right? So you've got the unpopular attitude about the situation in general, Washington, everybody's got their grievance on top of the, God, you guys have been there a while, and hey, this place is not even functioning. Why should we reelect any of you bums, right? I mean, it's just all of it. Yeah.
And I think the other thing that's going on in Democratic primary land is kind of the metric of if you're anti-Trump enough. This to me is kind of like 2010.
Do you know how to fight Trump? I take your point on anti. It's sort of like, it goes back to, are you fighting well enough? I mean, it's one of the explanations we got for why the Wisconsin Attorney General just chose to sit this one out.
Yeah.
Because he was considered somebody who wasn't fighting enough as far as the left was concerned.
And so it's the kind of thing to where you could have someone who could have a perfectly acceptable voting record, but if they're not thought as harsh enough, and I'm thinking of Bob Inglis in South Carolina way back in 2010.
2010.
Remember, what was
happened
it like
on the right?
Yeah,
with Tea Party.
Down?
Yeah.
The other thought
was that Gowdy? Was that Trey Gowdy who beat him? Right? Am I remembering that correctly? Or who beat Inglis in that primary?
The prosecutor.
Was it Gowdy? Trey Gowdy?
Yeah,
right?
Trey Gowdy.
Yeah. Okay, I was like, I'm remembering that correctly. Yeah.
It's always
it was not close. It was like, it was 73-27. It was ugly in the runoff.
When the insurgents become the establishment. But Inglis went sour on the Iraq War. I mean, he took a little bit of a left turn too, a little bit.
Yeah. In fact, I think he's worked in like basically conservative green efforts.
Right. No, he is sort of I think, the conservative that talks about climate change. Yes. He's been in that world.
The other kind of interesting theme tonight, so we've gone from Vet to Elliot Engel to now, I'm thinking of the Michigan-Wisconsin similarities here, where you could almost substitute Ann Arbor for Madison, and then the question then becomes, what will Hong do in Milwaukee County? And then outstate Wisconsin is basically the UP and Michigan, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, except Abdul Al-Sayed had a lot more college towns to tap into. And I'm still just blown away by what happened in Grand Rapids. It wasn't just the size of
that was his best county in the state.
The size of the turnout.
It was his best county.
Again, this is where I'm pretty convinced this is him speaking. He's got the same frustrating enemies as those folks in Grand Rapids.
Yeah. Well, I think too, Grand Rapids has changed a lot generationally. In other words, it's not like Gerald Ford's town anymore. You're basically talking about, you have a college environment there, and it kind of has been an economic magnet for Western Michigan. Right. And so I think it's been attracting people who kind of like that urban lifestyle without the urban prices or.
No, you're right. It reminds me of, I was in Fargo recently, and I had Grand Rapids vibes in Fargo, sort of very similar. You can get some city living without the congestion. And that's what Grand Rapids feels like. Yeah.
Because you're talking about a county that steadily has moved leftwards, and, now it's basically becoming a Democratic bastion, almost like, say, Oakland County has over time.
Absolutely. John, we got to let you go, my friend.
Thanks for everything.
Good to see you, John Kavoulian, JMC Analytics. We'll see you next week. We got Florida next week, and then the week after, of course, is that South Carolina runoff. Hello, Mr. Solizza.
Famous thing that I heard while signing back on after eating 2 pieces of pizza. Yeah. I was in Fargo recently. Chuck Todd.
Like yeah, I mean, like that one.
I did not have that on the bingo card. I wouldn't.
The Fargo drop. It is just. I'm all in on North Dakota State. Just trust me, man. They're going. Take
Fargo Dome. Fargo Dome.
The Fargo Dome, baby. Toughest place to play in college football now.
Yeah.
In FBS. Hey, let's bring in a good friend of mine, one of the experts of Wisconsin politics, WisPolitics. It's Jeff Mayers. Jeff, good to see you.
Good to see you, Chuck. Like you're sporting the Packers gear.
Of course, it's Wisconsin night. I had to be on brand. We're talking about a socialist, and we got to talk about the most socialist organization in the state of Wisconsin, right?
Right. Community owned is what they say in
the community owned.
Yeah.
Okay, Jeff. What happens? We don't trust anything right now. We don't.
I'm hearing that. I'm hearing that.
What and I just saw a brand new polling company I'd never heard of show up on
Sorry,
Twitter
I'm laughing
today.
because early Dane numbers were good for Crowley, but that's because Madison obviously has not been reported. So I'm using.
So what say you? What do you hear? What's this last 10 days been like? Do you think voters know who's running or not?
Well, it's been quite chaotic, right? I mean, it's a 4-person race, except two of the people who dropped out got votes. Mandela Barnes and Sarah Rodriguez. Some people voted for them in early voting, and then they can't change their vote. So this is the hurdle that Crowley faces in terms of catching up to Francesca Hong, right? It's not just a 2-person race like it was in Michigan, allowing that gap to close fast. The other thing was Crowley's window is really short. He was out of the race and he comes back in. They lose a week with Sarah Rodriguez and her campaign imploding over financial irregularities. And then Evers, the governor, endorses Crowley and then goes on a week-long trade mission to Africa. So, it's sort of like the Crowley campaign lost like 2 weeks. And
Evers was out of the country for a week as he was trying to prop up.
Amazing timing. Amazing timing.
Can I make that up? And so, I mean, some of the Crowley fans today say, well, if he only had a couple more weeks, he'd be able to win. And I'm thinking, wow, you guys.
Well, he dropped out for like a week. So, he could have had that week.
Yeah. Well, okay. That was the other thing. It's a candidate, the governor endorses a candidate who had actually dropped out. Right. And he didn't endorse his former DOA secretary, Joel Brennan. So,
or any of his lieutenant governors, for what it's worth, too.
What's that?
Anyway, or any of his lieutenant governors.
Right. Yeah. Now that we're on that track, right? Yeah. So it's been chaotic.
Yeah.
I keep asking everybody this. We had Molly Beck on earlier, the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel.
Sure.
What do we know about? She said that Francesca Hong is someone who, despite being only in the minority in the state assembly, was someone that people kind of in political circles in the state kind of knew. Did you expect this out of her? Which is at least she comes into today with Chuck's, warning about polling in primaries very much in my mind. She comes in today as the favorite. What did you think when she started running versus where we are now?
Okay, so most of us who watch politics in the state and most of the so-called experts thought she had a hard ceiling, right? Comes from a very liberal district in Madison. She's an unknown around the state. She's in the minority in the legislature. So, like a hard ceiling, like 20%, right?
Okay.
Something like that, right? Except that she runs the best campaign of all the candidates because she doesn't have the money. She doesn't have the endorsements necessarily. So she's running a really grassroots oriented campaign. So that's what got her to where she is. Now, all these other things happening, Sarah Rodriguez in many people's minds.
I don't mean to interrupt the conversation, but we're talking about as if Francesca Hong has this race won. And I'm sitting here watching all this early vote drop, and I understand what everybody's saying here, but we just got through talking about David Crowley, who was off, then on, early vote. There's all these. If this is early vote drop, if Crowley's doing this well in first drops, Jeffrey, isn't it time to throw away those priors?
Yeah. I mean, again, primary polling is what it is. And it's, you can't take it to the bank. Now, she had a very big lead in that primary polling. The Crowley's own polling showed him behind. So, I think everything depends upon Madison, the big blue machine. What's the Madison turnout?
Jeff, look, we just got word from our both, right now, based on what we've seen early. Jeff, Skelly, we're projecting a 50-50 race at this point.
Our projection team is looking at these early numbers and are saying this thing might be a toss-up, basically.
Which shows you that
primaries,
polling,
man. And there was so much movement in this race in terms of candidates dropping out and so much.
And I will say too,
and a lot of garbage pollsters again.
Right.
And if you need evidence, if you were looking for a way to argue that maybe democratic socialism looks good, but when voters actually go and vote, it might not be as good. Look, last week we were talking about how Abdul El-Sayed, is he going to win by 8 or is he going to win by 20? He wins by 1. Francesca Hong, to Jeff's point, she's up 35 points in polling going into this. And here we are.
Jeff Mayers, let me give you this little nugget. Crowley wins the first drop in Dane County. Yeah. What does that tell you?
That tells me that primary polling is very fluid, and a lot of people change their mind. A lot of people change their mind.
Did you feel that? Here's something that I'm always curious about. Over the last 10 days, did it feel this up in the air? Or was the narrative, because of all that crappy polling that was circulating, was that this was Hong's to lose and everybody was already anticipating this bizarre general election we were about to stumble into?
Yeah, I think the latter. That was the reigning narrative.
And Jeff, let's talk about this. David Crowley, he's in the race. He gets out of the race. He gets back in the race after Sarah Rodriguez gets out of the race, lieutenant governor, due to campaign finance issues, not related to her, but related to someone working in her campaign. he's a Milwaukee County executive. What do we know about him? Because we know Republicans were not just rooting for Francesca Hong to be the nominee. They were spending lots and lots of money to try to make her the nominee. So what do we know about Crowley?
Right. That was, well, her TV campaign was Republican money. So David Crowley is was a state legislator. And then he ran for Milwaukee County executive. He's been Milwaukee County executive. He has a good reputation in the Capitol for being able to work with Republicans. When he
is
was
the county exec race technically nonpartisan?
Technically nonpartisan.
Yeah. Okay. So he's had to run that way, right? Yeah.
Right. So, but he worked with the Republican legislative leaders to come up with a municipal financing reform plan. He and the mayor of Milwaukee, and the Republican leaders credited David with that. So he's very well liked and very well respected. And I guess it was thought about David Crowley. He didn't do that well early in the race. Evers wasn't endorsing at that time. And so, what was the issue? Well, a candidate coming from Milwaukee, a gubernatorial candidate come from Milwaukee is not always the best platform. Now,
worked for Scott Walker.
Scott Walker did it. Scott Walker did it, but he he did it when he was combating the Milwaukee County Board, right? Yeah. And so this is it's a different dynamic, and a lot of money poured into this campaign for Crowley in the end. They even did a negative ad on Francesca Hong. And so, they're barnstorming around the state, and there's finally a lot of media attention on Francesca Hong. So,
and I, just so you guys see here, I've got Dane pulled up. This is Madison. I mean, this is, the center of the liberal universe, at least in Wisconsin. Right now there's 21% in. Okay. But she's up less than a point. I mean, if it's anything close to that, she very likely loses. Now, my guess is it will get broader, but just wanted to point that out.
Let's do this, Jeff.
Well, I don't know where those votes in Dayton.
No, and we're not
exactly right.
Look, that's we're just going to do scenarios here. We all kind of have an idea of what Hong v. Tiffany could be like. Crowley v. Tiffany, is this just sort of a rerun of the Evers races?
Well, no, because I think I think the Republicans would tie David Crowley to Milwaukee and all of Milwaukee's problems. I think that, and so
and that's been a standard.
It's like
against Milwaukee and Madison is sort
Detroit
of
and the rest of Michigan.
Yeah.
Milwaukee and the rest of Wisconsin, but the rate. Look, this is Wisconsin. The race is going to be close in the end. It's going to be an ugly. It's going to be an ugly race. There's going to be a lot of negative because there's a lot at stake. We're not even talking about the state legislature because if a lot of Dem moderates are worried that if Francesca Hong is the nominee, that's going to hurt their chances of taking over the legislature. And
how realistic is it? Because I know Democrats are pretty bullish about it. How realistic is it?
Well, I don't think it's that realistic with Francesca Hong because it would be a very tight race, and you have to kind of get into the 50s to tip over some of those assembly races. The Senate seems, I think most people thinking about that think the Senate will go Democratic. It being a midterm election and it being a Trump underwater here, but the Assembly is the one. How can that happen? And I think that moderate Dems think they have to have a candidate who gets into the low 50s. If it's a 50-50 race, that makes it harder to get those Assembly seats that they need.
Hey, Jeff, how much should we read this fact that it is, at least right now, far closer than polling suggested? Is that about David Crowley? Is that about the Tony Evers endorsement? Or is that about Francesca Hong and concerns about her within the kind of, As Chuck is going, the governing wing of the Democratic Party in Wisconsin.
Right. I think it's concerns about Francesca Hong.
Okay.
Yeah. Jeff Mayers. Well, looks like there's a pretty good story developing tonight.
Yes,
it's gonna be a little longer night than maybe anybody anticipated. So
yeah, well, that's okay. That's the news is good for us.
We
agreed.
That's why it's called the news
Same for us.
NEW. See you, my friend. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Well, we are going to stick tight, man. This is, I mean, this is a body. Talk about I think this is a huge break for sort of the national Democratic brand generally. If this holds, Chris, we got a long way to go. But if they duck this, and this helps Abdul Al-Sayed because he doesn't have to. I mean, with her next door, they would get covered together all the time, and it would
and lumped in together. And he spent a lot of time saying he's not a Democratic.
I know, and
she is in fact a Democratic.
This would be just a huge gift to him on this one. But let's bring
let's bring in the man who can speak to Republican chances, Logan Dobson. Hey, Logan.
Logan was all excited. He thought he had another Democratic primary.
Got all this Francesca Hong oppo.
Yeah, he was ready with some Hong with the Hong show here, and instead, we'll see.
Logan, you're muted. Hold on. We're waiting. Logan is coming.
It's fully understandable. He believed all these garbage polls, but look, in all honesty, there's a lot of basically polls. I don't like dunking on these pollsters, but the pollsters I've never heard of, and they've been all over the place in Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Michigan and Wisconsin.
It's just been, and there's this attitude that a lot of people, just throw it all into the same bucket. And this is why I don't like throwing this stuff in the same bucket.
Logan, go.
Oh,
wait, we still don't have him. Hey, Lauren, can we?
We may need you to pop
him and bring him back. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
No, I agree. Look, here's the problem, Chuck, that I worry about a little bit.
I genuinely don't know what this projection is going to be. It's Michelle Tafoya.
That is a familiar face. If you ever watch the NFL, Michelle Tafoya, the Republican nominee, she had a nominal primary.
Let's quickly show those.
I'll pull it up. Go ahead. You talk about Michelle Tafoya. I'll pull it up. Go ahead.
She had a couple of Royce White, who was the nominee last cycle, the former NBA player, who some people think has some challenges that maybe he ought to be dealing with.
I think he has some. I think he's mentally ill. Honestly,
he's using politics to try to fix that. But there was a couple of more conservative challenges. Look, she's a terrific recruit. This is a tough year for sort of what I would call a center right Republican trying to win in a year that's leaning blue. I think that you might see a little bit more Republican money in this race if Peggy Flanagan is the Democratic nominee, but you won't see it if Angie Craig is. I mean, I think Tafoya, I've admired the race she's run so far because
she's done a very good job in a different year.
Yeah,
and it strikes me that
someone told her, "Hey, this is kind of your warm-up race anyway. Yep. There's going to be an appointed senator for you to challenge in 28."
That's right. And appointed senators have a much less strong record. Logan is back, and I think we get Logan.
Can we hear me?
Yes, and the thing about Logan too is he has such an awesome deep voice. We want him
radio voice.
He got his great radio voice. Logan.
Well, I was actually. I wanted to hop in on Minnesota real quick because I actually had an interesting conversation with a friend today. So I don't know if I'm allowed to ask for stuff, but it might be good to tab over to the Minnesota gubernatorial Republican primary as well.
Let me do it. Of course. Go ahead, keep going, keep talking, and
there was Mike Lindell.
It makes me sleepy whenever I think about that race. I just want to.
The certainly controversial former MyPillow salesman is in fact in second, and I think that a lot of people in DC were taking it as kind of a fait accompli that he was the going to be the Republican nominee there.
Well, the big deal here, you're right about that, Logan. Even though the polling had shown consistently that that was not the case, it was pretty competitive. But we were talking about. Democrats have high hopes of Klobuchar v. Lindell creating real majorities for them in the legislature. With DeMuth at the ticket, this may save some Republican seats.
Way better. Klobuchar still wins probably, but it's not a down ballot caster.
Well,
so maybe he beat me to it, but that's the point I was going to make, because I don't think a lot of people actually know that the Minnesota state legislature is as close as it is. I think a lot of people think Minnesota blue state. Yeah, right. So I was talking to a friend who works in a lot of state leg races, and he was sweating a Lindell nomination, but I think he'll be very excited with.
Well, we'll see. It is 3%. Let's not get over our skis here a little bit. 3% reporting, right?
I think that's reasonable. But look, it's just so rare to see Republicans. My beloved party.
I don't mean to
making a electoral.
I don't mean
choice,
to drone on this, but do you think Lindell will concede?
I think that's up to him. I don't have a particularly good handle on what's running through his mind,
I know.
And I don't know that anyone has for several years.
You know how some balls are teed up, and you just have to take a swing at it. But whether Lindell concedes if he doesn't win is certainly something that many of
Chuck, let me do a quick update from the DDHQ boiler projection room. DemGov, race call on this will not be for hours, probably going to be waiting on Milwaukee late. Logan, let's talk about this, because I do think a lot of Republicans, look, I was on TV with Ronna Romney McDaniel, former RNC chair, this afternoon, talking about this race, and Francesca Hong, and how this was a great opportunity for the Republican Party, not just in Wisconsin, but writ large, that they were going to they were going to make this an example of her. Is it bad for the Republican Party if she loses this primary? And the decision desk HQ obviously not called, but are saying it's basically a toss-up at this point.
So you're asking, was that a double negative there? Is it bad for Republicans if Hong loses?
Would you prefer to have Francesca Hong as the Democratic nominee for governor?
I mean, in the sense that, to the extent I operate as a Republican operative who's concerned solely with the, good prospects of the Republican Party, then yeah, I think that Hong is probably, modestly easier to beat than David Crowley. But I mean, I think we've seen plenty of examples on both sides of the aisle within the past 10 years of being careful what you wish for, because, there's a lot of quirks in elections. A lot of things can happen.
He's currently in the White House, Logan. Democrats were wishing for Donald Trump in 2016.
Logan, Wisconsin's my favorite battleground state because of its unique nature of not really having any swing areas, right? It's such a margin state. Everything is on the margins, right? It's sort of it's a polarized state more than it is a sort of swing state per se. And so, there's an argument to be made that may be why you see these more partisan nominees overperform the polling, right? Ron Johnson's been doing that for multiple Senate cycles.
Yeah, I mean, it is certainly a fascinating state in that way. I mean, I'm sure people generally know this who are sophisticated enough to be watching this stream, but Madison, Milwaukee, huge sort of large populations just relative to the rest of the state, and obviously where the Democrats derive most of their electoral strength from, and then the rest of the state hardly couldn't be any redder. And there's a reason that, Dave Weigel's made Waukesha County jokes on Twitter for the past, 20 years, because it is, when you're talking about a state that doesn't have a lot of swing areas, the fact that there are, the three counties.
Precinct or two in Waukesha, right? It's not even, any one county. It's like specific precincts in the WOW counties, right?
Yes. And as someone who has knocked on doors in those counties, there are lovely places, and the people there are very accommodating of the political operatives that descend on them every 2 years.
Look, let's not sleep on since I'm wearing my Packers garb tonight, Brown County, which has its share of, but it's a different type of swing voter in Brown County than it is in those WOW counties.
Yeah,
Logan, can you talk about Tom Tiffany? Obviously he gets less attention tonight because there's no primary, but can you talk about him and sort of what he looks like as a statewide candidate? Chuck and I were talking about this earlier, that in both parties, establishments kind of seem to go looking for people other than the people they wound up with. Now maybe
we're not there yet.
Maybe if David Crowley wins, that won't be true. But certainly Francesca Hong and Tom Tiffany. Can you just talk about him? I don't know how much work you do in the state. I don't know if you know him, but I think he's kind of a tabula rasa for a lot of people outside of Wisconsin. Can you just what's your sense of him?
Yeah, I don't know him particularly well. Certainly I'm not working on his race, but my perception as sort of an outsider is that he is kind of as close to a pro-Trump generic Republican as you can get these days. And I mean that actually in sort of a complimentary way. I mean, you know, whatever you think of the MAGA movement, there are definitely some colorful characters associated with it. I wouldn't say that, you know, Tom Tiffany is one of those extremely colorful characters. I mean, he's been a member of the House of Representatives, I think served with distinction. And, you know, obviously everybody likes him enough that it was pretty easy for him to coalesce in that Republican primary. He secured the president's endorsement without much, you know, controversy. And I think because of that benefit, you know, ironically, for someone who comes from the Freedom Caucus, someone who's endorsed by Donald Trump, he'll actually be able and be pretty well positioned to, you know, move towards the center. I don't think there's a lot of his base that he's going to lose by, you know, taking, you know, not to say he's going to run as a moderate, because I think that he is, you know, a committed political conservative, but being able to emphasize the issues that, you know, he wants to emphasize, as opposed to ones that maybe a base would demand that he emphasize.
I noticed just in the last 10 days, and I fully confess to sort of, I was paying a lot more attention in the last 10 days than the last 10 weeks, as I've been saying with this
Me too.
supposed Francesca Hong surge. But, you know, Tiffany struck me as somebody that was already trying to round those edges and was doing the, hey, I'm just here at the county fair type of thing.
Benefit of not having a
I'm going to have a little
right,
ice
Chuck?
cream. And, you know, isn't Halloween and Thanksgiving awesome? You know, like
I love
he was
America.
Like, right. It was that it was beginning already. You could see the campaign he wanted to run against Hong. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you can pull up his X account. He put out an ad today that was mostly about teachers and how, you know, we need to improve educational standards in Wisconsin.
I was just going to say, just felt very like, yay, America, you know.
Logan, before we let you go, I just want to pull up. We don't talk all that much about it. We kind of broke in while you were we were fixing the technical glitch, but
about Jerry Carl coming back to Congress. It's very exciting.
About Jerry Carl coming back to Congress, but about Michelle Tafoya. So I want to just show this. Decision Desk HQ has called this race. She was expected to win the primary. It was not a terribly competitive primary. Michelle Tafoya has won. But then I want to show you something else. And Chuck, I don't know if you've seen this yet, but here's the Democratic side. Yeah. And I just want to note, Peggy Flanagan, again, is the more liberal of these two candidates. Angie Craig is sort of a moderate. I want to read something from the DDHQ boiler room. Yeah. Dakota County comes in for Flanagan in a massive drop. Angie Craig represents this county in full in the House. So this is a horrible result for her. That is, hold on. Let me click around here and find it. But here's Dakota. Yeah. And it's basically tied. Logan, are we going to wake up on November 4th and be like, holy crap, Minnesota was like a lot, like Michelle Tafoya almost won. Like, is that a sleeper we're not paying attention to or not?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think you can probably go back to every midterm election that has been away for one side or the other and find some nominee from the party that was the victim of the wave where they thought, oh, but this will be the one that sneaks through. So it doesn't necessarily mean that that's guaranteed to happen. But if any candidate could do it, I mean, I think it would be Tafoya. I mean, she is, I think, a perfect fit for the state. She is avowedly a pro-choice.
I think she ends
Republican, which is rare. Go ahead.
Look, I think this ends up weirdly working out for her because, I mean, we've seen this. Hey, sometimes you got to lose to win in the next cycle. It's happened. I think Norm Coleman, right, certainly had his share of that. There's going to be an appointed senator in 28, most likely with Klobuchar, and she's could be extraordinarily well positioned. She's running a really smart race. It feels like she made hey, I'm not going to do anything that blows me up long term. Yep. She's been trying to keep an electable version and was able, and to Logan's point, was able to kind of keep out she is much more on the moderate side and was able to keep out kind of a righty challenger. Well, Royce White has been this
Royce White, I guess, kind of sucked up all the air there.
Yeah, he's been a tough one. I mean, the NRSC
not talking about playing the WNBA, Chuck.
Oh yeah, the NRSC tried to. I think they came close to almost endorsing Klobuchar, which she ran against him. I think it was last cycle. It was was that
Senate.
Crazy in what he was doing to them. Yeah, they were. Anyway. Well,
Logan Dobson, targeted.
Look forward to seeing him on the hardwood.
Follow.
I don't know where that is going to be. You might have to go to Europe.
I believe,
but he doesn't fly.
I believe that is it. Yeah. He will not fly, and therefore he was drafted in the NBA, but they could not keep him on a team because he will not fly. Which is a whole other thing. Anyway, Mark Cuban, Logan Dobson, you're the man. Anyway. Thanks, Logan.
Thanks, guys. Great to talk to you.
Yep. So, Chuck, why don't we bring in, Skelly mentioned this earlier, but let's bring in Ruth Servin Smith from AL.com, because we haven't talked about this much, but Alabama has a series of primaries tonight, and
not the whole state,
right?
Just the parts they got to redistrict, just the good parts, right?
And Skelly mentioned the Shamari Figures race. And
Yes.
Ruth, while I'm pulling it up, Ruth, why don't you, first of all, thank you for joining us. Second,
and I do appreciate Ruth also offered up that if we needed to kill time, she's happy to talk country music. We're good with that. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I can't talk about basketball. I can talk about country music. I'm from Oklahoma, and Toby Keith's hometown. So just throwing that out there.
Wow.
We could force a little bit.
Good
So
job by you.
what did we learn tonight? Who's Shamari Figures going to be running against? And is it a complete impossibility? Or, look, I was in Dothan, Alabama recently. I was interviewing Doug Jones.
Peanut capital. Sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was very tempted to go to the permanent peanut museum exhibit that's there. Brought to you by Pepsi, I believe. But it was weird the way it was.
Did you go to the Boll Weevil statues?
I didn't get to the Boll Weevil statue. I didn't.
Come on, Chuck. What are you doing?
But no, what I really wanted to point out, Ruth, is that African-American voters are really fired up to vote. There's something happening here. Now, I don't know if it saves Figures in this reconfigured race, but it's a real campaign, no?
It's definitely a real campaign in both directions. Figures, of course, benefited from redistricting in this last cycle. Courts ordered Alabama to do 2 Black opportunity districts. And so then he won that race. Jerry Carl, who just won his primary, of course, was very upset about that and ended up getting kicked out of Congress as a result. But anyways, Shamari Figures won his race. Republicans have been trying for years to basically undo that and reverse the decision. Rhett Marquez is expected to be a serious contender. By the numbers, he might be the favorite to win. But people on both sides are telling me that they'll really have to fight it out this fall. Shamari Figures is trying to get national support and national funding. The state party here really can't help much, but people like Doug Jones are trying to support him. And so we'll just kind of have to see, like, county by county, who can improve Democratic turnout and whether other changes, like maybe apathy about Tommy Tuberville, hurt Rhett Marquez.
Oh, man, you're speaking. Chuck's going to bring up the Tommy Tuberville residence thing. Chuck, let's just get that out of the way.
No, I mean, look, I can't wait for the court battle, because the problem is you only get standing after he gets elected. Like, it's a bizarre how you enforce these things. It's pretty cut. Look, if he met the requirement, he'd have the paperwork to prove it.
There is an ongoing court case. You would have to get super nerdy with the lawyers in the room, called the Quo Warranto case, which says he shouldn't have standing to run. That's going to be before the state Supreme Court, but there's no real incentive for them to rule on it.
None.
And I will just add too, like, Doug Jones does want to fight it out on the merits of the election. He doesn't really want it handed to him in a court case. So nobody has any real incentive to.
And I'll be even more cynical. I think he'd rather face Tuberville than any other Republican.
100%.
The weakest Republican that they could nominate.
100%.
Yeah.
Yes. Hey, Ruth, I just pulled up the Jerry Carl seat, Jerry Carl's victory. You want to talk about that one? DDHQ's called it for him.
It's been called. I mean, he's considered a favorite for that race. He's looking forward to going back to Congress. He has been pretty mad to be on the sidelines for a little bit. I'm not expecting that to be a competitive election. Really, what this all does is fill out Alabama's goal of having an even stronger Republican delegation in Congress, and of course, like, the overall Republican goal in Congress. So safe seats, going Republican. There's nothing that I'm aware of, like, recently past his gaffe in 2024 that might really change the outcome of that race.
So really the only realistic November competition is Jones v. Tuberville, and
Figures and Marquez.
Figures and Marquez.
And you think that'll be a competitive race?
I think that'll be a competitive race, just in the sense that it'll be a real race. We don't have too many of those in Alabama anymore. I will say I was down in the Black Belt in the southern part of the state 2 weeks ago, talking to people about data centers, and that is a swing issue in that district. Several Republicans told me they are planning on voting for Shamari Figures because he's not fully anti. He's just not as bullish on it as Tommy Tuberville and Rhett Marquez.
Are there a bunch down there?
Here's the thing. This data center thing, people were on fire about it in Dothan.
Yeah.
People were on fire about it in Pensacola. And
So
it's not clear
interesting.
that there's going to be data centers in these communities. They just don't,
If you go to, I don't know how much you can fiddle with your map, but if you go to Lowndes County,
Yes. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm down here. I'm in the.
Oh no, I think it's me. Actually.
Oh, Skelly, are you in charge? You do it. Yeah. Sorry, I never know. Skelly retakes control. I'm like the guy. I'm like the kid driving the car, and then Skelly retakes control of the car because he's the more trusted driver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Harris actually carried this, which is funny.
Well, it's technically a blue county, but one of the kickers on that race is there's a really huge data center going up that local folks are really mad about it because in Alabama, there's no planning and zoning at the county level. So somebody could start building it and there's nothing you can do about it. And it's really a local issue. And so people have been knocking down the doors of all of their representatives, all up and down all levels of government. And they're really making decisions to vote based on what people say about it.
Man, one thing that I have absolutely learned in doing these live streams, because we're talking to people all around the country basically every week. Man, if you want an issue that's not even a hidden issue anymore, I feel like data centers comes up every single week.
Everywhere.
Like Chuck and I are in Virginia where there's a zillion of them, more than any other state. But like, I would not assume that Southern Alabama would be a place where that's a resonant issue, but I think it's a resonant issue everywhere.
It's everywhere. It feels
That's
like it's
so
everywhere.
interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, just generally speaking, it's in the air right now all over the country, but Lowndes County particularly has history with like infrastructure. They had a Department of Justice investigation over their wastewater. Like it's just really been kicked around a lot. And so data centers are almost like one more thing on the pile. And
I had somebody bring up to me, they didn't want to see, like, we already have these empty strip malls. We don't want these. Right. The assumption is the data centers are only going to be working for like 5 years and they're going to like bail.
Yeah.
And then you're going to have these empty structures in the middle of what used to be maybe decent farmland, right?
The one other thing that might be relevant for this race is Shamari Figures has been trying to do a lot on healthcare and not really like pie in the sky stuff like Medicaid expansion, which is not happening in Alabama. It's really just like, can we get some grants for local hospitals to keep them open? And that's the kind of thing that also like sticks in the minds of local voters. I'm not saying it's something that Rhett Marquez couldn't do also, but it's just part of his record that really does matter to local folks.
We've talked on and off about Alabama, Mississippi, and potential competitiveness. Ruth, you said earlier, and you're obviously 100% right, that Alabama doesn't see all that many competitive races. Is there a path back for Democrats statewide? And, I know they can win here or there. I mean, I remember when Bobby Bright won in Southern Alabama. Like, I mean, what could that coalition look like?
Yeah, I covered the state Democratic meeting this past weekend in Montgomery. They elected a new chairman. And I don't know how well you know Alabama, but basically there's kind of been a long-standing fight between African-American people with like real direct ties to the civil rights movement, and then what you would call maybe a new generation of people who want to build coalitions.
It was so bad. If I'm not mistaken, there was a time where the national convention didn't recognize the state Democratic Party. This split has been that ugly. Yeah.
And that's still actually going on. On Saturday, they had to take a new vote with paper ballots, which had never been done before, for their DNC delegate. And, you know, it's just like infighting. But the end of the day, what that means is they can never get it together to support good candidates, and they can't even recruit good candidates. But the hope of the new chairman is that he will actually be able to like do the local grassroots level. And that then when they have people like Doug Jones or Shamari Figures at the top of the ticket, they can really like reinvigorate things. What people have told me though is that it might still take another 1 or 2 cycles for that to really be working. So it might be a matter of time.
Fascinating. I mean, we always talk about this. These states are not static, right? Like the politics in the states, the demographic of state.
Look, I'm a believer. Every state has a fulcrum. It's up to the minority party to find it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ruth. That was terrific. And
Ruth.
We appreciate your time. Follow Ruth's work on al.com. Terrific. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Ruth.
Have a good one.
Good to see you.
Skelly, now that you're back from your television.
Get back to Wisconsin. It's an all-nighter.
It's almost, it's
Are we ready for this?
Oh man, guys, this is shaping up. This is shaping up.
Is it though? I mean, I don't mean to be like, explain to me how Hong wins this.
Oh no, I mean I think Hong could win because of the fact that a lot of the votes.
But it feels like we're the reverse of
last week. Election day vote. Yes, in that she has to catch Crawley the way things are setting up.
And who we already momentum? Have a lot. This is why I go to Crawley. Like here's the guy that was literally not in the race two weeks ago. So
it's amazing. He dropped out of the race.
Right. I mean,
if he won and dropped out of the race,
normally say election day vote.
Funnier things I've ever seen.
Do we really think he lost election day vote?
In Dane County, maybe he did. That's the thing, and that's because we've seen time and time again the most progressive vote. Now, to be clear, I want to clarify: not every one of these counties is necessarily doing it exactly in that order of sort of early mail and then election day. So I don't want to caution that it's not necessarily that in every case. But I think the thought is that is what's happening in Dane, and that Hong will do better in the last 38,000 votes here. But the fact that she's down 5,000 votes right now, I mean, it's obviously really close. It does speak to the fact that Crawley really could pull this thing out. And there's still 38,000 votes in Milwaukee.
They have been just like super producer John Reese notes that the markets are now Kalshi and Poly Market are all about Crowley. And I will note this from the decision desk boiler room.
Yeah.
Still waiting on more votes, but things look okay for Crowley. And this is exactly to Skelly's point. Unless some massive late election day vote is coming for Hong. Otherwise, the suburbs will help Crowley get what he needs.
I hear you, but you say Dane, I say Milwaukee, dude. I mean,
I know, but
it feels I don't know. Look.
It is true that there are a lot of votes left in places where I would expect Crawley to do better.
He would do better
based on how this is going, and that's. I mean, that's remarkable.
Basically, this worked. I mean, that's what we're finding out. This 2-week sprint. Even look, if Crawley comes up short, it's astonishing how close. Like, let's just forget. I mean, I think I'd rather be him than her right now. It's just like our boiler room said, right? Like, but let's just the fact that it got to here.
Yeah, but
Chuck, I mean, that tells you voters were really paying attention and fluid here. They were definitely up
Chuck,
for grabs.
Isn't that about
I think primary voters, people should be smart enough to wait.
Yes.
One way or the other, because things are moving around. I mean, it's not quite a presidential primary, but the last couple of competitive primaries statewide in Wisconsin have kind of had this. 2022, the Senate race, Mandela Barnes.
That's right.
It was a really competitive, and then by the end, everybody drops out and endorses
Everybody
him.
dropped out because nobody wanted to look like they suddenly were going to lose to Mandela Barnes, and then they wanted to look like they were supporting him and endorsing him. It was a strange way they handled that sucker.
I do wonder though, like, let's think about Molly Beck from the
Anyway, I don't want to rule out Hong winning.
Yes.
I don't rule it out, but it does feel like a reverse of last week where you're like, boy, this is going to be close. I don't know if she can catch him.
She's going to look at things like Kelda Roy is having 8% and like that vote. I mean, I think Kelda Roy's viewed as pretty progressive. So the fact that it's like some of these votes that maybe actually Hong would have gotten them and it would have been a win for her.
But think about how she closed, right?
Oh.
Remember, Molly Beck said this. Molly Beck said,
why did she do this national TV?
She did a really good job keeping it local until the last 10 days. And what, if you were paying attention the last 10 days, what did you hear? Francesca Hong wants to cancel Thanksgiving. I mean, honestly, that's the only thing that you heard.
Talk about something that breaks through, right?
If she collapses to lose this race, it will be that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing how people don't realize little things that might seem little. It's like we pay so much attention to this stuff that it's one of a billion data points. But if you're not paying close attention to this race,
it's
you're like, I don't really know who these people are.
The voters don't care. It's you superficial journalists.
Of course, the voters care.
Things. I know.
The voters care what they are fed.
Voters.
The voters care what they are told to pay attention to, and the media covered the damn Thanksgiving thing nationally and in the state like crazy, understandably. And then she did like a long interview about it. She went back. We talked about this last week.
I know. I never understood it. Don't explain it.
And then she came out and said Thanksgiving is my favorite holiday. It's like, now you look inauthentic. Yeah. You've blown it totally. Yeah. Anyway, if she loses, don't underestimate the Thanksgiving gate. Anyway, we should bring Aaron.
Let's bring in Aaron Covey.
We should probably bring her in.
Yeah. No, we got a bunch of house stuff to do anyway. It's been a good house night.
Because we can shift straight to Wisconsin 3. In fact, that'd be the perfect segue.
Aaron, we're all fired up. We're 73 new members of Congress and counting. Let's roll. Come on.
Exciting. Well, less exciting night for me at the House level. I feel like there's a couple
they're throwing bums out still.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, Larson lost. That wasn't a huge shock, I will say. The polling that I had seen had him down before the primary. And I think, he managed to win the state party's endorsement in a huge upset narrowly earlier this year. And I think like what Luke Bronin had, which most challengers don't have, is a lot of like strong establishment support already, because he's the former mayor of Hartford. He ran for governor. He was very well known, far outspent Larson as well, thanks to some outside support. So yeah, I mean, he was a challenger, but he was running like an incumbent.
Let's talk a little Wisconsin 3 here. Rebecca Cook, a called race.
It looks like, Rebecca Cook is projected. We projected that she's going to win over Emily Berge, but this race ended up maybe being a little closer than some folks would have thought maybe a few months ago. I mean, Cook's been sort of the ordained candidate in this district for Democrats. She's raised more money than Van Orden, actually. I mean, she doesn't have as much on hand because she's been spending it on the primary, but nonetheless, like she's been gearing up since the moment she lost by a couple points in 2024.
Yes. No, for sure. I mean, from the beginning of the cycle, she has been one of Democrats' favorite recruits.
Bernie Sanders endorsed her, It's like,
he did. Yeah. I mean, she's kind of in an interesting position because, I think she's very pragmatic. She's worked in Democratic politics in the past. She knows this is a district that voted for Trump by 7 points. And so last cycle, she was backed by the Blue Dogs. She got their support pretty early on again this cycle.
This is one of 3 Democrats that have both Bernie and the Blue Dogs. Is that right?
I think that's right. I'll have to check my tracker.
There's a Pennsylvania one too, I think, right?
Yeah.
Bob Brooks maybe.
Bob Brooks also has it. I think with both of their situations, they were in positions where they're going to, particularly Rebecca Cook, because this district voted for Trump by 7 points. They knew they were going to have to win over a certain segment of more conservative leaning voters. And so, they were running with more of the moderate backing, but also Cook had this primary from Emily Berge, who is the Eau Claire City Council president. So she's not a nobody. And Cook was able to secure Bernie Sanders' endorsement as well pretty early on as a way to kind of inoculate herself on her left, which could have been, I think, a real issue had she not had his support. She also came out for a moratorium on data centers recently, which I thought was interesting. But yeah, I mean, this is maybe I'll be curious what the final margin is. This doesn't entirely shock me because people are always kind of, I think, a little bit upset when the National Party tries to crown candidates out of primaries. But
I wonder what the Crawley-Hong number is going to be in this same congressional district. I wonder if it splits the same way.
I don't know. I mean, this is a district that has a lot of like very blue areas within a lot of rural territory. So I'm not really sure how the Democratic primary electorate's going to lean.
Right.
Hey, Aaron,
Well,
what do you have this? Oh, go ahead, Skelly. I was just going to ask about the general election, because this is a place where if Democrats are winning back the House, they need to win. Right. I mean, like, can you talk about where you guys
is it a need to win? Is it on? Is it
that's
one of
what
those,
I'm
or is it
wondering.
that next ring? Yeah.
Where do you guys see that?
Oh, it's hard to say what's a need to win because we have 15 Republican seats in toss-up. This is one of them. They don't need all of those to win technically, but I wouldn't like rank them necessarily. I think if Democrats are winning the House, I would be very surprised if they weren't winning this seat.
Interesting. Okay.
And I think the polling still shows it pretty close, but I would think that Cook should have a slight edge here against Van Orden because, you know, this district, obviously you have the national environment shifting a number of points to the left, but also Van Orden has underperformed Trump because he's a polarizing figure who is kind of known for lashing out at various people.
Everyone.
Yeah. Who hasn't been lashed out at by Derek Van Orden at this point?
Well, and one of the things we've discovered is there's only one Trump. And voters, there is a group of voters that don't want a second version. Like when people try to act like them, there does seem to be this weird slice of, no, we let Trump do that. You don't get to do that.
Yeah, it's bizarre, but it's that is definitely the case. And yeah, look, I think Cook is, you know, relatively moderate. Republicans are going to try to attack her for the work that she has done on Democratic campaigns in the past and tie her to those Democrats. But, you know, I mean, I think she obviously overperformed Kamala Harris last cycle. And I think she is one of the stronger recruits that they have this
That's
cycle.
a weird attack. You know, Democrat worked for Democratic candidats. You know, watch out, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, it's like the classic, like she worked for Mandela Barnes, who wanted to defund the police. So it's like all
I love the
conjecture.
triple bank shot. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Hey, just to bring up another competitive seat, you know, Angie Craig, I mean, competitive. It's one that Democrats probably will hold in this environment, but it does look like Matt Little is projected to win the 2nd district in the South Minneapolis, St. Paul burbs and exurbs. And he was, I think, viewed as maybe the most progressive of the candidates here. And so, you know, with that in mind, you know, is that maybe it's fine for Democrats in this cycle in this seat, but is it one of those things where they, you know, is he going to underperform maybe or what have you?
Yeah, it's a good question. I do think this district has trended pretty clearly towards Democrats over the past several years. It's hard to see it trending back, like in a midterm cycle that's favorable for Republicans. I could see this being maybe a reach seat. But yeah, and I would say Little, he was backed by the DFL, and you know we saw him as the front runner because of that, despite the fact that Klein and Berg both got a lot of outside money, so Little was outspent. But because he had the state party's endorsement, you know, I think that gave him a clear edge early on. I would not necessarily say he was the most progressive in this primary. Actually, Kayla Berg was also pretty progressive.
She's really labor friendly, right? I mean,
yeah, she's a union leader. She's a flight attendant, which is like a fun occupation to have in Congress. I don't think we've had a flight attendant in Congress before. But Matt Klein, he was a member of the Blue Dog Caucus, or is a member of the Blue Dog Caucus in the state legislature, and so he was definitely more moderate than Little. So I think Klein would have had a tough path to victory, regardless.
Aaron,
of who he ran
look.
Against.
I'm obviously that the way my own tone has changed, and certainly the way the arrows are pointing, it might be Crowley instead of Hong. But how would you have changed? Would your thoughts on Wisconsin 3? How much of an impact would the top of the ticket in the case of Hong, which we don't know how much the National Party would put in, and all that? You know, what was that worth in your mind? Was that worth 2 points, 3 points, something like that in Wisconsin 3?
It's hard to quantify, but I think it's worth something. And, you know, we saw in 2022, I think one of the more notable trends was that a lot of these results in the House races could be directly attributed to how the statewide races played out. So in places where Republicans did well at the statewide level, in like California and New York, they tended to do better down ballot, including in the federal House races, and then vice versa. Democrats did quite well in like Colorado and Michigan, and also did well in those House races as a result. So I think it certainly does matter, and I think it would have sucked up a lot of media oxygen that would have been, difficult for Cook to deal with. But I don't know. It definitely still
look. This race is still super close, and
yeah,
it is, and there is some evidence that that Hung's some of these. She's had a couple of good drops go her way now in Madison. So anything is possible here. So after everybody's
we're going back and forth.
Pie. Yeah,
it's very close.
Is that a Thanksgiving reference? Pie.
Exactly. Pie.
Yes.
Oh, there's going to be. I still think the Unity, their Unity breakfast or lunch has got to have a Thanksgiving theme to it. Lots of cranberry sauce.
Do y'all remember sorry, not to pivot, but the 2012 race between Mary Bono and Raul Ruiz? Someone reminded me this morning that there were 2 Thanksgiving attack ads that Bono aired.
I remember that race.
I remember the race. I don't remember that.
Raul Ruiz was the emergency
also...
room. He was like the emergency room doctor. Is that right? Like he was like some kind of physician. Yeah. Okay.
And this was like the last gasp of that Republican Palm Springs district that Sonny once.
Yes, Sonny Bono.
Yeah.
That's where Coachella
she aired
is, by the way.
2 attack ads related.
Was he against Thanksgiving?
It seems like maybe as a student.
Yeah.
He had.
If Hong loses, it's Thanksgiving is the big winner here. You just don't come at Thanksgiving.
It's true.
Hey, Aaron, can I? We want to let you go, but I do
that consultant work, by the way. Yeah,
exactly. Man, Thanksgiving's great. Brought to you by the Thanksgiving industry. Crystal is a sponsor. Aaron, where are you guys right now for people? Cook Political Report with Amy Walter. Where are you guys right now in your house? Your national kind of house prediction. Where do you guys? What's your seat range?
Let's see. I mean, in terms of the range itself, I should pull it up. That way I get what I wrote a couple of weeks ago correct. But look, I mean, I think we obviously see Democrats as the strong favorites to win the House, but Republicans do have a path. I think Democrats, a really good night for them would be them winning 228 seats ultimately. It's hard to translate that to Democrats flip this many seats because redistricting has scrambled what flip means. So I generally frame it as good night for Democrats as them having this many number of seats, which would 228 seats give them a pretty decent
flipping most of those toss-ups,
not...
right? They win most of those toss-ups.
They would need to win. Yeah, they would need to win all of those toss-ups to get to 228 seats and a couple of leans as well. Obviously, our ratings are going to continue to adjust as the cycle goes on, so that percentage will change as well. But yeah, I mean, there's I think everyone who kind of has the odds of Democrats taking back the House, anywhere between 60 and 85, that's all in the realm of possibility. I don't put a fine number on it, but
right.
Totally.
I mean, I one of my favorite either ors would be something like Democrats net 25 seats versus Republicans, hang on to a 2-seat majority. What's more likely? Is it more likely that this is a bigger wave or is it more likely that we're underrating Republican chances here?
I don't know. I mean, I do think that 25 seats would be really tough if counting all the redistricting flips that Republicans are going to make.
It's hard to get there if you try to go race by race.
It's really hard to get there if you try to go race by race. I mean, a great night for Democrats is 15 seats, I would say.
Yeah. No, I've always thought 25 is the north end. And I assume, look, what happened. The history of waves is we always, no matter how big we think it's going to be, it's always a little bit more. And you're like, wow, even that race came in, right? It's all your leans come in and a couple of likelies. And you're like, oh, that one? Really?
Yeah.
I remember they talked about that in July, but we didn't buy it. And, they forgot to poll it for 2 months.
Yeah. Valadeo, for example, we had his race rated likely R in 2018.
Yeah.
Obviously he lost. So
yeah. Aaron Covey, Cook Political Report, House Editor. Thank you as always for taking time with us.
Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
All right.
So do you like close races, Skelly? Do you?
Sorry?
Do you like close races?
I love a close race. Oh my God. This is what you live for, man. It's this close race. Exciting. Every little drop could matter. You're sitting there doing back of the envelope calculations and, your spreadsheet being like, okay, there's this many votes left. So-and-so needs to win X amount.
Well, let's do some of that numbers for people here. So how much do we already have in Dane, and how much do we already have in Milwaukee?
This is the thing that I'm really watching is like, look, there are 270,000 some odd votes left. So we're ways from knowing the outcome here. But if it remains sort of this 1,000-2,000 kind of thing, that Crawley's had a lead now, well, there are 23,000 votes left in Madison County, and there are 34,000 votes left in Milwaukee County. And so you could see a world where
here and say, is Crawley
the last Milwaukee votes?
Yeah. Is it
Milwaukee
Crawley's Milwaukee versus Madison's Hong, right? Like,
yeah,
and he's
very
ahead.
Appropriate in Wisconsin. Yes. And he is very slightly ahead. So I think at this point, you'd rather be Crawley. But there's still a fair number of votes left. I mean, it's exactly. This is not a rule. I'm not saying that with like a huge edge or something for one candidate. In terms of like the estimated vote remaining, I mean, it is true that there's a fair amount of vote left in interestingly in Racine. So down here because we have basically no vote. Oh my gosh, there's no vote. I would imagine that will be better for Crawley.
Should do well there.
But for what it's worth, he is narrowly losing in Kenosha. So it's not like he's necessarily racking it up in the vicinity. So that'll be an interesting one to see what happens there.
Oh, hey, let's bring in Nathaniel Rakic.
Nathaniel.
Vote beat, because he has thoughts, as always.
He's
got his Brewers.
How did you guys
Brewers. I got the Packers. I was going to get my Badger hat. I had a good Badger hat.
Oh, man.
Okay, well, football is not a real sport, Chuck. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Oh, wow. I learned that. I didn't realize. The good news for Abdul El Sayed is that Michigan doesn't like football anymore. I don't know.
It's not a big deal.
It's not a big football.
Just remember from Spinal Tap, Boston's not a big college town.
It's not a big college town. They don't care about
Nathaniel,
football.
give us your take on this. Who would you rather be this moment, and why? Francesca Hong or David Crowley?
So I mean, it's very close. So I, want to emphasize that, but I kind of think still Hong. So I think one of the key things here is that so Wisconsin administers its elections on the municipal level, not on the county level. And so that means every individual city and township counts its own ballots. And so when we are getting results from Dane County, for instance, we are not necessarily getting the results from Madison, although I believe that Madison is fairly well reported at this point. But a lot of the bigger cities are among the later to report in Wisconsin. And I would have to think that those are probably the places where Hong is going to be stronger. It seems like there's a bit of a, it's obviously based on the map, it's a little fuzzy, but a bit of a rural divide. Mm-hmm. Right. And so Milwaukee, and so the other thing about this is Milwaukee and a couple of other municipalities throughout the state report all of their absentee votes count them all together and only release them all in one batch at the end of the night. And so Milwaukee, of course, famously is does this at 4 a.m., although there are fewer ballots this time, and so it should be earlier. But we saw.
I remember 2020, Nathaniel. I do.
Exactly, 2020, 2024.
I remember it.
But those absentee ballots have been cast over the past several weeks, right? At a time when Francesca Hong was flying a lot higher than she is now. It was pre-Thanksgiving. A lot of it may have been back when David Crowley was not an active candidate, because he just jumped back into the race 3 weeks ago.
Right.
So I would not be shocked if the Milwaukee absentees, which will probably be among the last votes that we get tonight, end up giving Crowley or giving Hong the that
would be ironic.
Oh, the irony
it would be
to that.
Very ironic.
Right. Oh, the irony to that.
Golly.
Well, if that's what it takes, we're getting a recount. I mean, if it's that tight and those absentees are
what is the rule?
What is the recount rule
Start
here?
Googling. Hey, I had to do that.
I'm on it.
3 in the
So
morning or whatever.
literally, as you were talking, Nathaniel, Poly Market went from Crawley 54% to Hong 59%.
So you're saying that I moved Poly Market?
I don't know. You moved it, or Kenosha. We did get a Kenosha drop, so I don't know. Narrow for her, but she did win it. But
I think it's more likely that it was me.
Yeah, I agree. We call that the Rakic effect.
Yeah.
Nathaniel, is there anything? We're obviously focused on this in the closest. Well, first of all, when you have recount info, let us know, and we're always happy to let us know on that. But I'm always fascinated by the other. I mean, I consider myself an elections nerd, but you are deeper in than almost anyone I know, other than maybe Skelly. Is there?
And Jeffrey and I are,
I mean, he has a Calvin Coolidge shirt on right now.
He did win Calvin Coolidge. Yeah,
I mean,
come
native,
on. I think
Coolidge,
I do think Skelly won the night with that. Like that's.
I mean, that is. But
I was like, I got to do something Vermont reference.
Yeah,
and
that's
I was
strong.
like, well, I got this
that's
shirt.
true. Yeah.
So,
Oh, okay. By the way, Kirk Beto, our friend who's coming up after Nathaniel, chimes in. He says recounts are not automatic in Wisconsin, but are allowed if within 1%, which would mean, I believe, then that the candidate asking for the recount would have to be funded.
That's always,
which is
that's always,
I mean,
and it's one of those where it's only to me if you're in the very low 100s is it worth it.
By the way, we're down to 1,000.
We're now under 1,000.
Yeah,
we're down to 2/10.
This is the good stuff, folks.
Margin.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, this
Here we
is.
go.
Oh boy. Yeah. Let me see what else. Okay, so still nothing from that Milwaukee. See, we got like 10,000 more out of Madison.
And
That's
she
probably
narrowed.
part of what just happened right there. Yep.
Can I ask
Go
you
ahead,
guys
Nathaniel.
how much? So food for thought. How much of this is on the polls for missing, right? Because this was
I don't
on one hand.
But
I
Nathaniel,
think it's a combo.
can I just? I have a real rant about these polls. It's not that the
Okay.
polling is bad. I think there's fraudulence. I don't think these are real companies. Did you see this company nobody ever heard of? Meridian Research, right? It had no individual. It like
We didn't
had
add
the
it.
about-
We didn't add that poll for exactly.
I appreciate that, but it was like you were like, I mean, there's this one Twitter feed. Is it political polls? You guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
we'll
we
put
all
out any
know
sort
it.
of garbage.
aggregators.
Yeah, the aggregator guy.
Yeah.
And you're just sitting there, and I'll be honest, there were so many sort of what felt like manufactured polling firms with this. So I do think it's a reminder that primary electorates are very difficult to poll. Period.
Yes.
Especially primary electorates with a large chunk of African American voters, because they always get underpolled, and there's always a larger undecided at the end on that. It's just it's a regular thing, and I think a lot of younger pollsters don't realize that in the progressive.
There is actually some question marks now about polling methodology in primary polls because we have so much text to web. Is that actually leading to electorates being skewed too young?
And it's like
it's a
missing
fascinating
the older voter.
shift of the landline where the IVR used to be too many old voters. Like
is the IVR getting too many text to web over
is getting too many
states.
youngsters. IVR and landline used to get too many
it's an interesting theory.
Yeah. I mean,
I think we just gave APOR. I think we just gave the APOR conference. It's next.
An entire, maybe more than one panel.
Let's do a panel. Let's do that. Yeah.
By the way, Francesca Hong now up to 75% chance again, back to 75% chance of winning.
This is in the market.
In Poly Market.
Even though Crowley still leads in the raw vote.
Can I just, but that may be the Nathaniel Jeffrey argument, which is, big cities still coming, can I make not a defense of the polling, but I do think that, look, the race was so all over the place that basically it's a 2-week sprint to it, and people aren't paying a ton of attention. And if you were paying attention, the thing that you got was this state assemblywoman from super liberal Madison was saying, we're canceling Thanksgiving, or, we should cancel Thanksgiving. It's a uniquely bad time to poll, because I think polling is also, in addition to everything you guys just said, polling is often a lagging indicator of voter intent when there is people all of a sudden paying attention. I don't want to be in the category of I'm defending the polling in this race. I think the polling in this race has not been particularly good, in the same way the Michigan polling wasn't good. I'm just saying it's a very late breaking race with candidates people don't really know. And the candidate who was the front runner gets the worst possible press and turns it into a multiple day story in a way that could cost her. That's my only.
And there were no polls in the last week of the race at a time when the race was probably moving very quickly. And I think that is key. And I think that that's actually something that is underappreciated, is that kind of that temporal error is an underrated part of polling error, right? We talk about, polls aren't reaching the right types of voters. And that's certainly true. But if you don't the poll may very well have been correct a week ago saying that Hong was up by 15 or whatever.
Right. It's a fluid. Hey, Skelly, Kirk just signaled this in our chat. Can we just pull up for people? I want to get Nathaniel's take on this too. Can we pull up election denier Mike Lindell Thank you for
Oh,
swapping
look at
hats.
Nathaniel with the hat. He was
ready.
very
Oh,
prepared.
I thought this was going to be the hat that we were going to be using because I
looks a
thought
little bit
Minnesota
like
was going to
a-
be the race that we were going
It's
to be
like a
carrying.
young,
Yeah, and it's
yeah,
not
looks
happening.
like a young
Yeah, that
Chuck
one.
Knobloch there, Chuck, on the Twins.
I'll give you a little.
You're starting.
There's a little.
You're starting second baseman.
Oh,
Maybe a little
I'm sorry,
Kent
I'm on the-
Herbeck. I might give him a little.
Hopefully I
Kent
can actually
Herbeck.
throw the ball.
Yeah.
Mike
Oh.
Lindell. Mike Lindell
I'm
is
looking at the
going.
wrong race here. There we go.
So
I was on the second
Governor
race. No.
There he
is not in good shape, folks.
Yes, Lisa Demuth is the
lot of vote
State
left,
House
though.
Speaker. Mike Lindell is the Trump-endorsed pillow manufacturer, who, of course,
Qualls
most
is
famous
the
for
pillow
party endorsed
manufacturer.
candidate, right?
The 2020 result.
Qualls
Right,
is the
yes.
party endorsed. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's kind
And
of a
Demuth
yeah.
is sort of the normie. It's sort of the normie candidate who
It's
didn't
actually
get Trump or the
Damith.
party.
I looked this up.
Damith.
Oh, really?
He
Okay.
pronounces
I
it
apologize
Damith.
to.
Yeah.
to
No,
Ms.
it's okay.
Damith.
There's actually, I think Minnesota, they on their roster, they had an official like pronunciation guide thing. It was
Oh, that's helpful.
Man,
She's-
could
she's-
every state have that? That would
It
be
would be
great
wonderful.
for me.
Yeah.
Because I say so many
Anyway.
people's names wrong. I'm saying people's names wrong. I'm pronouncing people's names wrong. Like
Well,
Bill
she may end
Simmons.
up running the score up, especially in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area.
Right.
area,
That definitely
and that
seems to
being
be the
enough.
pattern that's emerging.
That may be enough because there are a lot of Republican votes in the burbs of MSP. So,
Just, I mean,
we'll
I
see.
assumed Lindell was going to win because Trump endorsed him. He's the best known candidate. But we had Logan Dobson on earlier from Target Victory, and he was like, can I just, as a Republican, can I celebrate my party doing the smart thing for once, as a in terms of not
Nathaniel,
nominating Mike
you know,
Lindell?
Look, if you want to write the Peter Baker narrative that Donald Trump is losing his grip in politics, you've got I know, but you've got a bunch of examples now. I mean, he's suddenly like his endorsement has kind of gotten cheapened. He kind of throws it around there willy-nilly. He's now losing a few more here and there. Oh, by the way, his approval rating continues to sink.
Totally.
Oh, by the way, it looks like Iran's trying to Jimmy Carter him. I mean, like there is this, like it is a, yes, it's Lindell and we're all looking, but it's like Darlene Graham only got 31% tonight, and the Trump endorsement ain't what it used to be.
I think what's really instructive actually about is that the article is just to be written is what is the key to winning a Republican primary if you don't get Trump's endorsement, right? What are the differentiating factors?
Like, how do you do it? Right.
I think it's that Republican primary voters are actually pretty smart and they realize when Trump is endorsing somebody just because of, relationship reasons or when they don't pick the Trump endorsed candidate, they tend to pick somebody who is still Trumpy, right? So like Darlene Graham, obviously in association with Lindsey Graham, is not, and she very well might win, but is someone who's the kind of like MAGA credentials are not rock solid. Mike Lindell, obviously his election denialism credentials are very rock solid, but he actually was accused in the final days of this race of supporting amnesty because he had a fairly relatively liberal immigration policy. And so I think that voters are like, okay, I think that maybe Trump was just, giving a shout to his buddy, but I know that the real MAGA candidate in this race is, Lisa Demuth there. So,
well, Trump has come out and said things like, "Oh, well, the real MAGA candidate won," or
He
did that last week with
with Amir. With the one with Amir Hassan,
Amir Hassan,
Smith.
district. He's like,
oh no, it was Andy Ogles.
Or no, it was Ogles. That's right, it was Ogles.
With Hatcher, he was like, oh well, I was just doing Ogles a favor, even though I knew he was going to lose. But Charlie Hatcher's great, so yeah.
Just FYI, we're back up to 3,000. We got a bunch of votes in. Or sorry, Crawley's got a lead now. Part of it is that Racine mostly reported, and he is leading there. We have more votes in there now.
Yeah.
But
I also want to report
3K. It's tight.
Alex Schur, who is Vote Beats reporter in Wisconsin, he is at the Central Count in Milwaukee. He says that they are done counting absentees. They got around 28,000 of them and hope to report them by 10:30 p.m. Central. So
okay, great.
That's 11:30 p.m. Eastern. Okay.
Hey, Nathaniel,
we'll take it. That's not bad. Anything before midnight.
I know, seriously. All right. Well, I wanted to say thank you for always spending time with us, to be totally honest, because you are,
of course, my pleasure.
Like our fave guest, or at least Chris's fave guest. I should say that. I don't want to pick for Skelly.
Insulting
I have no. I don't. I'm not going to insult the rest of our.
Hey, Kirk's in the green room being like,
you're now insulting the rest of our guests,
mate.
Kirk is enraged right now.
I will tell you this, Nathaniel. You're my favorite guest that we have on between 10:30 and 10.
Oh, classic Chuck Todd. Classic Chuck Todd, making everybody happy. All right, Nathaniel, you're the man. Vote beat.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you, brother. Go Twins.
Well, so what I wanted to do was make Kirk fired up for bringing him in. Like I wanted to prime the pump. So let's bring Kirk in, editor-in-chief of the hotline. Oh, I'm seeing, okay, by the way, I just see Lauren, our super producer, is saying his internet just went out. He doesn't have the stream and he won't be able to remove Nathaniel from the stage or bring Kirk in.
Wait, really?
So Nathaniel keeps rolling. Until Nathaniel's in, Kirk, we will get to you. Kirk, if you have time.
Just call me Grace Panetta.
Just stick. Just stick. Exactly. This is a Grace Panetta moment. I feel like this might be a Wally Pip. Rakic is just staying there. Bait him on the sidelines.
Sorry, Kirk.
Kirk, we will bring you in as soon as Lauren can reconnect the internet in California. But go ahead, keep going. I just wanted to give that update.
Yeah, I think it was those guys at the down ballot unplugged our stuff. You know,
we got a few more votes. Just FYI, we got a few more votes in from. It looks like it was Racine and then St. Croix, which I feel bad.
Lovely this time of year.
It's over in the West. Yeah, it's over in Minneapolis. It's the Minneapolis burbs. Okay, that's what I thought. All right. It is it basically Crawley is running close to even. Oh, you know what? I had it open on a different screen. There we go. And basically it's all in and he's running about even there, and that actually ended up being a good drop for Crawley. When we say drop for folks, that just means the next batch of votes that have been tabulated and added to the count. Nothing else. People sometimes,
by the way, the prediction markets now, Kalshi has Crawley at
shot
60.
back to Crawley. Yeah.
Ollie Market has Hung at 60.
Oh,
so,
interesting.
Oh, that? So there's somebody's making some.
My brain.
It's all about the trade, man. Forget anything else, right? It's all about the.
This is
arbitrage. Arbitrage.
Yeah.
I was going to say,
pounding away right now on the keyboards.
If you're in the prediction markets, this is your moment, folks.
I mean, your moment was selling like a night or two ago. That was your moment.
And you go back.
Don't be betting on live night. That's a bad.
But don't think there aren't.
That's
people,
the dumb money.
don't think there aren't people that are just trying to trade the narrative at the moment.
That's true.
Of course.
I mean, there are going to be some real day trading addicts doing that.
Well, anyway, it's about 2,700 votes now. And I was just going to say, Racine came in. You know, at this point, in terms of the votes that are outstanding, obviously Milwaukee is the big one. But actually, interestingly, we have no votes in from Winnebago, and I can't. Oh, wait, it just popped, and Hong won it big. In fact, that might have. Did I put her in the lead? No,
because like Skelly, live, just ripping.
No,
he's just ripping.
No, it turned really dark blue, and I was like, what? Oh, but there were like 500 votes. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
I thought a big drop had come in.
Was the Winnebago invented in Winnebago County? Is this a chicken and egg situation?
Is there Winnebago in Illinois as well? I believe.
So Iowa is where that used to be where those things were made. So Winnebago was a big Iowa.
So it's just a quirk.
I think so. It could be a Native American.
It's a Native American.
I think it's almost certainly a
tribe. Okay, got
it. Yeah.
So
we're gonna get roasted in the. We'll get roasted in the comments on that one.
Jeffrey and Nathaniel, can you guys just go through, explain? I think for people who are just tuning in as this is really close, explain to people, why don't you give the Crowley case to eke it out and then the Hong case to eke it out? Like, what does that look like in actual votes?
Nathaniel, you've kind of given the Hong case, so maybe I'll do the Crawley case and you can jump in and repeat a little bit of what you said earlier. Sure. But I think at this point, look, Crawley's up 3,000 votes. It is true that we know that the votes that are mostly weighting in Milwaukee County are, for the most part, absentee votes, which may actually not be as favorable for Crawley as day of votes because he wasn't a candidate for a brief period last month. And there's been a lot of just fluctuations in terms of the candidate field and what have you. But at the end of the day, I do think he's probably going to net votes out of that more likely than not. And that actually is, to be fair, I want to say it wasn't all me originally on that, because some folks in the DDHQ, their view is that he won't get as much as as you would think out of it, but he might still net out of it. And he's slightly ahead, and there's just not a lot of votes left in Madison. And so I would say, like, if you're Crawley, it's just like you might just be in a position at this point where you can hold on to the lead. Not by much, but hold on to it.
And just humor me, Nathaniel, and give viewers the Hong sort of case, because I think people look at this and are like, well, she's been behind for the last, I mean, she's basically been behind since the polls closed. She went ahead maybe briefly. People look at this and say, well, she's not going to come back. Give us the Hong case, and feel free. Skelly can obviously move around any counties you need.
I think the Hong case is that
exactly 3,000 votes right now, by the way. That's fun.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Wow. Basically, I think the Hong case is that the places that report results later in Wisconsin tend to be the bigger cities, which are probably more likely to have Hong supporters. They're probably more likely to be, well-educated, full of that kind
especially outside of Milwaukee. Definitely.
Right. Yes, exactly. If you are voting in a Democratic primary if you are like a white college educated voter voting in a Democratic primary somewhere, in maybe some of the smaller mid-sized cities in the state, you might be fairly progressive and you might support Hong. In addition, in the places like Milwaukee that report absentee ballots last, those absentee ballots were cast weeks ago at a time when Francesca Hong was doing quite well, and probably those batches are going to be better for Hong. There might be very few Crowley voters because he was not an active candidate for a bit of the time in the race. He had dropped out of the race and then kind of jumped back in after Sarah Rodriguez dropped out, and Governor Evers basically recruited him to come back to save the establishments from themselves. So I think that is the case, but honestly, it could really, I could very much go either way. And I'm looking at some of these rural counties too. And especially up there in the North,
this is Hong interesting. Counties. That's probably going to go for Hong by,
I was just going to say, in some of these rural counties, the progressive vote is
200, 300, 400 votes.
Not a lot of
that
votes,
can make a difference, right?
I mean, you can do that. Keep doing that, it can add up. That's the thing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not sure to be
clear, this is actually
who Bayfield County is going to vote for.
Right.
No. Bayfield and Douglas are sort of the two labor blue, old northern. These are blue on election night on general elections, and they're the only remaining ones of what used to be a much more democratic. This is how Dave Obey held a congressional seat for decades. Is that this area used to be more democratic, but now really the only areas that still are the communities right along the lakes in Bayfield and
they all used to be factory towns, and they were big union towns.
They were very industrial,
and
very industrial.
And you just cranked out the vote, and
that's how Democrats voter.
Yeah,
I know, that's what I'm wondering.
No, the remaining they're all Trump voters now.
They're all Trump voters now. So the remaining
voters
union
are
whoever's left.
They're super progressive.
Yeah, or at least more so on average. Yeah.
But I wonder if Hong, Nathaniel, Abdul El Sayed, Michigan has a lot of they're not large college towns, but they're not small either, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were all over the map. I mean, it's like half the Mid-American Conference, right? Has teams in Michigan, and he won all those towns,
Central, Western,
wherever he did, wherever you saw, he overperformed in those counties. There isn't a lot of extra little college towns in these rural counties for Hong to take advantage of there, right?
That's true. And a lot of those, Hong pockets of support in what looks like rural Wisconsin are college towns. So La Crosse,
Wisconsin, Stevens Point, and Whitewater, and
Yeah, and then you have Menominee, which is a Native American reservation. So there is kind of a method to the madness here.
Yeah, not a lot of primary votes in Menominee. I mean, there are not a lot of votes there to begin with, but to your point.
But it is not.
But it sounds like Milwaukee's the ball game here, right? Which is,
I think,
how much did Hong, how much vote did she bank during the Crawley dropout, right? That's basically what we're all.
I mean, so far progressives haven't done as well in absentee mail voting in these contests as the sort of more establishment type candidates, and so that would maybe be another point in Crawley's favor as we try to figure it out.
Well,
but again, the candidate field fluctuations here and other things make that a little more uncertain.
Update from Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Lauren is back online.
All right.
And we can,
Welcome
I think,
back,
bring Kirk in. And Nathaniel's going to stick with us for a little while. But Nathaniel, I promise we will not keep you. This is not a Grace Panetta situation. We will not keep you here. Skelly may want to stay up all night. Chris Saliza is about a midnight kind of guy on the East Coast. So we'll see how it goes.
I'm feeling pretty bullish. We got that report from Nathaniel about absentee votes in Milwaukee.
11:30.
11:30.
We're keeping an eye on 11:30 absentee from Milwaukee. Kurt Beto,
first of all,
editor-in-chief of the hotline.
A big kudos to the state of Wisconsin for counting a lot faster than the state of Michigan.
It's true.
As y'all's second favorite guest, I just want to
well,
say,
no, again, just to be clear, Kurt. Number one, that was only me. Number two, I was simply motivating you. I will say, John Reese, who is executive producing this show, can tell you all good executive producers, before you go on, they try to pump up the guest. That's what I was doing, right, Chuck?
They nag you. They try to make you feel,
I don't need a clever over here, guys. I'm ready to go.
Kurt,
it's like
what
MJ,
I know you've been listening. So Jeffrey and Nathaniel were just making the case, the Crowley Hong case. Who would you rather be right now?
I would still rather be Francesca Hahn right now. I think there's just more outstanding ballots to be counted, breaking her way, especially like Nathaniel expertly said about those early votes that are all going to get dropped in batches. I mean, this primary was an absolute mess. If you look at where it was 3-4 weeks ago, where Sarah Rodriguez was supposed to be the moderate front runner before her campaign found out we don't have any money at all and she dropped out, and then David Crowley jumped back in. Oh wait, and then Mandela Barnes dropped out because it turns out that he's flirting with a lot flirting is a strong word, with a lot of Democratic women there.
There was a Milwaukee Journal Sentinel piece about Mandela Barnes.
Man, that is like
personal life.
That just never.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
He quit before it went nuclear.
Correct. He apparently dropped out right when the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel was asking questions about it.
Yes.
So instead of
they sent him questions and he dropped out.
Here's the question I have: how did we go that long without that story popping for as long as it? Given how long he's been in Wisconsin politics,
he's been around forever, right?
This wasn't something that just started happening, right?
I think that's a great question. I think maybe the inciting incident that at least bubbled it up out of rumors or stories you would hear in Milwaukee bars, which I'm told there's a few of those in Milwaukee, was that review in 2025 that the state party actually commissioned, that the Milwaukee Journal mentioned about Mandela Barnes' relationship with some of these younger Democratic women. So I think maybe they needed to get wind of official action getting taken before acting on it. But you're absolutely right, and I think it speaks more. It's kind of similar to how it is in Capitol Hill too, that there's a lot of rumors about stuff going on, but until there's official action going on, reporters are a little reluctant to put their pen to paper and put their byline on the line for something that they heard and tune in.
Guys,
hey, by the way, guys, we called the Minnesota race.
I have a projection. Yes. Yeah. I'm sorry, Lauren, if we didn't have the thing ready, but
Nathaniel, how many hats do you have?
I have probably many hats.
Lisa Demuth.
Interesting.
It's Demuth is how it's pronounced. Lisa Demuth. We've projected will win the Republican primary for governor in Minnesota. So we won't have Mike Lindell to kick around anymore. He'll just have to go back to Lindell TV. He's there, I think, anyway. In fact, my understanding is it was almost operating as a 24/7 advertisement for his campaign.
Interesting. I'm sure that was totally above
dozens of viewers.
Local campaign finance laws.
Yes.
Yeah.
The pillow fight is off here. Another kind of black mark on Trump's gubernatorial endorsements.
Well, we were talking about this.
He's been struggling. Governors is the place where he's had the most trouble.
It's funny. It's when historians look back.
1,000 votes in Wisconsin.
They're going to sit here and be able to say, well, it certainly looked like Trump was losing grip on his party. I mean, he lost more primaries in 26 than he did in 24 or 22 or 18. And that is true. I mean, granted, he's making sloppier picks. It's kind of like some of these are just sort of favors for those that bought his crazy with the 2020. But, look, I think I don't think it's an insignificant data point that we're seeing here right now, that the grip is slowly loosening. That's all. And you can just start to feel it, I think. No, don't you think, Kirk?
No, I absolutely think that. And I think tonight's results going down a little bit further south to South Carolina, where Darlene Graham didn't necessarily put on a super strong performance here. I think we might be potentially in a situation where it's a Pam Yvette situation where she underperforms in the regular primary, doesn't clear it off the jump, but then Trump, sensing the momentum shifting, splits his endorsement. Now, it would be a big ask for Trump to endorse Ralph Norman, who endorsed Nikki Haley in 2024. I believe Nathaniel and Jeffrey, you guys are tracking this at 538, but I think he was one of the first elected officials to endorse Nikki Haley. And that will be a big ask of Trump if he wants to switch his endorsement there. But I think that we are firmly on the table for that right now.
Can we quickly, I'm seeing this in our Slack channel. Can we quickly look at Brown County and Green Bay? Because I believe we were talking about it earlier.
This is where Hong gained, she won a new set of votes were added to the count that she won by about 10 points out of Brown. And so you're probably talking about a Green Bay area drop in terms of the votes that came through. I will note that, and I should say it was also significant because it was 18,000 votes being added to the tabulation that she was winning by 10 percentage points. Crowley, by the way, has won a few more drops since then, but the biggest one had 800 votes in it. So, if you're winning an 18, we're adding 18,000 votes to the tabulation, and Brown County's now done basically, according to our estimates. So that's.
But look at Milwaukee versus Madison. Look at the remaining vote in Milwaukee.
Oh, it's still 33. It's still 33, and we're almost out in Madison. But it may also be like Isthmus Madison. This might be Hong winning by 40, kind of, or 50-point drop.
Sure.
And that's that might put her into the lead.
Right. Look, you just look here. There's just if he's winning Milwaukee by less than she's winning than Dane. So
yes, but he's also ended up winning. He's actually ended up winning the WOW counties by 2, 3, 5, 8. He won the WOW counties, and that's
something that's something that Abby Turner, our governor's reporter, was going to be watching really closely tonight. Was those WOW counties there? Formerly more traditional Republican strongholds there that have gotten much more competitive since Trump. And Crawley is just running up the score there. And I think even if Hong pulls this out, that is a big warning sign for her that those moderate Democratic or Democratic leaning voters there are so skeptical of her. That's a big old red flag and something that Tom Tiffany can really take to the bank come November.
Yep. Well, and the other thing too is it's like you look at some of these counties that
we're down to like 700 votes.
Right. I was just going to say, you look at these counties and you're like, oh, well, Hong only won Brown 40, 42, 30, whatever. And it's like, well, when you're only ahead by 600 votes, 42, 36 is actually a meaningful number in a decent county, right? Because there's just not that many votes between the two of them.
Right.
All right, Nathaniel, you're the man. We'll let you go. Kirk, stick for a minute, and let's bring in who very patiently waiting because we did have an internet explosion. Nicholas Anastasio from National Journal and the Hotline. Hey, man, how are you?
This is. Hello.
This is great, Nicholas. Hello, we're having our editorial meeting here tonight.
I was just going to say, you guys are going to get some work done here while we facilitate this conversation.
We're going to get wake up call written right here.
Yeah, definitely can't. As much as I would want to pull the midnight clock, I don't think Kirk will let me.
We'll promise not to let the internet crash us. Crash us right now. Well. Look, is the story already that, hey, there's, once again, there's this wall that progressives can't break through when it comes to African-American voters and suburban voters, right? It is we see it again, right? The same wall that Abdul El-Sayed almost saw stop him, no matter what, we see it's a pretty rigid divide here, isn't it?
I just think when it comes to some of these primary, I think it comes down to how progressives are building up these coalitions. I think, if you're Abdul Syed, like you were based out of Wayne County, you were working out of there. And I think with Stephen, she was just able to lock up those connections very early on. Yes, I think that there is this gravitation towards candidates that not only maybe are more moderate on policies, but I think are seen as better and more electable. I think that there is this respect for candidates that can get over that hump. And I think that's why there was a lot of that discussion in the 2008 presidential primaries, where until then Senator Barack Obama had like won Iowa, that was at least a test amongst Black voters to then trust that he could potentially win a general election, that he could perform outside of the areas where he generally might be well in, given that he was representing Illinois. When it comes to some of these progressive candidates, I think it's how they're building those connections and whether they're actually meeting with community members, whether they're actually building that sort of ground game. I think that there isn't any doubt that young voters were energized by Francesca Hong's campaign. I think the bigger question was she just maybe not recognizing the other fundamentals to pay attention to in this campaign? Because ultimately, David Crowley, like in a situation like this, shouldn't be able to, I think, overtake this. Obviously, Hong has her vulnerabilities, but I mean, Crowley.
But you just hit on it. Like, how did it get this? Like, this was Hong's race to lose, and she's either going to barely hang on or she's going to have lost it.
I think the biggest thing that I think has been said is just that Hong, I think, has just been building up her lead. I don't know if it's maybe Hong was always just going to have a ceiling in this race, where a lot of things happened in this primary for sure. A lot of candidates dropped out. Crowley got back in. But a lot went right for Crowley, and I think Hong wasn't taking as many hits until the end of this race, and she wasn't able to respond back. I mean, there's a lot to be said that advertising was not a priority for this campaign. She did not take that seriously. Ground game, obviously, that was something that was talked enough about, but you can't discount the importance of getting your message out there to voters who maybe aren't seeing you on the ground, especially in rural counties where sometimes that broadcast ad is someone's introduction to you as a candidate. And also, I think recognizing what little connection she really had in this race and how she just, I think, benefited from the fracturing of this field. If anything, many of the other candidates were taking a lot more of the hits, and she just kind of went through unscathed. And ultimately, I think the electability arguments were hurting her a lot more than other progressive candidates.
Hey, Jeffrey, let's we've been having and Nicholas, you have no reason to know this, but we've been having a conversation I've seen that in the boiler room in our Slack here. We talked about one set of recount rule. There is another recount rule that gets triggered here if it's
and we're in that territory
so close, and we're in that territory. Explain.
Yeah, so Nathaniel Rakic mentioned this earlier, Kirk in the chat mentioned this earlier, that basically
I was lurking.
If it's under a point,
yeah.
If it's under a point, the candidate can request a percentage point margin. But if it's under 0.25, apparently the state will pay. And we are currently, we are inside of that, 0.2 of a point. And
well, I mean, we're like, what, a little bit over 100, 130 right now? That's nuts.
Oh, right now?
No,
well, actually, it's 1,000.
Oh, sorry,
it's 1,027 votes right now. Yes, it is extremely, I mean, and that it was closer than that a minute ago. So I've been following the drops just because every little bit matters. It's like Washington, one of the wild counties. Crowley got like the last batch of votes that came in there. Not a lot of votes here, but he netted 80 out of it.
I know everything moves.
Because he won it by 10.
Everything matters.
Like, dear Lord, everything matters when it's this close. In case you think.
I mean, by the way, if this is not a reminder that it's really two parties in one right now, right? Like,
yes,
I've always believed this. Both parties are two parties.
See, Hong just won a huge thing in Marinette County, which, like, where is that? She won it by like 40 points, which may have just been a really big. I mean, it was 800 votes, but it adds up. Top right. Thank you. Duh. It's the one she's leading in. Yeah, not a lot of votes there. And but you win it by a few hundred votes, and then suddenly statewide, she's still down, and we've gotten more. We're getting these just little drops kind of constantly from different localities, and I'm just kind of watching them all to see if we get another one that's Brown-esque. But at this point, actually, maybe it's just worth talking about what is left. So Winnebago is maybe the big.
That's the big one left. That's the most votes, not in Milwaukee.
What am I missing?
Right?
I'm missing it. There we go. Winnebago, that's the most outside of Milwaukee. It probably favors Hong, but I can't tell you how much. It's that, and it might be very marginal. Of course, marginal could matter in this race. But outside of that, then there's 8,500 in Dane, and obviously that's good for Hong. 6,400 in Sheboygan, and then it gets a little bit.
In fairness to all of this, we don't know which precincts within the counties are the ones, right? So it's like you can have an area you can have a Hong County where Crawley wins the last drop, and that
because maybe Crawley does best in this particular area,
and vice versa, right? Where because you'd think on paper Milwaukee, what's the fact that there's so much left in Milwaukee that should be enough for Crawley, but if the absentee vote is the last thing that comes, and it's these early absentees that Hong got to bank that vote, right? Then we're in a different situation with Milwaukee.
Hey, just to bring this up for a second for you, Chuck, you mentioned this earlier, but let's see if I can get it to pop up on here. But is that delayed? Maybe that's delayed. Let me do the last 6 hours. There we go. Look at the last 6 hours on the
market.
time series.
Yeah.
It's just bouncing all over the place. I mean, we're talking like this is minute by minute. By the way,
somebody's trying to make money on the in between there.
It's not even hopium. It's not copium. It's just dopium.
Yeah. There you go. You get the QOD. Who says put that in wake up call in the morning, right? Make that the kicker there. Let me can we go over to Minnesota Senate? I mean, it's not as close as this one, but we haven't called it yet. We are waiting a little bit more from the Twin Cities, Hennepin and Ramsey, just before we feel comfortable calling it.
Yeah, we have nothing from
nothing out of Hennepin. Yeah.
So, but yes, Peggy Flanagan's up by not quite 11 percentage points. I think you'd obviously much rather be her. I'll tell you I don't know how much we were able to really talk about it because I jumped off for a minute, but we got a bunch of vote in from Dakota County.
We talked about that a little bit.
We talked about it. And that was like a real blaring warning sign. And so,
for Angie Craig.
For Angie Craig, because she reps that area. But obviously Flanagan, at this point, the moment we get some vote out of Minneapolis, I would think that it's probably good for Flanagan.
It's interesting. This one sort of played to type, Nicholas and Kirk. I mean, it's sort of Flanagan's been kind of ahead the whole time, and this is kind of what I expected. And the only reason it feels weird to say that because of what we've seen in both Minnesota and both Michigan and Wisconsin. So, that you don't want to assume anything here, but this sort of played to the narrative that developed over the last 4 months in this race.
Oh yeah. And I mean, my argument is that if we're going to evaluate progressive candidates, like I think Peggy Flanagan is the type of progressive candidate you want because she's actually connected to many of the party members already. She already had a lot of connections as lieutenant governor. Obviously, there was that publicly discussed rift between her and Governor Tim Walz, but that didn't stop her from, I think, getting those connections. She has the Minnesota Democratic Farmer Labor Party's endorsement in this race. Ultimately, this compared to a lot of other primaries where I think we saw a lot of the state party establishment as well as national leaders come in for the more moderate candidate. Craig was, I think, just getting really only the national support. She obviously was getting support from local leaders, but in places like Minneapolis and St. Paul, which obviously we're waiting on Minneapolis and St. Paul, we're still waiting on votes from there. Those are places that can kind of chew gum and walk at the same time. They can elect leaders that are perceived as more moderate, but still maybe have that more liberal twang in how they approach policy.
Well, and I think I think the ICE issue is just more acute in Hennepin County.
Oh, for sure, for
Yeah.
sure. And I also think ultimately the Congresswoman, yes, there was a lot of outside money that came in for Craig's behalf, but her argument, I think, was very difficult in a place like Minnesota compared to other states where she was making that electability argument. And, Democratic strategists that I've talked to just do not see that. They just don't see a difference between Craig and Flanagan the same way. They acknowledge that Flanagan's is going to face a lot of attacks from Tafoya on the state social services fraud scandal that emerged last year. But a lot's happened in Minnesota politics. Operation Metro Search happened after that scandal, and it really just clouded how much that was actually going to do ahead of the election. But
Walz getting out. Look, this is a different primary if Walz is running for re-election.
Yes,
100%.
This could very well be a different primary. Yeah,
100%.
Yep.
Amy Klobuchar challenging Tim Walz. That's the race we should have had.
I would have been locked into that. I mean, I don't think you can overstate, to Nicholas's point, the impact of Walz getting off this ticket and how fed up and tired Minnesota voters are after Operation Metro Surge. And I think that was the dividing line in this primary here. Angie Craig has a voting record that did not help her. She voted for the Lincoln Riley Act. And that was a huge part of the tip of Peggy Flanagan's spear against her. And Democrat voters wanted to fight her. They wanted someone who wasn't kowtowing to Trump, and they're probably going to get that in Peggy Flanagan.
Kirk, we sort of created our own little narrative here at the start of this broadcast about, this race wasn't nasty, and it could have been, right? Craig pulled a punch or two. She could have hit Flanagan harder on Walz. She chose not to. Flanagan could have gone national, and she chose not to. It was almost like neither one of them went as hard at each other as they could have. And look, my thesis was losers still may get a Senate seat here. And almost wondering I don't want to say it was a detente, but it was almost like the behavior you normally see in ranked choice voting elections.
Nicholas said this in our lead preview of this race, that it's been the Minnesota not so nice primary so far, but that's not by Minnesota. That's by Minnesota standards here. You're right that it has been not as personal as we've seen other primaries where it's just a knife fight. Well, in Michigan especially. But I do think you're right, Chuck, that when the dust finally settles here, Amy Klobuchar is going to get to appoint her replacement, and there might have been some sort of wink, wink, nudge, nudge here toward whoever came through here, that as long as everybody was rowing in the same direction, you'll get taken care of. So I would not be surprised to see Senator Peggy Flanagan and Senator Angie Craig take the oath of office come January.
I buy that too. And Michelle Tafoya will be able to say she ran against both of them.
Correct. That's exactly right.
All right, Kirk, Nicholas, you guys got to be up early. We'll let you go. Thank you.
You got to do the wake up call.
I can stay.
Nicholas. I've seen Nicholas on our document to put wake up call together at 1-2 in the morning. So if you need someone to be the Grace Panetta of tonight, Nicholas is ready, willing, and able.
All right. Well,
for
Nicholas,
some reason, Milwaukee County,
we will call you back if we need you. Thank you for your service. Take care.
Thank you for your
gentlemen.
service.
Thanks, guys.
All right, y'all.
Thanks so much.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, I've been sitting.
I love
over
that.
here
I love people.
Now let's bring it home. Look, I wanted to wrap up Minnesota, where I know we haven't called it yet, but look, I think we know the direction of where that's headed. Since we've been hanging out in Minnesota, the dribbles just keep coming in, and it's like Crowley just stubbornly keeps his lead. You know, it gets a little closer, and then he just keeps adding. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's about to be back to about 1,000 after a drop that just happened, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, there we go. The broadcast view updates like a second slower than the background. So, just looking at what's behind some of this, I mean, it's just Hong
drips and drabs.
Hong just won. I mean, she just won a little bit of area around. It's one of the counties near Madison, Rock County. In that vicinity, you know, where you'd expect her to maybe do a little bit better. But it is totally dribs and drabs, and it's pretty wild.
Yeah. I mean, there's no projection. Let's not pretend we're going to be projecting anything. This is wait till all the ballots are. We need to know the total number.
When I was when I was off, I was tucking my younger son into bed. Did you guys go through if it's less than 1%?
Yeah, it's
recount,
20.
It's
0.25.
0.25 the state pays.
Yeah.
Right. I just want to make sure, because I do think that's an interesting, because I shouldn't say my guess, but either way kind of feels like there will certainly be calls for a recount. And Kirk Beto mentioned that they've got a 3-day window once the count ends where you can call for it. So, but Chuck, I think we shouldn't lose track of the fact that, look, Francesca Hong going into today, the expectation, polls close at 9:10, maybe you get a call. The fact that we are where we are is a reminder that polling is a very imperfect science. The conventional wisdom is often wrong. I mean, there's a lot going on here. Even if she does wind up coming back to very narrowly take the lead, it's a pretty remarkable campaign regardless.
I think it is. And I think, look, it's the same story though, again, right? Progressives can't do well with African-American voters, right? This is, regardless of whether she wins or loses tonight, she's got a huge Milwaukee problem, right? Just like Abdul El-Sayed is going to need a lot of Obama help. He's not going to need a little Obama help. He's going to need a lot of Obama help. And this is, I think, extraordinarily instructive for what the 2028 primary season is going to be about, and a primary calendar that the Democrats developed that over-indexes and makes sure that it's African-American voters have a lion's share of this conversation, whether it's in South Carolina, Virginia, and you could argue by putting Michigan in the early. You're going to have so this, the progressive dream here of taking over the party continues to hit this wall with another part of the electorate.
And let me go ahead, Jeffrey.
I was just going to say, we did get a few more votes out of Milwaukee, and Hong actually led very narrowly. It was like 9,000 votes, and she led very narrowly. Crawley still leads, but I mean, it's 1,300 votes right now. I mean, this is so close. And there's still 8,500 votes in Madison or Dane County. And our team notes that you saw in that Rock County drop that I talked about for folks at home. Rock County is right here along the border with
the border.
Illinois. Essentially there was like 36% of the vote in those absentees went to Mandela Barnes and Sarah Rodriguez. So if you're talking about
who are not running,
who are no longer in the race. So if you're talking like a third of the vote going to those two candidates, I mean, maybe Crawley's not in a position to get as much out of Milwaukee. And so that leaves the door open, a little more open for Hong to overtake him as we get sort of these final votes from Dane and elsewhere. Anyway, this kind of situation is really fun to watch, but it is highly unpredictable. So I don't want to tell anyone one thing is going to happen or the other.
And Skelly, is it still the case? I just want to make sure, just reset because we are getting it. I will just tell people we're getting a ton more people coming in to the live stream. Is it still the case there is still more vote uncounted in Milwaukee than in Dane?
Yes,
in Madison.
There are about 24,000 votes in Milwaukee County.
Wait, go back to that real quick. Yeah, just linger on that for 1 sec. I just want people to be able to see it. Okay, so there's 24,000 votes remaining there. Got it.
And this includes this but I want to explain this absentee situation because we learned this from Nathaniel Rakich, which is this includes, we learned in these that Milwaukee's the absentee vote. Do we have an estimate of how many people voted early in this first round of it? Do we know how many voted early?
Sorry. Which part of it are you? That voted for
that super early drop of people that voted absentee like 10 days ago. That is going to be among the last votes counted.
Right, and there could be like 30% of the vote going to candidates who are no longer running.
Like
which would in theory potentially hurt Crowley, right?
Because I would think that would probably help Hong more.
That would be vote for him.
But the question is a lot of that absentee vote having come in over the last is it some of it is earlier, but then some of it was from 5 days ago. So that would be
it's
better.
very
for
hard
Crowley,
for us to
presumably.
have insight into that. But I will say Nathaniel Rakic of VoteBeat did say their reporter on the ground in Milwaukee said 11:30 Eastern is the expectation that there would be a big absentee drop.
Final
Is that
batch.
correct?
The final batch of absentee would drop.
Basically,
then.
I think a lot of that 24,000 would be reported at that point, essentially.
By that
so
point.
We're,
And
that
then
is-
we're
that is
about
a
15
huge-
all election
That's a
ish from
huge
that.
marker that we're waiting on. Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So,
And,
okay.
hey,
So
let's
just to note,
go.
you know, like 7 minutes ago, we got like that latest chunk from Milwaukee County. There were 9,800 votes in it. Hong won about 38% of them. Crawley won 32% of them. Now I don't know if they were absentee exactly or what, but just looking at that, it was like, let's see, Rodriguez and Barnes got like 13% of the votes in that batch. And so, this is how it's like Hong could win small. I mean, she got like a 600 net vote gain out of that. And it's like, is there a world where, I mean, she's almost running even now with Crawley and Milwaukee County. Is there a world where Hong actually loses this while narrowly carrying both the two strongest Democrats?
Look at Abdul Al Sayed. The fact that he carried
True.
Michigan and he lost the three most.
Lost
in
the
theory,
three.
lost the three most important.
He ran
counties
them very
Democrats
close, and
were
that's
supposed to
how
win.
he managed to do it. Yep.
It's remarkable though.
Fascinating. Yep. Still just.
But it's not like she,
every little bit.
Well, the other thing though is we talk about Milwaukee as if it's Crawley territory and Hong as if it's Madison. She's only winning Dane County by 8 points. It's not like she's winning it by 30.
And he's winning Milwaukee by
like 2.
Barely anything.
So basically what is probably happening here is
this
Crawley
really is an ideological divide in the party.
Well, Crawley is probably winning much of the city of Milwaukee, especially this part in the northern part, which is much more heavily African American. Then you have sort of the waterfront and southern part, which is like probably a lot more white and progressive. And then you have the rest of Milwaukee County that is outside of the city. Some parts of that are pretty white, but have become very progressive and Democratic leaning. So, it's probably, this is exactly the kind of race where you want that precinct map, or at the very least, the municipality map telling you this, the story of what's happening on a more, a granular level.
Hey, Skelly, while we're waiting, I know you guys did this, but I just want to update people. Can you go to the Minnesota Democratic Senate primary one more time? I just see in our Slack channel, I just want to update people on it. What we're
are we still waiting for Hennepin? It was 0.
So
before.
it says here's
Still
DDHQ projection boiler room.
Math.
We are near potential call for Flanagan is coming, but they are waiting on any drop from Hennepin or another big drop from an urban area that increases her lead would basically put it out of reach. So if you are wondering why is it not called, that is why. Feel free to go back.
I'm sorry. I don't think you're ever going to see anybody call a race when you don't have literally the largest county reporting any votes in, right? I mean,
yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day, like 218,000 votes remaining in Hennepin out of, oh wait, that's more than half the votes remaining in the entire state.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So yeah, this is obviously like the epicenter of Democratic politics in the state. Like St. Paul is in Ramsey County, which has a lot of votes, but it doesn't have as many votes as Minneapolis and the rest of Hennepin. So yeah, that's that.
Yeah. Anyway, just
the
for
moment
people
we
who are
get
wondering,
anything from there,
right where we are.
Yeah.
And then Skelly,
assuming Angie Craig isn't winning it by 15 or something, well,
Lauren brings up something that I think is fair, and we talked about it earlier, and we should talk about it again, which is, it's funny. Could polling methodology? I love this theory that polling methodology, with the transition away from, obviously there's no landline polling. There's been cell phone. There's been a shift. A lot of pollsters using text to web. Is it possible that text to web is skewing? That frankly it's just over indexing on younger voters, which is why these polls have shown a stronger progressive performance. And is this something we ought to look out for as a blue mirage come November?
Yeah. So I think it would be less of a problem in November. I say that because look, primary electorates are smaller. And I think because primary electorates also tend to usually be like particularly old, that maybe that this is a situation where if that is the more, becoming more and more common, that it is a danger that you could overstate youth participation. And when you have in these races, that being an actual dividing line where age, is a real predictor of voting intent, that's where I think the problem comes in. I'm less worried about it for a general election. I think, the research on like text to web, an APORC conference panel, I've attended before where they're feeling good about that. That gets improving response rates among young people for the general electorate in a way where they are undercounted. And that, at the end of the day, it's maybe not as much a risk for the general election, but because primary electorates are smaller, and there is this age dividing line, if you were
you only need a small error to create a massive.
It's also potentially like in both the cases we're talking about here with Michigan Senate race and now Wisconsin's governor race, these are both open primary states. There's no party registration. That is also an extra challenge for modeling what a primary electorate will look like. And it also does leave open the possibility that some independents participated who might not normally vote in primaries. And of course that some Republicans might have participated. I will note though,
by the way, you'll appreciate this. I got a question from my viewers in my mailbag a couple days ago. Do I think Republicans would intentionally get involved in the Democratic primary to help Hong? And
you mean actual voting? Like voting
remember Rush Limbaugh famously Operation Chaos, I think it was in 2008 when he was trying to, the fact of the matter is, as I said, my old man was one of those voters. He was a very strategic voter. Because it was in Florida, he was a conservative, but you had to be a registered Democrat if you wanted to vote in local elections. So he was one of those types of voters. But the point is that most voters don't do this. Like most,
they're not strategic voters.
They don't even do it in the District of Columbia.
Well, they might be strategic voters within their own party,
here.
but they're not
strategic voters within their own
party.
Right.
They're not crossing over to vote in the other party's primary, generally speaking. Now, because of how much attention these two races have gotten, it is possible that there is a bit more of that than you usually see. But I was looking at some numbers.
Well, a race this close, 1% of voters behaving this way, right?
And Francesca Hong has been all over Fox News. I mean, literally wall to wall Fox News.
Well, what's interesting is that
cancel Thanksgiving.
What's interesting is that I wouldn't necessarily bet on those voters having voted for Hong. Like there are definitely would be some
vote for Crowley.
But they have to be the most intense partisans and hyper fixated in a way where a lot of people might have been like, man, Hong sounds like too much for me. I could vote. I mean, Tiffany's basically unopposed. I could vote in the Democratic primary and vote for Crowley and stop Hong. That's the thing is that,
that
is actually more like, and look,
you don't know how people think it through.
Look at the old, this is Wow County is like the standard old Republican Party, and Crawley's winning. Crawley's winning all of them by 8 to 12 points, and I don't think that's a coincidence. Not that necessarily all those votes are Republicans, but that you get a few Republican voters casting ballots in that. And again, I want to make it clear it's not a huge percentage because there's not a lot of crossover behavior. But if there's a little bit more than usual, in a
really close election, you don't need a lot of crossover behavior. I mean, that's the thing. Hey, Skelly, did you see the Drew McCoy update? Milwaukee absentee. 16,000 votes expected
from
inside
the city.
In the city. Milwaukee. Last to drop, usually. Best guess is 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. to get this drop. So, folks, it may be a very late night before we know. I mean, depending on how close it is, right? I mean, he does. Chuck makes the point. Like, look, he is not ahead by a lot, but he has been ahead consistently now from looking at my watch, several hours at a minimum.
Well, we do have a projection in Minnesota because a bunch of votes came in from Hennepin, and Flanagan won them. And so Peggy Flanagan has will defeat Angie Craig. Currently, she's leading by about 19 percentage points. That Hennepin vote that came in, basically all of Hennepin's vote came in, and she won it by 28 points. So I would say that was icing on the cake.
Yeah.
Is that she was already winning
Democratic primary?
Yeah.
Hey, by the way,
points in Hennepin is probably a good way to win a Democratic primary in Minnesota.
Hey, just another look. It was an ideological fight. Flanagan was clearly the more liberal candidate. Craig the more moderate. But also, look, Chuck, you've been identifying this for a very long time. Having rep in front of your name which was once a incredibly valuable thing. Less so. I know Peggy Flanagan is lieutenant governor. I know that, but I'm just saying, I think there's more dislike focused in Washington. Oh, go ahead, Skelly.
We got more vote in from Dane, and it was good for Hong, and it is now it's like a 400. It's under 500 votes right now.
Wow.
So yeah, this is. I mean,
it's almost certainly going to go to a recount.
To put this in perspective, Elsa had won by about 1%, about 1 percentage point. We're talking about a tenth of a percentage. I mean, this is 10 times closer. Right?
7.
It would qualify for a state recount. Yeah.
This is absolutely
7. Yeah.
Yeah. This is absolutely
1/100th. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
So,
a tenth of 1%. We're at 1.
And just to keep an eye on it, let's see. It is possible actually that Crowley's still leading. I'm just keeping an eye on it because we're so close now that this is just it's crazy.
I mean, when it's this close, it's kind of hard. I always say when it's this close, it's kind of hard to analyze because it's like, I mean, it's like, it's like,
yeah,
a gain of 100 votes is a massive gain. I mean,
look, the big thing is there's a lot. The biggest chunk of vote is what's left in Milwaukee. And the question is how many, what we estimate, looks like we estimate that there's another
24,000 roughly.
Is that what 24,000 votes total, we think?
In Milwaukee. Oh, you mean votes in the whole state?
Just in Milwaukee. No, Milwaukee.
But Milwaukee County, like around 24,000, and we know that 2/3 of those basically are in the city of Milwaukee, which is probably good for Crowley, but
probably
not absolutely.
But who the hell knows?
That's the thing, is that also a lot of those votes there might have gone to Sarah Rodriguez or Mandela Barnes down here. So that whoopsie daisy, sorry, zoomed in a little too far there. This is a very unpredictable situation. I see some folks in the chat talking about how I guess it's the AP's count may have Hong taking the lead, but their count is, I mean, we're all counting the same votes here, but not necessarily all at precisely the same time.
In the same time.
We ride with DDHQ's counts.
So just because one count, anyway, we're obviously counting the same
370 votes right now separate.
Yeah, but it's super close. I mean, it's outrageously close. This is crazy.
It's up, went over 500 votes now. Watch out.
Oh yeah. Yep.
I'm just hey Skelly, can you do me a favor? Can you just click on Dane again? I just want to see how much is
looks like Dane's done.
Is it fully done, or
we don't know, but it looked
quite.
It could be
not quite. There's 95. A couple foul-ish left, based on our estimate. And again, with the estimates, it's like we're getting the final counts. I mean, that's how we got that number for the city of Milwaukee, is we saw their report saying we have 16,000 votes that we're processing. And so, we have estimates. Sometimes those estimates become more exact as we get new numbers and information from different counties or different city clerks. And especially, again, because Wisconsin is municipality based, as Nathaniel was talking about earlier.
Right.
There are a lot of municipalities.
Well, and don't forget, the most famous mistake of a municipality just transposing a number caused Florida to be called and not called in 2000. I mean, if there's a typo, if somebody transposes a number, we're in that territory now.
Yep. By the way, need we remind people when they say my vote doesn't count? This is a great moment to say yes. In fact, your vote does.
Your vote absolutely counts. And
when you're dealing with how many votes have been cast total, Skelly?
So Skelly, we got 3 counties over here in the Twin Cities market that have 0 in it. And the question, are these counties that have that much vote? We got Pierce.
No, there are definitely votes there. Our
estimate
be good for
total. Total it's 7,000 votes.
There's 1,800, about 6,000 votes.
Okay, total. Yeah.
So I mean, if Hong or Crowley were Hong, for what it's worth, has won the counties next door. But how much of that is sort of Eau Claire, which she did particularly well in, as you can see, It's difficult to say because what if it looks more like Tripolo, which is Crowley? I mean, not a lot of votes there, but Crowley won it. Yeah, but we're at the point where if it's 400 this way or 400 that way net, it might matter a great deal,
right?
Which is wild.
And hey, Skelly, can you take us inside? Like, look, DDHQ does two things really, really well: count votes and project winners. Can you take us inside? Like, when it is this close, I have to assume that the projecting of a winner becomes very, very, very difficult, right? Like, is this a race that you would guess just doesn't get called and there's a recount before, you can say David Crowley is ahead with this much, but there isn't like a AP decision desk HQ.
Well, and I'll give you the example you're looking for. So Jeff, Skelly at NBC, when we'd be in a situation like this, we just simply say, we'd call somebody the apparent winner.
Right.
And we use the words apparent was our code for, look, it's so close. We don't think there's any vote left, but we can't tell you that there might not be some missing absentee drop, a precinct here or there, or it may end up in recount. We use the wording apparent. How does DDHQ handle a situation like this?
Well, we don't project until we're confident that someone has won. And so in this situation, given how close it is, if the margin is anything like this at the end, we may not have projected. We may not project because it's like it's inside of recount territory. So if one of the candidates gets a little bit ahead and we feel like there's not a path for the other candidate to catch up based on the ever shrinking number of votes left, then in that case, yes, we would be, I guess, in a position to project. But the way things are going on, that's yeah. Oh, just to point earlier about the the vote counts and different vote counts.
Who's ahead?
Operations, right? Just as FYI, we're being told we have Crowley in the lead and we have 10,000 more votes than some of the other counters.
Right.
Now.
So in fact, DDHQ has 10,000
we
more
might actually
votes
be ahead.
in.
Even
right.
We're ahead of the others in the.
So she may be ahead.
There's only one other count.
Ago.
I don't mean to say there's only one other count. There's an AP count. All the networks, and people want to know, the networks are using AP's count now. There's not a separate election count.
There used to also be Edison, but
everybody went to AP. So there's AP's count and there's DDHQ's count. That's your count.
And to be clear, at the end of the day, we are counting the same votes that exist.
Correct. We just probably are counting it in a different
order. The data
order.
based on how we go about scraping municipality websites or having people on the ground in certain places that we know are usually slow in order to get their vote count faster. They're slow to report them online, and so we have somebody in person there to get them. So that's what accounts for the differences in a count on election night from media sources or Decision Desk HQ.
Yeah.
And in a state like Wisconsin, it's worth noting, I don't believe they have some states will give you like the official state source giving you a count as things are going. Some states, including Wisconsin, do not do that. They don't have like a link on the Wisconsin Election Commission site saying, watch the live results here. There's some states like Massachusetts doesn't do that. There are a number of states that do not do that. So the only
we gotta
have are the media sources.
We got a request for your favorite race.
Vermont Gov. I see that.
We got a little
Skelly. Is that a Skelly burner account?
Yeah, it's Skelly's burner account. Yeah,
we need more Skelly.
How about some love for Vermont Gov?
It was some guy named 800 vote race.
Yeah.
It was let's leave the 800 vote race, and we won't spend much time on this. We don't have a projection here yet.
See, we don't have a projection. I mean,
but it is very close. So the winner of this race will face Phil Scott.
This is an 1,100 vote race. You're sitting here. We left an 800 vote race. We're at an 1,100 vote.
Well, 1,100 votes goes a much longer way in Vermont than
That's
it does
right.
in Wisconsin. But it is worth noting that that at the end of the day, like Amanda Janeau is probably going to win based on this. But there's enough left that we are, and it is in some places where Richards has done better. So we have to be a little cautious. I will say, at the end of the day, if you're looking for like, she's from. Actually, I'm surprised. Oh, you know what? There's more Burlington left. That's probably good for Janu because that's.
I told you, keep an eye on Burlington, Chuck.
Always
you never
keep an eye on
listen to
Burlington.
me.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, Burlington,
keep an eye on the
Burlington
largest
is very
city.
Progressive. Yeah,
You
yeah.
keep an eye on the largest city in a small state. Got it. Thanks.
So anyway, yeah, the winner of that race will face Phil Scott. It's probably going to be her. But
you
see.
believe the lieutenant governor's race matters more here. If there's a Democratic lieutenant governor, forget Janu, that
yes.
the LG becomes the
and that's
sort of the next.
So Molly Gray, who lost in 2022 in the congressional race, the congressional primary to Becca Ballant, who's now a member of the U.S. House.
Right.
Gray was lieutenant governor. She ran for that, lost, left office, and now there's a Republican lieutenant governor, very narrowly won in 2024, and who was sort of, I mean, with Phil Scott's support, was an ex-Democrat who'd become a Republican, was, positioning himself as a Scott-esque kind of candidate and won. And I heard somebody else earlier tonight, and I meant to answer this, ask, why is Phil Scott popular? And it's because he's a bit of a check on a very left-leaning and progressive
so this is like
legislature.
Charlie Baker, the way the old New England governors,
and he is at this point the only prominent anti-Trump. Like he is.
That's right.
He has publicly opposed Donald Trump, and there are very few Republicans still in office.
He endorsed Harris, didn't he?
I think he voted for Harris.
Or did he vote for
I think
Harris?
he voted for
voted
I mean,
for
either
Harris.
way.
I don't think
he voted for Harris.
But he voted for
it. Is,
yeah.
though, it is a good reminder, though, that, like, that's why in some ways governor's races are even more interesting, because you can get a Laura Kelly in Kansas, Democratic governor. You can get Dave Freudenthal, 2-term Democratic governor of Wyoming.
Pulling a Dave Freudenthal reference,
dude,
man.
and I didn't even look that up. Just for the record,
I see that.
Wyoming. That's a Wyoming reference.
Pete Williams will be so excited.
Their primaries next week, by the way. Wyoming.
You get Phil Scott. You get Phil Scott. You get Charlie Baker. You get even a Mitt Romney, right? I mean, there was that crazy stat where it was like Mitt Romney and Jane Swift, like Massachusetts had Democratic governors for like a decade.
Oh, it took them a long time. Like a bunch of Democrats kept blowing that race. You had your Scott Harshbarger could never break through. There were a couple other guys.
By the way, Chuck, did I tell you my sneaky national ticket, Maura Healey, the current governor of Massachusetts? I just think she's not going to run for president, I don't think, but she isn't interesting. Speaking of the attorney general who then became governor anyway.
Yeah.
Current governor.
Just to update folks, we got a few votes from Winnebago, which we've been waiting. There haven't been any votes from Winnebago. It's not normally a tremendously important county. I mean, it's not a small amount of votes, but they had reported almost nothing. And so the fact
if you
that,
ain't first, you're last. This is the Ricky Bobby rule. Suddenly, Winnebago County, baby.
It's like Bill Cassidy. Just wait until everyone else has announced what they're going to do on a vote. Right. And then all the pressure will be on you.
And then Crowley came out in the lead with this initial drop. So it's notable.
Okay.
Our boiler room basically just said this. It'll likely be recount territory. But Hong is running out of places to make up this small deficit. So at this point, you would rather be Crawley. This is not to say that Hong isn't going to pull it off, but it's just the fact that Winnebago did not.
The fact
prove,
you just said that. So here's a real test, Skelly. You just said that. We just said we think that Hong's running out of places. Let's watch the markets. I'll be very curious.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyway, go ahead. They've already dropped 3 points since I asked. Let's watch the market.
Interesting. Where are they actually right now? I don't have it open at the moment.
They have Hong at 6. They both are at Hong's at 60%.
But they have just been.
But it was 63 literally a minute ago.
Okay. Well, interestingly? Okay, so this Bayfield County, again, not a ton of votes here, but this is one of the still kind of ancestrally, except I think now it's more just like white progressive on the lake. Areas, because really these counties up here, Douglas and Bayfield, they're blue along the coast and then very, very red in the interior communities.
I remember Tammy Baldwin when that year that she won. When sort of counter, she overperformed Obama in these counties.
These are because these are used to be more Democratic leaning areas, as we were talking about earlier, more factory, more union towns, that have sadly that is the things have changed in those places economically, and the ramifications of that is that they've become more Republican leaning in reaction to things that have been going on. But we did see Hong lead here in Bayfield when we've gotten some of the vote in. Again, not a lot, But when you're looking for any few hundred votes net here and there, it's notable.
Can I ask a question of both of you? What explains? I totally get Hong's appeal in Madison and Dane, right? And in Green Bay. What explains what is a Hong voter in a rural Wisconsin county? What is the appeal? Is it economic populism? What is the appeal of a candidate positioned the way that she is on a variety of issues?
I mean, I would say it's likely down to if you're still a Democrat in some of these places, that it's very possible that you are more progressive leaning at the end of the day.
Okay. By the way, you see the same thing in New York.
By the way,
go the other way around. The conservatives that stick to the Republican Party in New York City are more conservative than the Republican that lives than Mike Lawler, right? It's almost reactionary.
Yeah, you kind of have to be that way. Yes, right.
Yeah. Where the Democrat, this is why Bernie would do really well in some of these rural counties during primaries, but Democrats would get their butts kicked in a general.
Yeah. That's exactly it. So just to update folks, we got a couple thousand votes. Yeah. Oh no, I think that makes that's exactly. Yes, that was what I was trying to get at. And you elucidated that much better than I did. 2,000 votes or so left in Dane, and 24,000 left in Milwaukee County. Now we think
Kalshi dropped to 54, man. These markets moved. Not saying, I'm just saying.
Somebody asked, what do we think will happen with Milwaukee? Well, we know that 16,000 votes, absentee votes, are being tallied in the city of Milwaukee right now. On the whole,
and we know those were pre-Crawley, likely
or at least
Crawley got
a lot of it. Well, I don't know about got back in, but before the race maybe fully solidified as Hong versus Crawley. And so some of those votes could end up being, for Mandela Barnes or Sarah Rodriguez, and that makes it kind of tough to know how they affect sort of the net situation. I will say that some other parts of Milwaukee County, where some of those other votes are outstanding, depending on where they're from, could be very white and progressive, and therefore could be very favorable to Hong. So that's so that's what makes this really hard to know at the end of the day. At this point, Crowley's up by about 1,700. Yeah, actually almost on the dot now.
Which is votes. An increase, right? I mean, we had him up 500.
It was at 500. Now he's up 1,700. Right. So, but we're at the point where any little batch is obviously going to make a difference. So,
Skelly, just to explain to people the reason why in Milwaukee, the earlier the vote was cast, the less likely for the voter that if you were like, okay, I don't want to vote for Francesca Hong, the options were, there were more options at that point that were credible. Sarah Rodriguez, Mandela Barnes. It did not narrow to Crowley or Hong as your choices. Therefore, the closer to election day the vote is cast in Milwaukee, the more likely, if you're not going to be for Hong, you're for Crowley. You're not going to be like, oh, should I be for Crowley or Sarah Rodriguez or Mandela Barnes because they're not in the race anymore, correct? Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, that's precisely the thing, is that if you cast your absentee ballot 2 weeks ago, the race has changed in different ways. Rodriguez had gotten out by then, but Mandela Barnes hadn't necessarily, or he had just gotten out. And this is one of the things that's like, if you cast your mail ballot real early for a primary, things shifted. I would just say, word of the wise, I would never do that because these things can change so much.
Hey, let me introduce another sort of derivative impact of this primary. If you're Abdul El Sayed, don't you really want Crowley to hang on?
100%. Yeah. Yes, you want Crowley to win. You do not want to be lumped in. He has spent the week since he became the nominee, 6 days. He has spent all of that time making sure people know he is a Democrat, not a Democratic socialist. She is a Democratic socialist. Given the regional connection,
leads onto him, whether
given the regional connection, given
he does not identify with DSA.
No,
like he might.
No, I know he doesn't. Good luck.
There's some overlap. No, I'm saying there might be overlap, but
he is not.
He's not. Yeah,
no.
And I think he would, a card-carrying member, basically.
If you gave him true serum, he would rather David Crowley win. I think there's no.
I think it's a lot easier for him to,
separate,
pivot if she's not there.
Yeah. Of course,
it seems to me. Yeah,
of course. Narratives are driven, right? If it was Wisconsin, if it was Michigan and California, it might be different. Michigan and Wisconsin, two swing states, to, in 2026 and 2028, two Midwestern state. I mean, it's just,
to our point, we were talking about these counties earlier.
These all small
we didn't know
little
which
counties,
way they
right?
were going to go. Small little
Yeah.
counties, but both. I mean, this one isn't, Buffalo's not entirely in, but I think it's pronounced Pepin.
Yeah. I mean, look, he netted 80 there.
Like he
right?
got like 88 votes net out of that, but it didn't end up looking more like this one, nearby.
Right.
So
where
now
she netted 400, right? Yeah,
it is true. It is true that Pierce, someone in the comments noted this, and I wanted to make the point is that there is River Falls, Wisconsin, is partly in Pierce and partly in St. Croix, and University of Wisconsin River Falls is there. So we might expect that to be a bit, at least somewhat better for Hong.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's university town in part, at least. So
look at it. It's the last county that hasn't given us anything.
Yep. There.
So
Pierce,
Skelly,
where are you? Named probably for Franklin Pierce. If we're just sitting here trying to fill time, I would assume.
America's most handsome
speaking
president.
of failed presidents before Lincoln. Yeah.
Skelly, about 45 minutes to an hour ago, you said you probably want to be Hong marginally. Does that?
Oh no, that was Rakich. That wasn't me.
Rakich. What do you?
No,
yeah,
I'm not
sure,
trying to
blame
throw
him.
shade. It was this. I was just like, I never said that because I.
So
by the way, now Kalshi's got Crawley at 52%. Polymarket's got Hong at 50. Polymarket just flipped. Crawley 55.
So
52.
I mean, guys,
you'd rather be Crowley, correct?
I think you would. Rather
I will
be
just
Crowley,
say this.
but
This is
it's so close.
This is. At least there's no insider trading on this one, right? This is just people just dopa. I loved what was Nicholas's line? Not hopium,
dopium,
dopium, like just dumbass dopium, right?
Just people gambling money.
Yeah,
people love to gamble.
Is there just
people love to
hurry up
sweat.
and start football season?
They love a sweat.
So they're
it's
not wasting their money here.
It is interesting. I someone notes in here that Dunn County has UW Stout. Michigan had the larger college towns,
right?
Like big state universities, but University of Wisconsin does have a lot of little schools, and so it is kind of an interesting. But
everything Wisconsin Whitewater, Wisconsin Wisconsin
and yes, there's a million of them.
Yep. So it's just kind of.
By the way, they're all good.
Division I like that. Thank you.
They're all good at Division III sports. All the Wisconsin Whitewater.
They kill it.
Whitewater dominant in football.
Yeah.
They're good at every sport. They're good at baseball.
Mount Union football and my boys at John Carroll are pretty good.
I knew you were going to get John Carroll. Shout out to Luke Russert.
Shout out.
Luke Russert. Shout out. Come on. I played hoops with a guy who played at Wisconsin Whitewater, and he was incredible. And I was like, "You played D3?" I mean, he was like, I was like, "How could?" But there's the University of Wisconsin is the only big D1 state university. So there's a zillion of the, unlike California, where like UCSD
there's UW Milwaukee,
and Berkeley,
I think, and that's it.
Well,
and
they also,
my boy,
I believe
Bennett
they rebranded because it used to be Wisconsin Green Bay, and now they just call it Green Bay. They've dropped some of the.
That's right. Tony Bennett, former UVA coach, came from Green Bay because his dad, Dick Bennett, was the coach
there.
Right. Yes. Well, was it Green Bay? Where did Doug? Where did
he is at Green Bay. Doug, what's his name? The
talk radio guy,
TV guy, the TV guy. Yes, he is at Green Bay, and they are doing slightly better than 2 years ago. They were terrible.
Right.
Man, and yes, we are digging deep, folks. In case you were wondering. Let's go, Milwaukee.
Well, we can go deep if we want to talk. I see a few requests here for some Packers preview here, and we're the Todd household's very bullish on the Packers, especially since every other NFL preview is dumping on the Packers, which is fine. Go ahead and dump on us. Go ahead and say that this.
Here we go. Chuck chip on his shoulder.
Bring it on. Bring it on. This will be the year.
Jordan Love. I think they're probably going to be okay.
And by the way, somebody did mention in the comments, it's not a public university, obviously, but that Marquette is in Milwaukee too. If you're just when we're talking about
that's Marquette to you.
Marquette.
Marquette's right here. Yeah. It's
right in there. Yep. Just a good point. Yep. And Jeffrey, I just want to make sure we do not have the race will not be called without Milwaukee, and we do not have an update on timing of Milwaukee. People are asking. I just want to make sure people know that.
It's we're waiting on Milwaukee, and we don't know just how long that wait's going to be. But now in a general election, I can tell you it's like 3 a.m. or something.
We would be like 4
Well,
a.m.
it's a primary,
like,
3, 4
let's go to
yeah.
Wayne County. That might be, you know, and we'll have other counties we're waiting on late to worry about Marquette.
But I see people talking about it. Yeah, it's Marquette. We know.
We're joking. It's a Tony Kornheiser joke.
Kelly, it's a Tony Kornheiser
Oh,
gag.
yeah.
Sorry.
It's a Tony Kornheiser joke.
Sorry, I'm just saying people in the comments are like,
yes,
thank you, Marquette.
We know.
We know.
It's Marquette.
We know some people just want to jump on us. It's like, come on, guys.
Oh my gosh, just brutal. Anyway, all right, hold on. I'm just monitoring. By the way, I'm going to tell people in the comments if you have questions we can answer, let us know.
Yeah, no, we can. We'll talk any race at this point, and I'm really bullish on Matthew Golden. I think he's going to be. If you're thinking about looking for fantasy wide receivers in that 5th or 6th round, I'd target.
They didn't want to use him last year. What was that about? Because he was on my team for the first few weeks of the season.
They do that. This is a little bit of a Packers habit. I feel like they sit on rookies more. I think he's going to be used a lot more. That's my.
For what it's worth, Crawley has opened up to. We got a few more votes out of Milwaukee. I'm not sure that was the source of all of it, but Crawley has opened up to about a 3,500 vote lead.
Wow,
which at this point
that's the largest lead he's had.
That's the largest lead we've seen in 2 hours.
Big.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, Chuck, you know the reviews coming out of Steph Diggs at Commanders training camp are very, very positive.
He hasn't done anything said anything too crazy yet.
I don't know.
Hey.
I'm hopeful. I don't root against the Washington football team like I used to. So I'm hopeful for them. I feel for my fellow.
Now that Dan Snyder has been
exactly.
Yeah.
Man, Diggs couldn't work with Josh Allen. I don't know if he's going to work with Jason.
Although I will say,
well, he did work with him for a long time.
Diggs caught
until he lost a step. Chuck. I just think he's lost a step. I mean, that's sometimes.
I'm just telling you the reports out of Commanders camp, Chuck. I was listening to 106.7 today. No, I'm just kidding. I see a couple people asking about, is it Outagamie County? I never pronounce it right.
Are you talking about is that next to the county next to Green Bay?
Yeah.
Talking about that one?
O-U-T. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, it's the county next to Green Bay.
People just asking about what
I can tell you like Waukesha. I should know how to pronounce that one, but this is like, Outagamie. It's how it's pronounced. Outagamie.
And Hong is ahead. Dude, is it all in there? Can you just click on it?
Yeah, it's all in there, I believe.
It's all in.
It's basically all in. Yep.
Votes remain. Okay, so she won narrowly there. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So
yeah. People just
hey. Well, now here. Well, let me. Sorry, I should have done that, but let me just quickly run through where we know votes are left. So Milwaukee County, Winnebago County, which we know has slightly Crawley here at the start, but that may not hold as we get more. And then from there are just lots of little places with 4,000 votes here, 3,000 votes there, 2,000 votes there. One of those with 2,000 votes is Dane County, which is one of the most important, places in this contest. But it's sort of Milwaukee is going to really, unless Milwaukee does not have any sort of clear, remotely clear edge for one candidate or the other. But Crawley up to 4,000 lead, and it wasn't from Milwaukee.
Right, I was going to say he is lengthening out a little bit, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just while we wait. So for people who Milwaukee and Winnebago are, but mostly Milwaukee, but right.
They're the only two with over 10,000 votes left. For what? Yeah.
I'm just looking on the. Okay, here's a question, and we've answered this a little bit, but let's do it while we wait. This is from Brett Green. How big of a polling miss is this if Hong loses? How are we? That's
is it
going
a
to be
polling
a
miss
gigantic
if it's a
debate.
bunch of partisan polls? Like, go through? Can you pull up the DDH?
Yes, Kelly, you have the poll average.
list?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
And no, but do you have the list of pollsters that are included in it? Like maybe let's look at that, because this isn't a bad time to sell. To sort of like, look, in Wisconsin races, if it didn't come from Marquette, I wouldn't love it.
Marquette,
I'll just be honest.
Yeah.
And if it's
Kelly, make that bigger,
I will say
if you can.
Yeah. I'll say State
Just
Navigate tried.
I think they do a good job methodologically.
They're really trying hard.
Right.
But I'll say this. I would say that on the whole, it would seem that a lot of these pollsters are right in the zone where Hong ends up total in terms of her total support.
They have the Hong number is right. They just missed on the other.
State Navigate 42%, Marquette 38%, State Navigate who they polled before Barnes dropped out 42%. A Crawley poll that had Hong at 35%, a Mandela Barnes poll that had Hong at 39%.
Yeah, she's sort of never.
And she's at 39%.
Her number has been her number, right?
Yes,
that's an excellent point.
It's like coalescing of the rest of it that was the hard thing. And there's actually a poll that's not included on this because we only had the numbers for Crawley and Hong, which meant that we couldn't include it in our average because we were including a couple other candidates in there.
Right.
But and we might have done if this had come out a week before the election, we might have shifted things, but it was right. Not long before. But there was a poll from the Crawley campaign that had them down 42-30 or 42-24 in a four-way field, and then down like 52-33 or something head to head. So they weren't even, but they were trying to make the case that if you looked at the 2022 primary electorate and you sort of modeled the vote on that, things were a lot closer, which maybe they were right. I mean, I mean, I don't know, but I'm just, if we're kind of searching around for potential signals here about why this race is so close, I'm going to bring up the vote count so people don't start yelling, understandably.
But let's be honest here, to call it a voting miss, we had
right. That's what I'm saying. A
there's
polling
too much,
miss.
There's too much every which way with
there
this
was
one.
Too much stuff was happening, right? So
the Michigan race was much more stable by comparison.
And that felt like you had people trying to either they were hurting with their poll, right? They just wanted to get their name out there.
Get it to where a number that
or
everybody
it was
else
trying
had.
to create the inevitability. Look, Trump would do this during his, they were always constantly like one of their strategies was to put out BS polls because they thought that stuff. There's a lot of people that think that matters. I know there's
just counter
some
the
political
narrative,
science
right?
research that maybe it's worth half a percentage point, but to me, I've never been convinced that false narrative, either polls that are wrong in a negative or wrong in a positive, have that much impact on voters. I don't feel like I've seen the academic research. It to me, it's more than negligible, but it's like barely over negligible.
So this is just an example of how Crawley got out to a little bit bigger of a lead. I mean, it's like 3,200 votes right now. Little Oconto, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, I got to be honest, that's not one I've spent a lot of time staring at.
We're going deep in the bag at this point. Yeah.
Up here north of Green Bay, Crawley ended up winning that by like 500, a little over 500 votes. And when your lead was 2,500 and now it's 3,000, 500 votes matters a lot to the net. So that's that's the thing in a race that's close, is that these little drops. And that's why the Milwaukee batch, which is the largest remaining vote, is so important, because if that goes at all one way to a significant degree, that will make it very difficult. If it would say Crowley wins it, even with all the votes going to like Mandela Barnes and Sarah Rodriguez, who that would, put him in a pretty good position. But at the same time, if it is more of a split thing, maybe there are enough votes left for Hong to catch him at that.
Although,
by the way, is this on Kelda Roy's? Like Kelda Roy's if Hong loses, is that
she's the Ralph Nader of this race,
right?
State
like
senator from
Roy's
Madison,
is to the left of Hong, right?
State senator from Madison. They have overlap here, basically, in terms of their appeal. Yeah.
Hey,
and
can you go to
the
Dane?
Madison segment has
I mean, if there's only one Madison
right
candidate, does she win? Right.
Yeah, go to Dane, Skelly. Go to Dane. What did
she's got
Royce
11% almost there. Oh my God.
Yep, just 16,000
I
votes.
mean, this is Ralph Nader. Roy's is Nader. She cost the progressive.
Oh boy,
a fellow
she is
progressive.
Oh yeah, she's the left. She's on the left. I think she thought she was going to be what Hong became, frankly, as the Hong candidate, the candidate on the left who would gain the get all the attention. It didn't happen. Hong ended up being that candidate. Probably because Roy's had run for things before, and I think maybe she worn out.
And what's she getting in Milwaukee? There,
is this
what's
a big
Roy's
win
getting
for
in
Tony
Milwaukee?
Evers, by the way?
5% for Roy there, but Roy's
by the way.
comparison.
Do you not have to give Evers? Look, we've been kind of crapping on Evers because the way he's sort of hemming and hawing about getting out, and
if his guy wins,
it created the traffic jam. But my God, he he endorsed, he activated a network, and all of a
I
sudden,
mean, for what it's
you're
worth,
like,
there wasn't a barrage of outside spending. This is not
Yeah.
Haley Stevens getting
Nope.
$65 million in outside
no, this
support.
wasn't some like DGA emergency fund.
No,
like, you know,
no,
write the
there
big
was-
fat check and come
Hahn
save
got
Crawley.
more outside support at the end of the day, and so
This
it
was
probably
just
was roughly
Evers-
a draw in terms of advertising between the campaigns and outside groups. So
And I
Well,
think that's the
striking.
Isn't the
Yeah.
other thing though that the biggest spender here for Hong were the Republicans?
Republicans.
I mean,
For the Republicans. Yeah.
I still don't, you know, I don't think it had penetrated the Democratic electorate, but I don't think Democrats would love knowing that it was
Yeah.
Republicans spending a
Yep.
majority of the money that Hong used.
I also think like just to keep on the polling miss thing, like Jeffrey has mentioned this repeatedly. This race is not Michigan, where Mallory McMorrow dropped out 6 weeks before the primary,
Right.
and we knew it was Haley Stevens establishment, Abdul El Sayed outsider, right, or lefty.
Yep.
This is a race where David Crowley gets out of the race to try to consolidate support behind Sarah Rodriguez. Sarah Rodriguez,
I think it was
has
July 8th. I think it was July 8th he drops out.
Okay, so
July
Sarah
17th,
has
Rodriguez
a-
drops out. He gets
because
back
her
in.
like treasurer was like stealing money from the
Cooking the
campaign. And they
books.
don't have
Yeah.
they
Yep.
don't have any money left. Now Crowley gets back in. Now it's Crowley, Hong, and Mandela Barnes. Now Mandela Barnes, the former lieutenant governor who lost to Ron Johnson in 2022 for Senate, gets out because the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel is writing a story about his behavior towards women. And only then, and Skelly, you'll check me on this, but only then when Mandela Barnes gets out, which is like mid to late July, do you have a race
This
where it's
real
clear Crowley versus Hong. So it's, I just think it's hard. Like if you go back
Really
to that,
late breaking,
the
so
most
late
recent
breaking.
poll was like August 3rd to 6th or something. You know, like you may have just missed movement here as voters. And we talked about this before,
Right.
Francesca Hong, not a tremendously known commodity statewide, starts getting a ton of negative attention about some of her past tweets about abolish
Wow,
the
yeah.
Senate, abolish
She
ICE,
shouldn't have said yes to
abolish
those
Thanksgiving.
interviews, right?
Right. I mean,
Those
all
CNN
of that
interviews.
Maybe a
happens.
study in how not to run
Yes.
from the lead.
How to close, because all of that happens as the race is emerging to, okay, if you don't want this person, your only other option is this other guy, right? And Tony Evers endorses Crowley at that same point. Like there's just a lot going on in the last 2 weeks, actually last month of that race.
Man, sorry, I'm just looking to see if there's anything to update.
Can you just
folks
click
on.
Milwaukee?
I tell you,
Tommy,
Crowley
one
is
more
a
time?
classic, you know, in some ways, he is sort of the classic gubernatorial candidate that Democrats would want in swing states. He's
Yep.
considered basically more of a policy wonk. He's worked with the other side.
Yep.
He's been more of a, you know, the county exec. You're like county mayor, right? It is sort of the pathway. When you look at, you know, what he ran on, sort of what he's best known for, which is just sort of like, you know, keeping the books pretty decent, keeping the county afloat, making sure the funding from the state is okay, right? He really is sort of a technocrat.
Well,
And it
he's
really
also
was the sort of movement candidate versus the technocrat governing wing here.
And he's a
And
safe
I think
harbor.
that's going to be
Chuck.
hard for Tiffany to demonize.
Yeah, he's a safe harbor, right? Like if
Yeah.
you don't want Hong, Crowley is like he's a known commodity, right? He was in the state assembly, then he's a Milwaukee County executive. At least in that part of the state, people know him. He's not.
In some ways, it's the same role Evers played, that sort of like
Totally.
when they were looking, and it's like,
Yep.
you know, Crowley's obviously 30 years younger, but it's a
But yeah, I mean, look, Evers Evers would have gotten blame if Francesca Hong walked to this nomination because of the way that, you know, he didn't get involved. Well, if he was going to get blamed, if the guy he got in for 10 days ago is going to win, he deserves credit. Anyway.
well, look,
So
if he
Mil-
wins, he would be. Let's not, you know, we're talking about different barriers here. Obviously, she'd, I think, be the first Asian American governor of Wisconsin, right?
And he would be the first black governor of Wisconsin.
Yeah. So
And the big loser here, at least if this holds, is Tom Tiffany, because the Republican nominee, right? Because
Well, the
Hong
Republicans
is-
were running. They were trying to get Hong. So
Right.
yes,
I
in
mean,
that sense,
Hong
yeah.
is far easier. Like, look, if they found 8 tweets of hers from the past that were controversial, trust me, there's 8 more. There's probably
I remember
there's
Brett-
probably 80 more.
I remember Brad Todd reminding people, he's like, remember The oppo you're seeing now is Democratic oppo.
Correct.
The Republican oppo,
Graham Plattner.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were holding back. And it's like, the stuff we were seeing about Hong was more likely getting leaked by folks from the Democratic side of the aisle.
Yep. So we wait on Milwaukee.
Feels
like a presidential general.
Wayne County, back-to-back nights. We're getting this. Back-to-back weeks. We're getting. That's all right. We can have Florida fast. There's, we'll be waiting this late for the big Angie Nixon, Vindman.
Yes.
By late, you
Chuck,
mean it'll be 9 o'clock, and we'll.
I get more.
At least Florida will count much faster. Exactly.
I get more questions about Alex Vindman beating Ashley Moody than I get about almost any other race. I think because he's like a national Democratic.
Can I just tell you that's part of the I think you want to talk about a race that is totally disconnected. Like there's all these like national folks think, oh yeah, Vindman, that guy, yeah. Nobody in Florida knows who Vindman is. He's not a Floridian. He just showed up, and
he's lived there for like 2-3 years or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of he's
4 years.
He's not alone. A lot of people do that, right? They move to Florida and just start running for office, like Madison.
Well, apparently in the 19th congressional district, they have Republican candidates who are
my guy Jim Oberweis.
But
Madison.
I have to tell you,
Chris
look,
Collins.
Look, there's a woman, Angie Nixon. She's running basically a bit more of a traditional progressive. I call it traditional progressive at this point for this cycle, right? It's sort of, she's certainly running to the left more as a progressive. I think she's sort of DSA adjacent, but she's also been playing I'm like an actual Floridian card, and that might play. I mean, we'll see. It's not too many competitive. The gubernatorial race is the one that gets more attention, but I don't buy Vindman. It certainly doesn't happen without
I think
Jolly.
He's going to raise a massive amount of money, and I think
I'm just telling you, if you told me Vindman didn't get out of the primary, I wouldn't be totally shocked. Is my point.
I have 2 Florida questions while we wait, and yes, Florida is next week, but we're waiting on Milwaukee. If you've just tuned in, we're waiting on Milwaukee. Chuck, I have 2 Florida questions for you.
Yeah,
one, how does Byron Donalds win 70+% of the primary vote in the governor's race? Or is this James Fishback thing at all real?
Well, I think don't underestimate the other candidates in this race.
And there's another candidate. Yep.
Yeah, it's a pretty serious, these are serious guys. My gut is that Donalds, gets right into the mid to high 50s, maybe low 60s.
Okay.
I don't know if it gets to 75. Just because there is active campaigns being run, and there is this you have the lieutenant governors running, you've got a former state house speaker that's running. I just think it's not 75-20, if that's what you're thinking.
Okay. Second question. Is there more than a puncher's chance that David Jolly could beat Byron Donalds?
So the answer is yes.
More than a puncher's, but certainly not 50-50.
No. Look, it's not. And one of the problems Jolly has is while the national environment is really good for Democrats, the direction of the state, if you ask that question in the governor's races, Floridians are not, they sort of have a more negative view of the direction of the country than they do of the direction.
So if you said, is Florida on the right track or in the wrong, going in the wrong direction?
I think it's
better than the national.
It's better than the national. And I think that's kind of underrated a little bit. And as to why, but look, I've seen this with other Republican nominees who are not white. There's an underperformance the farther north you go. Okay.
Yeah.
The question is, will we see it a little bit in the primary? You might see some evidence of it. And, it's sort of like if Jolly wins, two things, there would be 2 explanations. One, big African-American turnout. Look, I don't know if Jolly, I'm not convinced
Duval goes big for Jolly or something.
I'm not convinced that Jolly would have won the nomination had Jerry Deming stayed in the race.
Right.
Yes.
People don't understand.
David Jolly, for people who don't know, former Republican member of Congress, switched during Trump.
Jerry Demings, Jerry Demings, a longtime mayor of Orange County.
Val Demings' husband,
Orlando.
right?
Val
Which is
Deming's
county
husband,
executive, to be clear.
county executive, which is essentially the county mayor.
I'm saying the title is mayor there, but I'm just for folks. Most places is county executive.
Yes.
Yeah.
Look, he was. I'd have rather been him than Jolly in a primary. The pollsters miss this all the time in Florida. The African American vote. People think of Florida as a Latino state, and that it must be the Hispanic vote. In a Democratic primary, the largest vote is African American vote.
Yeah.
Not. There's a large Hispanic vote too. It's Puerto Rican. It's Colombian. It's yes, there's Cuban vote. There's certainly, but it's how Andrew Gillum won. Like, this is not an unusual thing. And when there's an African American Democrat on the ticket, you just see a bigger turnout. My only question is whether Jolly has the right. I still think African American turnout is going to be up in general in the South, particularly because of what we saw with the Supreme Court, and we've already seen evidence of that. I don't know if Jolly's done enough here to, I don't know what the motivation is in the state of Florida, and that's my question there. But
maybe he wants Angie Nixon to win.
I could see it's sort of like, if it happens, you would say, well, it was because of this, this, and this. I just don't know this, like I said, I don't think the voters think the state is in bad a shape.
They're not looking to change course drastically from Ron DeSantis's 8 years.
I think there's certainly fatigue with Republican control of the state, but there's not like it's time to throw the bums out.
Yeah, totally. By the way, I wanted to share a piece of data about the live stream itself that gives me real joy. Just on Twitter, we've got, between our 3 live streams, DDHQ, Chuck's, and mine, we've got like 80,000 people at 12:09 a.m. Eastern time. That makes me happy. Yes. Thank you for watching. I think it's important to know. And we're obviously across YouTube or across Substack, so it's many more than that, but I can easily see the numbers on Twitter. And I just think that's very cool. So, Skelly, why don't you just again, for people tuning in, let's just reset where we are and what we're waiting for.
So, David Crowley, the sort of candidate who a lot of Democrats who were scared about, Francesca Hong, who is a Democratic socialist, winning the Democratic nomination for governor in a pivotal, very purple state like Wisconsin. David Crowley ended up being the candidate they coalesced behind, and that so the coalescing apparently happened significantly enough that he is in the lead right now with 91% of the estimated vote in, which is remarkable because Hong did lead in the polls, but perhaps she had a bit of a ceiling at about 40%, which is where she's at. We are mainly waiting on Milwaukee County. Now, anyone who has watched an election night, a general election night in recent memory, 2024, 2020, particularly 2020,
or the TV show Succession,
yes, would know that
Milwaukee County is the
Milwaukee County is very important. It's not usually, only in a race this close would you be like, oh, we got to watch all that. There's about 20,000 votes left in Milwaukee County, and most of those are 16,000 votes that we know are absentee votes being tallied in the city of Milwaukee. Mm-hmm. Now, David Crowley is the county executive of Milwaukee County. And so on paper, you would think that this would benefit him. However, a lot of those votes were likely cast earlier on in the process of voting. And this race had a bunch of in and out candidacies, including Crowley, who dropped out on July 8th and got back in on July 17th after Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez dropped out. And then like about a week or so later, former Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes drops out. And so there's been a lot of, and early voting had started by this time. So there may be a fair number of votes for some of these other candidates who aren't even running anymore. And so that makes it a little more difficult to know and you can even see from the totals we have of the votes cast about, that Crowley is only narrowly ahead of Hong in Milwaukee County. In fact, what is one of the most interesting things about this result so far is we have this incredibly tight race. If you may have heard my dryer going off in the background, Milwaukee County, super close, and Crowley is the county executive. Well, Dane County, Francesca Hong is from Madison. She's only up by 7 there. Now, part of that is that Kelda Royce, a state senator also from Madison, is getting 11%. And that if Hong goes on to lose, that is going to be
It's progressive on progressive
a
crime.
big talking point.
Madison progressive on progressive crime.
Also left, also very left wing candidate. That's going to get talked about, but it is interesting that the two candidates are not crushing in their home bases in the way that you might have thought.
By the way,
very
it
close
will
race.
be noted. And here's a question: did Bernie Sanders and AOC dodge a bullet or make a mistake?
By not endorsing. And
did they dodge a bullet or make a mistake?
Francesca Hong sought both of their endorsements and did not get either one. And you will remember last week, Abdul El-Sayed had both. One of those two people is a Democratic socialist, and it's not the candidate who got the endorsements.
Right.
Hey, Skelly, can you go to Milwaukee County for a sec? I just want to see what Mandela Barnes and Sarah Rodriguez, who are no longer running, obviously, what they're getting. Okay, so they're like 4% right now.
It's like 4.2 because Missy Hughes also dropped out. So 4.2% right now for the candidates who dropped out ahead of the primary, and then Roy's and Joel Brennan are getting you're getting 9%. And then the rest is going to Crowley and Hong.
Yeah,
So
okay.
I would note that for instance, I just want to because this race is so tight, fewer than 4,000 votes right now, every little drop. And when we say drop, we just mean the next batch of votes that have been added to a tabulation from a locality or a county in this case. Manitowoc just added some more votes in, and Crowley is cleaning up there. I can't tell you exactly why he's cleaning up there, but he is. And so the fact that he netted like 400 votes out of that, out of them more or less finishing off, is big when the margin is this close.
By the way, can I just put a plug in that if you had ranked choice voting, even even the dead candidates essentially that dropped out here, right? The dormant candidates. Ranked choice voting at least would have allowed those ballots to have some opportunity to, in theory, if they ranked one of the two, right? Like, this is a good reminder. If you said you could only do ranked choice voting for either primaries or elections, I'd be like, please, primaries, right? Primaries could use them in some ways
because you might like more than one candidate.
Correct. In general,
change your mind about things. We see this in presidential primaries all the time.
And I only say that because we're going to have 100. There's going to be somewhere like 115,000 voters who didn't vote for either Crowley or Hong. Who, if you're in a ranked choice voting situation,
hey, Chris,
can we pull up my screen? Can we share my screen?
We're just
Lauren?
killing time here while we wait.
No, but we have something here, Chuck, on this. Lauren, can you share? I'm sharing my
Alexander Schur thing.
Yes,
I can pull that up if you want.
So pull that up. Yeah. Okay, so that is Alexander Schur, who, by the way, Nathaniel Rakich mentioned earlier. He works for VoteBeat, used to work for Wisp Politics. Yeah. They're all set. City election officials driving along with a police escort will now take the USB drives containing the election results to the county courthouse. The county will upload those results soon after receiving them. Look at the timestamp. 11:55 p.m. So we are now 20 minutes after that happened. That is Milwaukee. So maybe Skelly, maybe we're somewhat close.
Chris is willing this.
Skelly,
Chris is like, it will be earlier than one. It will be earlier than 1 or 2
Liza needs his sleep, but I do think that is kind of interesting. Like that's it's
great find.
I'm glad to know they have the police escort.
Police escort.
I'm
USB
not sure.
Drives, Chuck.
Is this from the TV show Succession, or is this a real thing?
God.
Right?
Please don't speak that into existence. So yes, we are waiting on the Milwaukee votes. That if someone has a notable lead out of that, if it's Crowley, that would be
that's it.
potentially gives us the path to being able to project this race. If it's kind of it doesn't really clarify things, then we may be SOL.
We're in for a longer.
Yeah. So that's the situation right now, and this is truly fast. We were talking about this earlier, but it's maybe worth bringing up because more people have been jumping on.
Is it worth going to any of can we bring up the live streams of either of Crowley or of Hong's victory parties here? We should take a look.
Wait, quick update from Alexander Schur, who is on the ground. By the way, you can follow him at Alexander SHUR. This is 6 minutes ago, so 12:10. He said, city officials have handed results to the county clerk, George Christensen. He has a picture of him told me it'll take about 20 to 25 minutes to upload the results. Okay, so that was 6 minutes ago. So let's call it 14 to 19
you have like
minutes.
did you have a
chronometer
going about
here,
what
like,
time?
yeah, what time
our
are we
live
gonna get the
stream?
car?
I mean, I feel like you've got, man, I've got this race called by 1 p.m., 1 a.m.
I would just say, I do look, we always give shout outs to local reporters. I'm going to put this in like our YouTube stream and everything. Follow this guy, Alexander Schur, because he's got a lot of it. Anyway, I'll keep monitoring.
Someone asked, have Wisconsin primaries been this close the last several cycles? I would say no, but we have seen the situation arise where, just so people can see it, I'm going to bring this back up on screen so we don't lose track of where we are. Sometimes I forget to bring the results back up, and then people are shouting at me, understandably, in the comments. But we have seen races before.
Right.
In 2022, in the Senate race there, Mandela Barnes ended up winning the nomination, effectively unopposed by the end for U.S. Senate. But that was after like 3 other candidates dropped out not long before and endorsed him because it looked like, he is going to win. But we had something of the same effect here where in that universe, if there had been more opposition to Mandela Barnes among segments of the Democratic Party, perhaps they would have gotten behind an Alex Lasry, who's, son of the owner, the main owner of the Milwaukee Bucks.
Right.
Or is he the Bucks owner?
No,
I forget. It's his dad's the Bucks owner, and he's the son.
He's the son.
He's the son of Mark Lasry.
Mark's the owner, and
or Sarah Godlewski, or however, I forget how to pronounce her name right now, but who's actually running for an office tonight, I believe, lieutenant governor, I think. And anyway,
feels like how many lieutenant governor candidates can we fit in one race?
Well, Wisconsin,
6,000.
Yeah, well, okay, so different states use different methods. We were talking about this earlier tonight. Vermont has a separately elected lieutenant governor, separate office on the ballot, both in the primary and in the general. Wisconsin is one of the shotgun wedding states, as it's sometimes jokingly called, where they have a separate primary for lieutenant governor, but then the governor and lieutenant governor do run together on a ticket. So you're only casting a vote for a combined ticket, not separately governor and lieutenant governor. But it's Pennsylvania's like this too. They're elected separately, and then they have to go together. And sometimes they're not necessarily, simpatico.
You guys know Smart Politics, the guy from University of Minnesota?
Yeah, of course.
Eric Osterheimer.
We love that
right?
guy.
Yeah. He's good.
Anyway, the last time he had this, he put together a whole list.
Love it.
We haven't had a close Democratic statewide primary in Wisconsin in governor. You have to go back to 1942.
Jeez.
Where
and back then he probably lost, if I had to guess.
It was
42 was a good year for Republicans.
It was 0.3 tenths of a point separated first from second. 24.3% was the winning number. It was both the narrowest and lowest winning share ever. But there hasn't really been the most competitive primary this century. Really, is a Republican primary. Tim Michaels over Rebecca Kleefisch. That was a pretty close race. In the
was that for Senate?
Republican side. It was Republican.
But for Senate,
governor, because Michaels.
I know Michaels has run for.
Two Evers beat.
That was for 2022, right? Yeah.
And Kleefisch is now in Congress.
No, you're thinking of
I'm thinking of the other
Fishback.
statewide.
Are you thinking about Fishback in Minnesota?
In Minnesota. Fishback.
Wait, German names?
You can understand why I made a mistake.
Yeah. No, perfectly understand. I was like, I don't think she got elected to Congress.
I mean,
Kleefisch, but
look, somebody else pointed this.
We are waiting mainly on
Milwaukee.
Let's think about I'm trying to spitball here. Essentially 10-point swings, like 10 to 20 point swings in a primary, right? Where obviously there's Obama, Clinton, and New Hampshire, right? Where all the polls said one thing. We almost had it last week where you had double-digit leads for one and all this. But I mean, this is I'm trying to think of where this is just so unusual. I mean, I guess you could maybe it's the Mel Carnahan race where after he died, they put him on, and it was kind of you had to vote for the dead candidate to elect Gene Carnahan, or remember that?
Yes,
or to
it
give
was
the
vote
governor
for Mel because Gene would be the candidate. Yeah,
because there was going to be an appointment. I mean, I'm trying to think of just sort of just amazing 10. I guess
very weird.
After the death of Paul Wellstone, when Mondale just sort of collapsed.
That was what I was thinking of. And of course, we all assume that Mondale would walk in and win that, and he loses.
Kelly, anything jump out at you that you could think of where Roy Barnes and Sonny Perdue, like that was a big miss,
it was
I
close.
remember.
That was 98.
Mm-hmm.
I pinged Skelly on Dane County because I think
Dane has reported some more votes, and this is Francesca Hong's home base. She's in Madison. It's also Kelda Roy's home base, which is maybe proving to be a problem at the end of the day for the left of the Democratic Party. But she got there was about 1,000 more votes reported. We think there might be a little bit left, but very little. And this is a place where, at the end of the day, Hong needed to win by a lot, or at least a decent amount.
Right.
And she is up, but maybe not by as much as we would have expected.
Well,
and Roy's is playing a role in that breaking sort of, but anyway, there were a few more votes that came in, and they didn't necessarily help her all that much.
Hey, an old friend of mine reminds me of other amazingly close Democratic primaries in Wisconsin. I'm going to go in the real way back machine, but it's a fun little story. 76 presidential primary. Carter beats Udall by 7,500 votes. It ends Udall's campaign. But the Milwaukee Sentinel put out an early edition that said Carter upset by Udall, and Carter got to hold it up like he got to do a Harry Truman,
like he was Truman.
Yeah. When he ended up winning it, but it was, I think, Udall's last stand in Wisconsin in presidential politics. There's been some incredible primary nights on that. Hong is speaking now. We should try to go on YouTube. Let's take a listen. Can we do that? Can we
should
go?
Be able to if it's on her website? Yes.
If we share the screen there.
Yeah. Hold on. I'll pull it up. Skelly, you keep the votes thing up. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. They should have. Just keep talking because I'm going to need to find it.
Yeah. No. Let's go back to the full screen on.
Let's see. I'm gonna look on her. If anybody does have a link to her, just put it in the chat. I'm looking for her YouTube page just in the event maybe they have it there.
Let's see. Any new information? Sadly, no.
No, we're just waiting. But my guy Alexander Schur,
maybe
we may
not
have
too
it
much longer.
soon. We may have it soon. That may just be me wish casting.
Yeah, another place that not a lot of votes, but they just finished reporting a couple minutes ago. Shawano County, also kind of near Oconto there, where Crawley did really well. And here he is, leading again. It's 351 votes, but it's 351 votes in a race that is currently got a margin of fewer than 4,000. So, yeah. Someone in the chat says Hong is at the podium.
Right. So we're trying to get to the YouTube hookup here.
All right, hold on. I have a live from
somebody put
Francesca
somebody did
Hong's
put it in.
Watch party. Now that's not live.
All right. Now you've made me think I can do this. Let's see if
no, those are all Francesca Hong ads, so that's not it. Sorry, folks. Come on, Milwaukee. Hey, at least it's not 3 a.m. or 3:30 a.m. like it was in 2020. And my editor was telling me to go to bed so that I could wake up and because we didn't have a.
Oh, by the way, Skelly, WIS politics. Winnebago County is having server issues that are delaying election results being reported online.
Okay.
That was from earlier. It's not dated, but just if we're wondering. I'm looking for anywhere that might have. What's the local?
I got one up right now. Let me try something here.
Man, I'm really looking forward to looking at a precinct map of this election because there's just going to be a lot of different stories told.
In this state, we love you too.
Can you
Yeah, we hear
did
it.
This make it up? Okay.
Yeah, we got it.
Good.
And so many of you,
Chuck, turn it up on your computer.
given themselves because they see themselves
Better?
in our movement. I can't tell you enough how much it means to see you all here.
Lauren, can you turn it up on your end?
The art, the music, the community.
No, okay.
Bracelets. Mutual aid. We are growing community through a campaign and through hundreds and thousands of conversations that we've had in places that I don't think folks were expecting to talk about a gubernatorial campaign. I met so many folks who knocked their first door with this campaign. Yeah. Folks who organized their first event, made their first phone call, text. Hey, they may have even broken no contact to tell their exes to make a plan to vote. And they did it, you did it, because you truly care for the people of this state, and you care about our shared future, and you care about opportunity for others, for strangers. We have built a beautiful, multi-generational, multi-partisan, multiracial, working class movement. And it is a movement that meets the moment. This is unprecedented here. And this is how we're going to win together in November and for Novembers to come. The fight continues no matter what. Because no matter who wins this primary, we're going to continue to fight for each other. We are going to collectively reject despair, and we are going to unite. We're fighting for our communities whose land Tom Tiffany happens to be selling to big tech and big oil. Where it's Tom Tiffany's Medicaid cuts that are shutting down our hospitals. And when our neighborhoods defund Tom Tiffany. And when our neighborhoods and our neighbors are disappeared by uncontrolled ICE fascists, it's Tom Tiffany who shows up in support. And while he's doing that, we are fighting for hope. We are fighting for the freedom to show compassion to one another and to show care for the people around us. But our compassion is not soft. It is resolute, it is tenacious, and it will never yield. It is a demand that we are fighting for each other. And in 11 weeks, no matter who's on this ballot, y'all, we are going to fight to win for one another.
Kind of sounds like a concession speech without
well,
saying
but
it's
she
a
didn't
concession
concede.
speech.
She didn't
No,
concede.
did not.
Door open.
And I've yeah.
But definitely more morose and dour than, celebratory, I would say.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
For what it's worth, we did get some
Good
more
job,
votes
Chuck.
in
Thank
from Winnebago, which has been slow. They mentioned that they were having some technical difficulties. About 7,700 votes came in, and Hong won about a net 900 vote gain out of it. So she actually now leads in Winnebago. But overall, Crowley still leads by a little over 3,000 votes. And we're obviously still very much waiting on Milwaukee. So if you're just joining, that's what we are mainly waiting on at this point. We've got 52,000, roughly 52,000 expected votes, estimated votes remaining, and about 20,000 of them are in Milwaukee County. And we know that the city of Milwaukee is counting about 16,000 absentee votes, and that they should be pretty close to having those uploaded based on some reporting from Alexander Schur from
all right, but let's do some back of the envelope math here. So she needs to gain, let's say 3,500 votes out of a 16,000 drop.
Yeah,
like that's a massive win she needs to have out of there.
Again, she's got to get 38 whatever 3,000, and he has to get zero. Yeah,
4,000. Right. She's got a net
yeah, I mean, if
4,000.
they're like 50,000 votes, well, here's the thing, and why this is really tough to do back of the envelope is that we know that there's a good chance that some of those absentee votes are going to be cast for candidates who are no longer in the race. And so knowing that percentage is really important. Is it 25? Mm-hmm. Is it 35? Right. Mandela Barnes was from the Milwaukee area. Maybe he's getting more of the vote there. I mean, this is
which is hard to know.
Complication. So that makes it hard to do the back of the envelope math. If you know that if we estimate there are about 50,000 votes left, and you just have Abdul El-Sayed and Haley Stevens, and Mallory McMorrow is getting 3% of the vote or whatever in a lot of drops, then that makes it a little easier to know what could be going on. But if 25 to 35% of the vote is going to other candidates, that's really hard.
And of that 50,000 votes remaining, is that a hard number or is that an estimate?
Oh, it's an estimate. The votes remaining is an estimate. Now,
it's very possible there's 20,000 left, or there's very possible there's 70,000. What's it more likely to be? Too much or too little?
I think too much, but it could. The thing is that we update these numbers based on reports from the in this case municipalities. So, for example, the question with Milwaukee is that we have roughly 20,000 votes in our estimate remaining. We know that there's 16,000 or so votes that are going to be added from Milwaukee, the city of Milwaukee. But is there actually anything beyond that? And that's where that might be a case where our number is a little high on the estimate, but there could be other places where it's a little low. And so that's because, again, we have estimates and then we update them as we get information from, we spend a lot of time during the day calling registrars and asking for information. Yeah. So that's part of how we're able to do these estimates and, be pretty good on them. Yep. But obviously it is imperfect until you look. The votes are not final until they're certified.
Right, of course,
the unofficial count. But people, I think some people are like, "Well, the New York Times called it." I mean, technically, we project. Yeah. It's a projection,
but it's a projection of what we think the certified result will be.
That's right.
The final outcome.
The certified final result is the result. Right. Yes. Exactly.
Just want to put one note in here from the DDHQ boiler room. If Crowley wins the Milwaukee absentee drop, or there's barely any movement, it is likely the race would be called for Crowley, just for people who are kind of wondering, if he wins Milwaukee absentee, which is what we were waiting on. And I will note Alexander Schur said 20 minutes ago, it would be 20 to 25 minutes. So we'll see. I'm putting a lot on my guy, Alexander Schur, who I've never met, but he works for VoteBeat, which is Nathaniel Rakich's outfit.
He's also at the mercy of what they're telling
what they do.
Yeah,
totally.
Yeah. It's actually going to be 40 minutes to get this.
Right. So let's look, we're waiting here a minute. And it does feel like this was because I don't think the Markey Moulton race is truly left versus,
it's more generational.
A little more generational. Yeah. So
this really was the John Larson race.
This really was the last big primary week of essentially the progressives versus establishment. And I think now, if you look back, progressives have made gains, but it wasn't a wipeout, right? This is a big sort of the establishment strikes back night for them a little bit, in that they didn't, and in some ways, maybe progressives, I think it's better for Abdul El-Sayed that there's no Francesca Hung next
Totally.
fall. And it's
Totally.
probably better for Peggy Flanagan, right? You have a better shot at electing both of those progressives without Hong being the nominee. Her nomination could have branded both of those candidates in a negative way.
And Chuck, you mentioned this earlier, but I do think it's worth noting, which is that Francesca Hong is a democratic socialist, not someone who has democratic socialist ideas, a democratic socialist, okay? Neither Bernie Sanders nor Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the two most prominent democratic socialists in the country, endorsed her.
Will progressives be mad at Bernie and AOC for this or not?
I wonder, or will they, or yes, they probably will be, but my point is, I wonder if they knew a little bit more, because she sought their endorsement. Did they know, like,
I mean, that's the question I have. Is this good or bad for progressives that Bernie, like, is this a, hey, Bernie and AOC let her down, or hey, they're doing their job to make sure they keep, not everybody gets to be on this team.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, Bernie Sanders did endorse Graham Plattner, with apparently not doing much research into Graham Plattner. But I actually think AOC deserves a ton of credit for how she's navigated the primary season. She's not endorsed against any Democratic House incumbent. And the big endorsement she did was El Sayed. And I know he didn't win by a lot, but he won.
Well, look, I do think I think it's a huge that I definitely think she would have been a drag on him, and he'd have had to
think that's right
constantly. And I think it's one less. The lazy national narrative is just harder to write without her.
Can I read you
just a little update? We got. Just to sort of point out to people what like the little fits and starts of votes we get. Ashland County reported about 1,300 votes, and Hong won that batch, won like half of that batch, which actually netted her 315 votes. And so, at this point, Crawley's lead now is actually a hair under 3,000 in part because of that. So it's just, this is the situation we are in. I think that one illustrates it nicely.
Can I just quickly go and read you a tweet that CNN just dropped? A CNN examination of Congressman Max Miller's past conduct, which included a review of public records and interviews with more than a half dozen former classmates and acquaintances, revealed that Miller has struggled with volatile outbursts and was known to have made his peers uncomfortable with aggressive behavior and insulting comments at times while intoxicated. That is the Republican nominee. Can't be replaced on the ballot. And that's just a big, another big sort of hit on Miller, which of course, I think if you're paying attention, you knew was coming, but a seat that Republicans should win, and they're probably not going to anyway, as we wait.
Boy, the entire Ohio ticket is let's just say, they're on their back feet a little bit.
Yeah, Vivek is struggling, I think.
He's struggling.
Yeah.
Houston is caught into this. It's by the way, Lindell is not conceding because he claims
there's clearly voter fraud.
Yeah,
clearly, he didn't win.
No. But his teams
Dominion,
are
check the machine.
No. He is going to do an investigation overnight, and he'll be back to us in the morning. So.
Of course. Good Lord.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's the number of historians that are going to ask the question, what was America doing in the 20s? Were they just drunk?
The My Pillow guy?
Were they drunk the whole decade? Like, who were some of these people, right? Like, jeez.
Ludicrous.
Of course, I mean,
I do love it. I do love it when you lost, like when you lose in your own primary, and well, clearly there's something wrong with the count.
That's right. The only way you can lose if there's something wrong with the count.
Well, it's like the Simpsons meme, right? It's like, am I wrong? No, it's all of them.
No, it's all the children who are wrong.
It's all the voters. Yeah, it's all the voters who are wrong. Yeah.
Of course, Lindell also, it's like in for a dime.
Well, I think that's a famous,
$1.
but since I did a Mo Udall, I think it's that famous race. He goes, well, the voters have spoken, those bastards.
Yep.
I think that's when he uttered the line. I think that's a Mo Udallism, but well, the voters have spoken, the bastards.
And by the way, we have, according to Molly Beck, who we had on roughly
Yes,
17 hours ago, the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel reporter, she says Hong's election night party is ending. So we have outlasted Francesca Hong's election night party, at least for the moment, as we wait.
Yeah, it is this now. All for those that care about these things, both prediction markets are at 90%.
Crowley.
Yep.
Crowley.
Yeah. Crowley. Yeah.
Well,
I love the Mike Lindell not conceding. That is precious.
It's
Well, it
perfect.
would sort of
it's,
be-
it's
cherry on the top.
If he does, but if he
Hey,
did,
he's
I mean, it's like
consistent.
you're on
All right,
brand.
the man
I'm
is
just gonna
consistent.
say,
You cannot deny that.
You gotta be on brand, right?
People in the comments who may not have been here last week, I don't take kindly to election conspiracy ridiculousness, and that guy on that front is truly embraced it to a degree that is, yeah.
And are the pillows any good? Does anybody ever?
I don't know.
I've never got one.
I mean, there were some people in the comments saying earlier that they are good, so I don't know. I mean,
are they okay?
Maybe he makes good pillows.
Does he at least make a good
That's
pillow?
awesome.
I mean,
I like a good pillow.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to bring you my Giza Dream bed sheets for the best offer ever.
Lauren. Lauren saved that sucker. He had it. He goes, I couldn't find any Lindell ads, but I did grab a My Pillow ad for at some point for the night. Thank
He's
you,
a
Lauren.
dream sheets. How could you go wrong sleeping on those bad boys?
You know, there's that Egyptian cotton.
By the way, I have a quick breaking news update. My ass is officially numb from sitting on this chair.
You need a better chair, buddy.
I do. Is there a My Chair guy that I could buy from?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I just want to know, you know, when these podcasts, when live streams first began a few years ago, there was the X Chair company. I'd hear all my podcasting friends, you know, where's our free
X Chair?
We should get branded.
I remember
chairs
that.
for you. Yeah, the X
Tony
Chair. Whatever happened to
Kornheiser
that?
was doing X Chair reads left
Yes,
and right.
he was doing X Chair reads.
He was doing X Chair reads while wearing his My Undies, you know, or Me Undies, excuse me.
I think it's Me Undies.
Yeah, it's me. My Undies are what I have on.
Yeah. I've Tommy John'd. I've not Me Undies. I have Tommy John'd. Those are good.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I had a pair of Me Undies that the Kornheiser clan gave me. They were quite soft. I think it was the Modal, which is softer than cotton, Chuck. I don't know if you've done that read.
I've not done that read. No, I'm a Quince is I have Quince, and
By the way, you know what this shirt is? Quince.
Quince.
I need a Quince sponsorship. I wear Quince clothes.
It is.
I love Quince.
You know, I do too. I mean, this is one of those you're like, yeah, they pay me, and
I would wear
love
them anyway.
Exactly. It's good stuff.
All right, Milwaukee. Is there a number I can call?
Well, Milwaukee. I mean,
it's land of plenty.
Alice Cooper. Just love that Alice Cooper is probably taught more people our age about the history of socialism in Milwaukee than pretty much, you know, could have been so many good jokes.
You know,
with
foreign
Alice
travelers
Cooper
have been coming to Milwaukee for centuries, Chuck. I was not aware of that.
You know, Skelly's going, man, these old
Skelly's
guys
too
are
young for
like,
that.
No,
he's
no,
too young
no,
for
it's
Wade's
fine.
World.
Honestly, I'm just like looking for any data points that are worth sharing. And
Fun
not
Alice
finding
Cooper
any.
fact that I know Chuck knows. Excellent golfer. He's like a
Oh, yeah,
scratch
always has
golfer.
been. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, that's all I got. That's my one Alice Cooper. I'm out. That's my one Alice Cooper fact.
Well, look, he always had the song that we just, you know, our favorite song in Miami. It was sometime in June. Just school's out for summer, man. That was just, you know, that was the anthem. You know, that's when you cranked up your Alice Cooper.
Yeah, totally. Oh my gosh.
Well, just, you know, so folks know, some other races did happen tonight.
Yeah,
Peggy
let's
Flanagan
roll
won
through them. We could go
on the nomination. The
I mean,
Democratic
5
Congress-
hours ago, Darlene Graham and Ralph
That's right.
Norman. were
Good
the
on you,
contestants.
South Carolina.
Yeah. Yes, Darlene Graham and Ralph Norman are advancing to an August 25th runoff in the Republican special nomination race to replace Lindsey Graham on the ballot. Peggy Flanagan, I mentioned her victory in Minnesota. So that was a win for progressives. and
a pretty substantial win. Like that wasn't very close.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
not
She's up
close.
by she's up by 20 points basically right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean it's gonna be somewhere in that range. Ned Lamont, this was not a progressive victory. Well, Ned Lamont used to be viewed as something of a progressive.
I was just going to say it tells you where the Democratic Party is
where
going.
the party has changed.
Lamont
Now he's the establishment.
He's
now
the establishment, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
He won renomination. John Larson lost renomination. I don't have that one to bring. Well, maybe I do somewhere. Let's see if I can bring that up. John Larson.
That was a wipeout. Yeah.
It was not close. He's lost by about 20. It looks like Democratic nomination in Connecticut's first dark blue seat, but Larson's been there almost 3 decades, and he's not going to be there anymore. That was more of a generational challenge than an ideological one. So not really.
I remember there was a lot of pressure. There was a lot of people trying to convince him not to run again. To just
he was like retire.
Going to lose.
That was what
right.
people said.
And
Yeah.
He has health issues, like demonstrated public health issues. And
Right. He had an issue or two.
Yes.
Yeah. But look, they all get. I just did a whole deep dive on Alabama football, and I always say that there's a lot of people of a certain age remember that Bear Bryant retired and died within a month. And there's a whole bunch of older folks. That's a searing memory for a lot of people. It's sort of this idea that once you don't have something to get up for every day, that that might be it. And I think that is when people wonder, why do these older politicians keep going? I really think it's that sort of mindset that there's this almost fear that you stop working. That's it.
Yeah, totally. That's why people stay in the Senate forever. It's the same thing. I mean,
as someone pointed out, Paterno
thing.
was the same thing. Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe this is
Bear Bryant died in a hospital bed, by the way.
Maybe I can get on my little hobby horse. You're talking about term limits could be a good thing. But a lot of political science research suggests that the kind of term limits that get imposed where it's like 6 years and you're out kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 8 is enough.
So is there some world where we could pass some sort of constitutional amendment where you get 3 terms in the Senate, no more than that. That's 18 years. Yeah. Maybe it's the same 9 terms in the House or something. Is there a way we could do this where it would be like a kind of a reasonable,
federal limit?
A federal limit that is reasonable, and it takes into account the fact that super short term limits are actually bad. They actually
they're bad.
More power.
Well, and you saw that, by the way, in
one
California.
Census. Maybe with the House, it's one full census.
I mean, I think I always remind people of California's term limits.
I just know that the people most passionate about that will never go for it because it's too long. And it's just I was like, if you're trying to find a workable solution,
I'm kind of an look. I don't like term limits, and I'll explain why. I think that every state legislature that has put term limits in has weakened the legislature.
It strengthens the lobbyists. Yes.
So
and the executive as a result,
and it strengthens the executive. I think term limits usually just give power brokers more power. That could be lobbyists, that could be donors, that could be party leaders, that could be your elected statewide officials. But in general, it doesn't. It takes more power away from the voters. I get why people want, and I think age limits is a much more sensible thing.
It's an obvious solution if you don't dig too deep on it. But the moment you dig a little bit, it's pretty hollow. It's the kind of a house of cards solution.
I think that
California is
destroyed legislatures.
California is the best example. The Speaker of the House is always 28 years old, and of the state house or assembly, and the lobbying community in Sacramento runs it because they're the institutional wisdom. They're the people that are going to stay.
They're the
state
people
of
who've been there
Florida.
for any amount of
I'll give you
time.
the state of Florida. They know who the next Speaker of the House is going to be.
Yeah,
it's usually about a year and a half in advance. Yeah. And what happens? All of a sudden, because it's a part-time legislature, you can get another job. And all of a sudden, the person who's designated to be the next speaker, it's like a bidding war.
Totally
and
right.
It's just so corruptible.
Well,
I'm not saying these folks are
corrupt,
but the system is so corruptible by the way they do it. And I've seen it in Florida, seen California. I just think they
what
really
it reminds me of,
screwed up
Chuck?
state legislatures. Yeah.
Campaign finance reform. it's a good idea. The problem is campaign finance reform is actually not taking money out of politics. It's just made it harder to track where the money is going in politics. You know what I mean? Like it's the right sentiment. It's just the outcome is.
Well, look, we have to update we have to update a lot of our sort of infrastructure of the small d democracy. There's clearly got to be if you can't legislate campaign finance reform, and the courts have essentially said you can't, then it's going to have to be a constitutional amendment. But I think there's growing bipartisan support for something that would be. I think you could force transparency and instant disclosure. There's a few things you could put in that I think could at least give more flexibility to put some limitations on money.
Yep.
But you're going to need a constitutional amendment.
We are everything I see suggests we are close, but who the hell knows, what close means.
Well,
Milwaukee.
The debate internally of the projection team is whether or not it will come before 1 a.m. and Eastern. Yes, to be clear, 1 a.m. Eastern. We have East Coast bias here. And
I see it's 8 minutes to see right now. The over-under is 1 a.m. and there's 8 minutes to it. That's and everybody's taking the under.
I said it'd be right at 1.
Yeah.
Because I want to push, basically.
That's exactly right. Everybody gets their money back.
But look, I keep saying let's step back. I mean, I still think this is the fact that we're here is truly a remarkable 15-day. This is an unusual campaign. I mean,
to come off of the Michigan result and then get this next door basically is with all the crazy in and out candidates dropping out and wild. Truly a wild this right here is going to be the thing that gets talked about if Hong loses.
Oh, with the fact that it was another progressive, but the other part of tonight, and it was a point I kept harping on last week too, is thank God for these Democratic primaries. They're going to be wonderful blueprints to use for us to get to understand the Democratic presidential primaries in both of these states, because both will obviously Michigan's in the early window, so that's that's going to be a fascinating,
very important.
And we have a good fresh map to use, and now we have one, frankly, in at least a pretty binary primary result in a state we really haven't had a competitive Democratic primary in a while like this.
Yep, totally.
Oh, absolutely.
It's remarkable. I mean, it's just so damn close. I mean, even now it's like, it's 3,000 votes.
3,000 votes.
Little more than 3,000 votes, which is why, by the way, for people asking, that is why the race has not been called, because as you can see, there are roughly 19,000 votes remaining in Milwaukee.
Let me go back there.
Yeah.
I'm clicking around too quickly.
That's it right there. And
I mean, look, let's say Hong wins 12,000 of them and she could net 5,000 and who knows, but unlikely given what we keep seeing, but who knows?
Well, I think the thing
Alexander
is
Schur.
I
have an Alexander Schur update.
Oh, here it comes.
There will be a very long delay to the Milwaukee upload. 5 of the USB sticks were missing results from the elections. Election officials have to go back to the absentee facility to get the results again.
By the way, this is all done. The reason they have to go back, they don't just transmit that stuff. It's a very secure process.
Because you can't put it, because you're not going to let foreign entities have a shot at hacking this stuff. I mean,
And here's the other thing that people. Okay, so obviously this is oh my God, it's not just one race though. I think it's always worth reminding people that we'll get focused on
multiple things
top
on
of
the
ticket,
ballot,
but there might be 14 things that people voted for on the ballot, and so if there are missing results, it actually might not even be the gubernatorial results that are missing. It might be some down ballot race that got cut off for some reason. There's some sort of error when they were moving things on, Anyway, this isn't the first time. So, oh, cool. Sorry. Oh, thank you. Yes, I'm covering for the fraud. That's what I'm doing. Thank you.
Of course you are. Skelly, stop reading the comments, bro.
Yeah.
How many times?
Well, I got, it's not late enough or early enough for me to get really jazzed up. Yeah, so very close race, and we don't have a solution yet.
I may be checking out. Saliza has to take children to their preschool physicals. Have to be there at 7:15 tomorrow morning. So I'm gonna give it till around 1, and if it happens, it happens, and if it doesn't, I'm gonna leave it either in your hands, or I will wake up and see what happened.
Yeah.
Skelly, still fair to say you'd rather be Crowley than Hong.
Yeah. Oh no, I think for sure. I mean,
I'm just seeing a lot of people on Twitter and stuff saying 90% chance it's Crowley, this blah, blah, blah. You know.
I mean, well, that's what the markets are saying, 90% chance, right? I mean, that's where that's coming from.
Oh man, I'm just Anyway, it's of course this is happening.
And yes, what I love is apparently the CBS affiliate in Milwaukee is following the ballots on live TV.
Good
Here we
Lord.
are again, all coming down to Milwaukee. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, well, I'm capable of staying up. I'll regret it. I have a 16-month-old, which is really a bummer for
you're already
sleep
not
in
getting a
general.
ton of sleep.
I'm already not getting enough sleep. So here we are. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the one I'm the empty nester, and I've got a 19-year-old that's like
Exactly.
kind of who has been watching off and on and catcalling me a little bit. So
Nice.
yeah.
Great.
Yeah,
Good to
he's
know I
up
have that
now.
to look
He's
forward
watching
to.
now. So and
Oh,
going, what's taking so long? And I'm like, well, just pay attention and we'll offer you the story.
I need an update on how long it takes to drive from the
Well, there's going to be a police escort, and it's after midnight, and in Milwaukee, there's not a lot going on tonight. I don't know, with the Brewers home or away.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, AOC splits from fiance Riley Roberts. There you go. More news. I hadn't seen that.
My
what does that mean
a
for
friend of mine
2028,
says, "Hey,
Chris?
silver
Come
lining.
on.
At least there's no Wayne County tonight." And I was like, "All right,
Yeah,
fair.
I guess.
Fair."
Yeah. Oh, but or North Philadelphia.
Brewers played in San Diego tonight. My friend who lives
Oh.
in San Diego wants to clarify.
There you go.
Yep.
So there's no traffic. You just go around, no problem.
Well, this is the downside of this business. Sometimes,
Yeah, seriously, it is a lot
hurry
of
up and
late
wait.
nights. Yes, a lot of
Gotta
late
hurry up
nights.
and wait. There's no doubt.
Oh, Chuck, I see the people. I see the live stream.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah.
Oh, you guys are watching the thing. Yeah, I haven't pulled it up yet. Yeah, well, let's just consider that Kelda Royce right now has about 57,000 votes.
Well, right.
Not all those necessarily would have gone to Hong, but I mean,
she didn't need many.
Hong would be winning right now.
Here's a quick update.
At the same time, however, if Brennan had dropped out, he used to work for Evers. Maybe those votes. This is the thing, right? I'm just trying to say the ifs can really go down quite a endless array of
Here's an update from let me find out who this guy is. Reporter and weekend evening anchor for CBS 58 Milwaukee. His name is AJ Bayatpour. Now, I may be saying it wrong. He said, something got botched with the downloading of results. Milwaukee elections director Paulina Gutierrez calls it human error. They're going back to the operations center. It'll take at least another hour now. That was at 12:57 a.m. All right, gentlemen, everybody have a wonderful night. Best of luck. Chrysalis is not staying up another hour. I will see you guys on the flip.
No worries. I got this with Skelly. I got you, brother. We're here.
Because
Ain't going anywhere.
otherwise, I'm up at 4 a.m.
I put a full sparkling ice.
Oh my god!
I can't endorse the orange cream flavor enough. It is my newest favorite addiction. My sparkling ice caffeinated. Sparkling ice, orange cream soda.
Caffeinated.
It's fantastic. It really is.
Oh, we did get the votes in from Pierce earlier, and we were suspicious that Hong would do decently there, and she did. She did win.
She did. She netted 400. So but there were 6,000 total votes in those 3 counties.
Yeah, it wasn't a lot.
It wasn't a lot, right?
And Winnebago too, I think, has some more. Skelly, if we haven't looked, I think it has some more.
Yes, and Hong took the lead there. There's still some outstanding. So yeah.
So let's look at the WOW. Let's just look. We're screwing around
yeah.
here, Skelly. Let's look at the WOW counties. What was the margins here for him? Just wanted to see.
So about 5,400 in Waukesha.
Well, double
critical.
That's double.
Critical Waukesha.
Dave Weigel's favorite county.
Dave Weigel's favorite county. About 1,000 in Washington, and about a little less than 2,000 in Ozaki. So all told, what, 5?
Wait, but it was double digits.
He won by 12.
Yeah, so 7, 8, basically about 8-ish thousand, I think.
And he's up 3,000 statewide.
The WOW counties. I mean, obviously, the race this close, you can point to.
You can point to a bunch of things. Look, honestly, if she doesn't do any national TV, like does she? If she says no to every Fox, CNN, and MS Now invite for the last 2 weeks, does she win tonight?
Yeah,
I think she does.
I think
she does. I think she does. I think she screws herself with that interview with Caitlin Collins. Like it just wrong time, wrong as people are paying attention, just jams her up. Like yep.
Well,
someone in the comments was asking, can someone explain what's going on here?
Sure. What the hell is going on here?
What is going on? No, basically, Milwaukee election officials botched the download from the absentee county voting center, and when they got because they don't do this online. They take the physical USB sticks with all the results.
And folks, if they did it online, everybody would rightfully go crazy about security.
Go crazy. Yeah, exactly. So they take them with the police escort to the county courthouse, and then they discovered that they had botched the upload process. So now they are going back because, again, they can't just send it via email. They are going back to fix that, and then they have to then they take them back, and so this whole process is going to take like another hour apparently.
Hey, can we go to Greene County? Because for some reason we only have 23% reporting in that county, and
you got to remind me where Greene is. I feel bad.
Need to look myself.
I feel dumb.
I do too.
We're getting into that's right. It's one of the ones just south of Madison. Not a lot of votes there, but there are 4,000. Crawley is ahead though. And this is like Hong obviously did very well in Madison. Oh, hold on, about to lose. Lost an earbud there. That's why I do one at a time. I don't die, or I don't lose them both. The counties that surround Madison, like Rock, for example, are Democratic leaning, or at least some of them are. Obviously, Dane County is super Democratic leaning on the whole. If you look at the different locale, like the municipalities within Dane County, almost all of them are blue leaning, and most of them very blue. But to some extent that is also the case, or at least light blue places to the periphery. But
sure. But these are super small counties. I mean, there's not very
Rock isn't, but Greene, definitely is.
But there's just not a lot reporting, and 4,000 again, with a margin this close, those 4,000 votes are those 4,000 votes. Can you just not quit us, Chris?
I can't resist.
It's hard.
Lauren cut me off, but I'm still here. I was like, dude, I'm not. If I'm still sitting at this computer, I want to be on camera at all times.
The content gods. So on the whole, I think what's also fascinating is that unlike in the Michigan race, where you had some places, particularly some of those counties that are centered around very progressive college communities like Ann Arbor and Waukesha, and Kalamazoo's Western Michigan and Ingham County, where East Lansing and the state capital of Lansing are. East Lansing's where Michigan State is. You had El Sayed getting like 60%, 58%, those kinds of numbers. The thing about tonight, and does reflect the split field to some extent, but there are not a lot of counties where someone is cleaning
It's
up.
all
That's
relatively
just
close. Yeah,
Right.
it's not a lot of
In
dark
fact,
colors, which shows the kind
Yeah.
of major wins, right?
Yeah.
Hey, I got a bit more details on the recount because a lot of people have been asking.
Please, yeah.
If it is. Here's a sort of a timing problem. You can't file an ask for your recount until the canvass is completed. Well, the municipal boards canvass first, then the county boards
week or
canvass. That could take up to 14 days.
Yeah, it's like 2 weeks. Yeah.
Right.
So you may not get and you can't really ask for the recount if until that canvass is done. Obviously, if in this case, let's assume it's Hong that's behind. If it's between 0.25 and 1, she's got to put all the money up front. Anything less than 0.25, then it's then the state pays for it and it's automatic. But you start bumping into some general election ballot issues.
Yep.
If this is necessary, and
if it really was drawn out,
if it really is that close, I think it's hard for her to walk away. But if it's, I don't think she does this if she's paying.
Oh, Scott Tranter in the house.
Mr. Tranter.
Hey, Scott.
Look, I got the last race. I was just listening to Chuck. I was going to say from the race projection team, what you were saying is right, Chuck. Look, the recount numbers aside, the 0.25%, the 1%, all that kind of stuff, from everything we looked at from basically congressional races above, if you've got more than 1,000 vote lead, you might be entitled to a recount, and you should pursue that if you want. But most recounts only net a few hundred votes either way.
Right.
If you're under 1,000, it's worth it in a statewide race like this. But if it's over 1,000, I mean, you're.
It's just so hard because you have to gain 1,000 and the other person has to gain 0.
Grant.
I mean, like.
Yeah. Well, and look, here's what we're discussing on the race projection team here. We went through all the counties. Wisconsin, look, they're good in some areas. They're very good about telling us when they're completed. And so we have a very good idea of what's left. Obviously, this Milwaukee drop is the big one. And our internal discussion, and it could change once we see the votes, but as long as Crowley maintains his lead, or, we think based on the precincts that are left, he should add, it's probably, and I underline probably, projectable for Crowley at that point with this Milwaukee drop. Even though it's within some of the recount rules in Wisconsin. And that's just how it is. I'll go back to 2020 when, we were looking at Wisconsin for the presidential. There's a 20,000 vote margin in the presidential, which, depending on, how it all shook out, could have been a recountable race. It was an easy projection for us because no one's flipping 20,000 votes in a recount.
That's right. I think people look at the narrowness of margins and assume it means like, oh, it's only 20,000 votes. It's like, again, that's not, you have to find a place where you get 20,001 and the other person gets 0.
I mean,
like,
Minnesota Senate. When I think about Minnesota Senate 08 and that drug on for 5 months, Al Franken netted 500 votes.
Right.
What was it? And that was a lot.
Yeah.
In a recount.
It's so rare.
Yeah.
Can you think of Scott, can you think of a really, really high profile recount that flipped the winner?
Oh man. Not a high profile.
Well, it is. I mean, not a winner, but Franken was behind when the recount began, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yes, because people. That's the best example I can think of. Because people always say Mark Elias, very famous Democratic vote lawyer, election lawyer, that Mark Elias basically won that seat for Franken with the kind of maneuvering in the
rules, right? Like
aftermath
fighting,
what counts and what doesn't.
That bubble was 2/3 filled in. You've got to count it, right? Like they fight every ballot.
Not only that, funny story. I got my start working campaigns. The first race I was ever on was 2006 Connecticut 2, Rob Simmons versus Joe Courtney. That race,
I remember that.
That was super close, wasn't it?
Guess who was a Rob Simmons? Guess who worked for Rob Simmons? I hired him from
Jonathan Martin.
That's right. He was a Rob.
I know
Simmons
that one.
refugee.
Yeah.
J Mart. Yeah.
That was 169 votes. And, you go into each township for a month and you sit there because I'll be pedantic here. It's not a recount. It's a canvas. What they do is they go through and they basically run the ballots all through again and they count it. And then after they count it, the campaigns can challenge each ballot. And so they sit there with a team of lawyers and a team of volunteers and they look at it and they're like, oh, I don't like that ballot because there's a stray mark or it's folded wrong or whatever it is. And it is just, and both sides do it, both Democrats and Republicans. So that's why it's hard to net. This is not a one-sided affair. What these consultants are telling these candidates going into it is like, you can request a recount, but you might lose votes.
Oh, and it is just
exactly right. It's no guarantee. Right.
Some people might have some memory because you saw it actually in real time in 2000, but basically everybody learned from the 2000 recount in Florida how to basically, it is not simply what you think it should be. We're just going to recount the votes. It is a fight to decide which provisionals get counted.
It's a huge fight of what
kick
counts
those out, kick those ballots out. And
curing of ballots.
I mean, I always say that all elections have a margin of error. You just don't know how big the margin of error is.
That's right. That's right. Because it's usually not close enough for us to worry about. You know, I mean, elections are usually not that close.
Oh yeah, somebody in the chat notes the 2004 recount in Washington State.
Dino Rossi.
Oh, that was Dino
narrowly
Dino Rossi. Yeah,
that one did flip. That one did flip.
That's right. He was ahead on election night, and then he ran like 3 more times to try to chase it and lost.
Yeah,
but yeah, that's right. Who was the governor? Or who was he running?
Was it Gregoire and Dino Rossi?
Gregoire. Yes.
Gregoire and
that's
Rossi.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at the race projection team chat. We all thought, there's a little thing like, are we going to get this Milwaukee drop, this final drop before 1 a.m. And obviously it's 1:14. So there's a lot of people reloading caffeine on our race projection team right now.
Apparently, one of our live stream competitors called it a night, and we're getting some of their refugees here.
Love it.
Welcome.
We'll take them.
We'd love to have you.
We'll take them.
Thank you.
Well,
somebody said that Selena Meyer had a, did she struggle with the recount about it? It's a good one.
Nice, nice.
That made me chuckle.
Look, and it's the age of streaming. Look, Kornacki, I assume that's from him. We're all huge fans of Kornacki. And
I love Steve. Yeah,
he's a
on
good
election night. You look, if I didn't have to work election night, I'd have 5 monitors up. I'd have us on. I'd have Kornacki. I'd have TweetDeck. There's just too much information out there and too many people looking at it. Like it's no longer the age of cable where it's 3 pundits on screen and you're waiting for them to talk. You should have 15 things in front of you.
Yeah,
it's never been
at least 3 monitors, right, Scott?
Yeah.
We just happen to have the best people and the best results. But yes, you should have them all. Sure. I mean, whatever.
And a lot of caffeine. I think I'm on my 500th milligram of
what is caffeine. Your caffeine of choice? I gave my big endorsement tonight to Sparkling Ice. Orange cream soda flavor is just it is, and only 5 calories.
Well,
see, I'm a Cherry Coke Zero person.
Cherry Coke Zero.
You're just an old school Coca-Cola guy.
Yeah.
But that's just Chemical Central. By the way, Alexander Schur update. This will make you even more depressed. Milwaukee election chief Paulina Gutierrez confirmed to me that officials just clicked the wrong button on 5 of the vote tabulators. That's why it went so quickly. They downloaded audit logs, but not results.
That's awesome.
Like the actual results. So they saw that they were like, "Oh, things are checked off. Everything matches. That's great." But we didn't get the actual votes.
Alexander Schur is a hero tonight.
Totally.
I think he's a vote beat guy. Is that right?
He's a vote beat guy.
Yeah. He works with Nathaniel.
Nathaniel said, yeah.
If Nathaniel's watching tonight, that guy needs a raise.
We're under. By the way, we're back under 3,000.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But one thing, a shout out to the election administrators, right? Like, and I've watched these counts in multiple states, and look, these people, they spend 365 days a year thinking about how to make sure this night goes perfectly. Yeah. And they have the effort, they're trying their hardest. But look, you're processing these ballots. Lots of times it's volunteers running these polling locations. You just have to expect a certain amount of, it's not on purpose error. It's not people being malicious. It's, look, we all make mistakes in our job. But what's good about these officials, especially ones in Wisconsin, because they've had close races pretty much the last 10, 15 years, almost every year. Look, they know what they're doing, and they're going to make sure everything's counted correctly. That's why, Wisconsin, just like all these other states, these guys, they're professionals. They know what they're doing.
Yeah. And look, and I always say to people, these are human beings. So they're going to be hitting of the wrong buttons. As someone who hits the wrong button plenty of times, like, it happens. It is not, as sometimes gets mentioned in the comments sections here, it is not some grand conspiracy. It is just humans doing stuff. Just like I thought Rebecca Cleefish was in the house.
Michelle Fishback.
It's Michelle Fishback, one state over.
Just different fishes,
By the way, I'm going to get a Diet Coke. Do not take this feed off. I am coming back.
Oh.
Under no circumstances shut me down.
As soon as you walk away.
I paid for this microphone.
Yeah.
I'm doing a Reagan. All right, I'm coming back. Hold on.
Nice. New Hampshire.
I'm just going to get
So, Mr. Trainer,
76, 80.
What did you make of the watching the prediction markets tonight?
So, look, we're biased. The only thing we're saying on our side is, I wonder what's moving those lines up and down on those prediction markets. It's not vibes from Twitter, it's election data. Right. And it's the stuff that, it makes our team real excited, because, that we are purveyors of this information. What I will say is a little bit of knock on these prediction markets. Look, just because someone goes ahead doesn't mean you should throw all your money on it. Like, you should understand where this vote is coming. And there's some very smart people on this stream, on this team, on Twitter, who are looking at this. And it is, just because someone goes ahead doesn't mean the race is over. And I think that's what we learned on prediction markets tonight is this is, it's not a baseball game where someone hits a home run and they're there. Next thing you know, someone comes over the top.
I am very curious of whether, if you really wanted to day trade this hard, were people making money off of the volatility, right? We know volatility. The question is whether this is a sophisticated enough market that you have, frankly, the automated, the way those private equity firms run.
You've modeled it, and you've got cues to buy,
and whether and whether you saw that back and forth, and it's, are we gonna, and that's, I don't know if I love that, but if some people want to waste their money that way, somebody's going to make money, but somebody's going to lose a lot.
Yeah. Look, this stuff, we've talked about it. Politics to some people is sports, right? We've got a big scoreboard on the screen right now. And I think the way these races are going, people are more enthusiastic. You get more turnout. You get more surprises like we had last week in Michigan and tonight in Wisconsin. So, we're just going to get a lot more close proverbial games.
Yeah.
Do you
just, by the way,
how do you look at the
Haagen-Dazs sponsorship?
Yeah, there you go. So let's talk the polling error conversation that's going to be had. We sort of landed on this isn't polling error per se. This is just race was too volatile, and polling wasn't going to be a good way to see it.
Yeah. Look, I mean, in the last 30 days, Crowley was in, he was out, he was in. And look, if you run a decent poll, you are in the field for at least 3 to 5 days. And so a lot of these polls that came out, look, half the time you're in there and all of a sudden Crowley gets out and you're still asking about Crowley on your poll. So like, I don't know. I don't necessarily think this is, look, polling errors are polling errors, but I think structurally this one is just hard and there's nothing polling can get around when you got these people come in and out. The other one is, look, Tony Evers threw his weight behind, and I'm a biased believer. I think the machine works, and I think he said, "Hey,
I just didn't know if Evers had one."
Yeah.
No.
I'll just be honest. I didn't know whether he had one, but he clearly did.
Yeah,
it's a
look
big
at
deal.
Dane. Look, I think all of us thought Hong was going to win by was going to be winning Dane by more than she was.
Assad numbers.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, it is there is purpose behind what these campaign workers do.
And obviously none of us know for sure, but I'd certainly like to know how much Thanksgiving mattered to some of these voters. You know, whether that was, and I say that
like Twitter saying, you know, if if they'd had a response for that question,
right? Meaning that it was just sort of
never have happened,
even though it was ridiculous, and you could sit it, you're just sort of like, it just left an impression, and that's like for some voters, that's all they had. You know.
Hey, can you share my screen, Lauren, real quick? All right, there we are. Alexander Schur, our guy. This is 121, so a minute ago. Back at it, officials will be extracting results from the 5 tabulators that they mistakenly forgot to download results from last time around. You have an actual, there they are, working hard. Just wanted to share that. So I know I keep saying the end is in sight, and I think I'm just telling myself that, but I just wanted to share that.
I've got an old colleague of mine from Milwaukee, Charles Benson, the NBC affiliate there. He, I think, just got off air, so he wants to jump on. So I'm going to get him.
Bring him on.
I'm going to get him a link here.
Jump out. I'll talk to the race call team. You make him.
Thanks, Scott.
Screen. Hang in there, guys.
Appreciate you. Yeah, man.
But I gotta get him the link.
Okay. There was one other thing that I wanted to share while we're at it, which is, this is from Jaron Zhu, who used to be a Kalshi guy. He points out, he says, now that Winnebago is basically all in, we're getting to the point where Hong not only needs to win the Milwaukee City absentees to win, but win them by close to 10 points, which is, so it's obviously we are still, waiting on Milwaukee County, but that it's not just about like her emerging slightly ahead. She would have to be significantly ahead, which
that's what it seemed to me, that she's got to win. She's got to win this Milwaukee drop big. And it's not totally out of the question, because we know that it could be older ballots when Crawley was not really, seen there. So maybe she can net 3,000 or 4,000 votes out of it. I mean,
it's just hard. It's just hard.
But
but again, there's enough votes out there, right?
You have to,
you have to.
It's not out of the realm.
Right.
We'll see if I can get him on StreamYard here.
Yeah, see if you can get him on.
But he's he's been doing Wisconsin elections forever, and knows this stuff. Plus, he can give us a little bit more, I think, on sort of Crawley, like what kind of candidate is he going to be? I mean, in some ways, he isn't. He's been a candidate for 10 minutes. It was kind of a campaign that wasn't working, and then all of a sudden it worked.
Yep.
And that, now he's got to now he's got 3 months to screw it up, right? You sort of won this 2-week sprint.
Just to emphasize, and we've said it a bunch, but it is the last 3 weeks in this campaign have been among the weirdest 3 weeks you will see in terms of candidates.
I feel like I'm leaving something out here, like missing another campaign where we've had something. I mean, like I said, there's the Mel Carnahan race is one. I mean, see a movement like this. I mean, you do see it in presidential primaries, but as Scully was pointing out earlier,
so momentum driven.
We're kind of used to that. I mean, I remember Rubio came like this close to knocking off Trump in Virginia, and it was like, polling it showed it like a 20-point race, and but we expect that volatility in a presidential primary where voters know they got to hold their ballot till the end, right? That they know that, nobody's going to sit here and vote early. But for I'm just trying to think of something as unusual as this, where it was a double-digit comeback win. I mean, it's it's not quite 28-3 Falcons, leading the Patriots, but I think it felt that way to some Hong supporters, I'm sure.
Yep. Right. So there's a clarification here. The USB sticks are not, in fact, missing. They were just the wrong file.
They downloaded the wrong stuff.
Downloaded onto it. Now they need to go around and get the right file on it and bring them back.
You've all done this. You drag the file over. You drag the wrong set of files over.
Yep.
Right.
That's it.
to the little to the damn thing.
Yep.
I've definitely accidentally downloaded an audit file off of like Secretary of State site, thinking it was the results. So
there you go. If
And then was
Jeffrey
very
Skelly
annoyed.
can make
I was
that
like,
mistake.
I was like, wait, why is this file so small? Oh,
So Skelly, what did you do in the middle of the night during Michigan? Because you were on for like 10 hours straight.
well,
Like,
there was a lot to
what
talk
did you talk about?
I mean, we talked about the results. We talked about primaries. We talked about this primary some and what the closeness of that race might mean for this one, which, well, that
Turned out to mean a
said
lot.
something.
Eventually,
Yeah. And, discussed sort of strengths and weaknesses for each candidate. Did a little chatter about 2016 Michigan map versus the 2026 Senate Michigan map, Democratic primaries.
Well, you
and
could-
talked about polling error. I mean, funny enough, suddenly it was like 5 a.m. and I don't know.
I mean, where by the way, I just came across a Grace Panetta tweet and I'm like, wait a minute, what are we
She's
doing
still
here?
awake.
Where is she? Grace,
Oh, could
we know you're
bring
watching.
her
or
back
listening.
on. Yeah, bring her
Get
back
back
on.
in here. Come on, dial back
Why
in. We'd
not?
love to have you.
Well,
We're
Um,
opening the doors here.
We're
now booking
is-
people just live.
Yes,
I'm,
live.
Whoever's
could've-
awake, I'm texting. I don't know if Charles has figured this out yet.
You could have gotten good money on betting that the Wisconsin Democratic governor's race would be closer than the Minnesota Democratic Senate primary. That was the one that polling
that's
suggested was going to be close. That one is not particularly close. It was called hours ago. And this one is this,
Yeah.
And this one, I mean, to be clear, just for folks at home, like the current margin's about 0.3 of a percentage point. In fact, actually, more precisely, because you're looking at rounded numbers there. It is, if I can get, it is. Oh,
I've been tracking this on your site. You're at 0.38.
It's actually 0.38. Okay, so we are. It's gotten a little bit bigger, which is obviously good for Crowley because he's in the lead. But I was just going to say that El Sayed won by basically a point, and so this is 3 times closer, roughly, give or take. So, I think it's hard for elections to be this close.
Yeah,
I know that sounds weird to say, but especially for a primary,
I mean, did anybody
a lot of
really?
things have to come together for it
right.
to happen.
I mean, when you just judge by expectations and narrative, it feels like it was a big night for Crowley.
Oh yeah,
but he hadn't won
for
it yet.
sure.
Yeah,
no question. Oh my God. Hey, Skelly, while you were gone just for a minute there, I was reading a Jaron Zhu tweet that basically said, given Winnebago County, that Hong now not only has to win the remaining Milwaukee ballots, but probably has to win by something close to double digits to make up the margin. Is that right on the math?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Just to ballpark this, which I would have been doing earlier, but I started to do this earlier and then was like, God, there's gonna be so much vote going to some of these other candidates that it makes it really hard. But I don't know. Let's see. They're winning right now let's just say they get like 75% of the remaining vote or something between those two candidates, which is then 27. I'm just operating for the statewide. So calling it 36,000. Oh, we can do it 37. 37,000 votes. 27. I mean, yeah, you've got to win. Man.
It's a big number.
It's a big number.
Yeah.
Is it 2-1?
Yeah, she's going to win 60 some.
Yeah,
maybe as many as 65% of remaining vote.
I'm sorry, I'm not quicker at this right now. Just
it's 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
we don't blame you.
But
I just ate a whole half pint of Haagen-Dazs ice cream.
Well, actually, okay,
man.
To be clear,
if
you
got quite the metabolism there, man. I am older than you.
It's actually more like
kicks my ass.
It's actually more that she needs to win than. Oh well, I didn't really do that entirely correctly.
Hey, while Skelly's doing this, I believe both Charles and Grace are here. Lauren, can we just bring them in?
Let's bring them in. We got Charles.
It's actually only like 43,
Charles Benson.
32. Yeah.
Chuck Todd.
And
Hi,
Grace
Grace.
Panetta, Charles Benson
Hi.
has been the king of Milwaukee and Wisconsin politics for forever. Longtime friend. We've had people on our live stream say, "Hey, Charles taught me at Marquette." Right? You teach.
I
there
don't
as
teach
well.
there, but I've helped out over there.
So you're not on the air at the moment. You guys taking
Not-
a break? What
Yeah.
can you tell us about Milwaukee ballot counting?
All right. So what we're waiting for is this familiar term that you're familiar with, Chuck, known as central count out of the city of Milwaukee. And I was down there early in the evening, and this is where all those early absentee ballots go. And it was around 27,000. Those are the people who vote in person, absentee, or mail in their ballots. And so at last check, there was 27,000 of those absentee ballots. We heard that they had finished the counting. They were doing the processing, putting it all together, putting it on some thumb drives, and then they take it by escort, police escort, over to the county courthouse. And then they do what they have to do there to get the thumb drives in and, the checks and balances. Well, they find out that 5 out of the 9 thumb drives had the audit log. This is all terms that I'm not all that familiar with, but they didn't have the results. They didn't have the results that were put on those thumb drives. So they weren't able to plug in the number. They weren't able to hand it off to the county to say, here are those 27,000 ballots, and here's what the number tells us.
And we're still sure that those are super early absentee, meaning they were probably from a week or so
because he
ago.
said summer day of, Chuck.
Right.
Summer day of.
So this is, the absentee, there's 2 ways. It's mail in and there's in person. And mail in can come in on Monday. Mail in could come in on today, and drop boxes. So people who had their ballot already and wanted to drop it off, we still have drop boxes at certain places in Milwaukee. So that number is 27,000. But you're right. There's a period there where David Crowley on the ballot, but is out of the race for 9 days?
Yep.
So how does that impact him on these 27,000? And I'm sure you've been talking about this, but this is his hometown. This is where David Crowley grew up. He's been the county executive here in Milwaukee County, the biggest county in the state, and has won 2 times on the county ballot as the county executive. And look at this. It looks like it may all come down to what that Milwaukee vote says. And with 27,000 ballots there, that's a big number. When you look at the margin, I'm looking at it now, and I'm keeping an eye on he's up by 2,700. And this could be the game changer. And Chuck, I've been here many election nights in 2020 where we wait and we wait for the city of Milwaukee. It's a big blue city. It has the biggest number of potentially Democratic votes. And here we are again in what is turned into a razor thin governor's race. And the one city that David Crowley and obviously Francesca Hong are waiting for is his hometown.
Hey, Charles, it's Chris. Can I just ask you about David Crowley? What do we know about? Like you said, I mean, he's a known commodity in Milwaukee. He was in the state assembly. I mean, he's been around.
Yeah.
What kind of candidate? And again, just in case anyone had any doubt, no, the race has not been called. Yes, David Crowley's ahead. No, we don't know the winner. But what kind of candidate would he be in your estimation? Because we had all been kind of assuming, well, Francesca Hong's ahead, she's going to be the nominee. Spent a lot of time on her. What about him?
I think with Crowley, what you get is a guy who comes at this from a background, he's really offended when they say he's the established candidate. I mean, this is the guy that comes out of the toughest zip code in Milwaukee, 53026, economic disparities, highest incarceration rate for Black men. He grows up in a really tough neighborhood, but he becomes pretty involved in organizing and getting involved in the community. And so, he started as a staffer for Russ Feingold. He then makes it over into the state assembly. And then in 2020 decides to make this big leap to be the county executive. He's a guy who did not earn his college degree and went back within the last year or two to get that college degree. He was a few credits short. But when you look at, he's been able to enter into places, rooms with leaders, and skillfully talk about what he's looking for, what he wants, and he represents, I think, a fresh face in politics where he's looking to get things done. Will he shake things up if he becomes governor? Will he be another Tony Evers? Absolutely not. And it will depend on if they win the trifecta, depending on who becomes the governor out of in this after tonight. But I think he brings a whole set of skills and standards that has found him appealing within the business community, appealing among other leaders. And I'll give you one other example if I'm getting too nitty gritty here. There was a time here where the city and the county was facing a financial crisis. And so the mayor here and the county executive, they had to go to Madison to cut a deal to help save and rescue this financial cliff that they were about to go over because of some of the finances here. And they had to negotiate a sales tax, not only for the city of Milwaukee, but to expand the sales tax at the county level. And so they had to negotiate that with a Democratic governor, but a Republican legislature in the Assembly and the Senate. And that's one of the things he was able to do, along with the mayor, Mayor Johnson, to make that deal. And I think, he easily won a second term for county executive, but I didn't think he thought that was going to be his end game, to be a county executive forever.
Yeah.
He was elected at the age of 33, pretty young guy.
Yeah. Hi, Grace Bernetta. Thank you for being here.
Hi.
I can't speak for Charles for sure on the last time but you interviewed Francesca Hong not that long ago, correct?
Yes, correct. I was in Wisconsin, not this past weekend, but the weekend before.
What do you make of this? The person you thought it looked like she was cruising to this. Did she know this could happen to her?
Yeah, I mean, when I interviewed her in Wausau, I did ask, what have you made? What has it been like for you going through this absolutely wild primary where you have people dropping out, people getting back in? She sort of just said, we're focused on our message and being out there on the trail. She didn't, want to seem to get too caught up in sort of the politics and the intrigue of it all. But look, I think, no one really knew what was going to happen too much going into tonight. This is in many ways even more uncertain than the Michigan Senate primary. And in some ways, this result is much less of a surprise, right? Like we had some advance going in that like the polling was not going to be perfect. Yeah.
Michigan was a good warning for this. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. So we were a little bit more prepared. I think, the most surprising thing, which y'all touched on earlier, is how there have been very few counties where one of them is like doing super well over the other. Not a lot of dark areas on this map.
Not a single over 50%. I double checked.
Yeah. If there's anything that's super surprising to me, it's that. But maybe it shouldn't. Who knows?
Charles, we've been discussing, should Hong, if she ends up coming up short, is it her underperforming in Dane County rather than Crawley?
I'm looking at the Dane numbers here. She gets 44%. She runs up the score there. That's her biggest margin. She gets 11,000 more votes than David Crawley. So that's a good performance. I think it's the other counties where she maybe thought she could run up the scoreboard a little bit more. When you look at the state of Wisconsin, 72 counties. So what's the purple there for you? Are those Crawleys?
Purple is Crowley. Yes.
Yeah. Yep. So, that's a pretty impressive, number of counties that have moved his way. And I think when you look around Madison and Dane County, was she able to build a bigger coalition? I was with her yesterday. She talked about having like 300 events, around the state that they had organized, 7,000 volunteers or people. She really had built this grassroots campaign. She didn't really go up on TV. She didn't do that traditional TV and did a lot more on social media. So I think she thought she had this grassroots that would help deliver and provide the dividends that she would want on election night. But the thing that really, really has surprised me, even at this point when we don't know the exact outcome, is Tony Evers. I mean, Tony Evers is this mild-mannered guy, right? I mean, I say, you know, he's the Mr. Rogers, and I say that in a positive way because he's just an easygoing guy. He doesn't play a lot of hardball politics like you might normally see. And so when he makes this decision to say he's backing David Crowley, you know, he takes a big risk. Crowley takes this big risk to jump in. They had seen the polling numbers. They knew there were still a lot of undecided voters out there, but who gets all the undecided voters, right? And how things could break. The one thing I was wondering, and I'm wondering if Grace picked up on this, is that, you know, these last 7 to 10 days for Francesca Hong, you know, as everyone was racing towards the finish line, she was walking back a lot of things out there.
Well said.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, like, if that hit the pause button for a lot of folks.
People. Charles, I was gonna ask both of you that, which is that, you know, we had Molly Beck from the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel on, and she said earlier on the show, and she said, you know, Hong did a really good job of not getting sucked into the kind of national conversation until the last 10 days of the race, where you find her litigating past tweets about Thanksgiving with Caitlin Collins on CNN. I would love, Grace, why don't you start? But sort of, you know, when you were there, it seemed like Hong's secret to success, this, by the way, we saw this with Abdul El-Sayed too, did a great job of focusing locally until the end, went national, hurt his numbers. What was your sense of that? And then Charles, same question to you.
Yeah, so the Thanksgiving thing in particular was fascinating because I was with her on the Menominee Reservation when she was campaigning. It's where I got these earrings. Had a great time, but that was the context before all these Thanksgiving comments. And so when she says it's painful for people in our community, a lot of people like made fun of that, but she didn't really say who I was just with last week. And she said a lot of really interesting things to me about what she heard in that community about public education, youth mental health. This is a community that doesn't get a lot of attention. And I actually think it's kind of unfortunate that this has been reduced to, you know, jokes about Thanksgiving, which, yes, you know, she should be asked about that tweet, but it just seemed like a real missed opportunity because my biggest takeaway from the time I spent with her is how much of, you know, a policy wonk she really is. She's very knowledgeable. She's very, very thoughtful. And that unfortunately didn't really come through in a lot of these interviews. And it just, you know, goes to show how important the communication and literally being ready for prime time is. And I think that's where you see some of the difference between an El-Sayed and a Hong.
Well, this is why I'm an endorser of 30 to 40-minute interviews. I think the 5-minute interviews are a trap, right?
Yeah.
It just is.
Really
it's
hard.
Tough. You know, some people are really good at it. Abdul El-Sayed knows how to do it, but it's a tactical. It's almost like a tactical skill. Yeah.
Charles, what do you make of that? You know, because it did seem like she did a really good job. Hong did a really good job up until the time when voters were actually kind of really dialed in of making this less about her being a democratic socialist and, you know, what she'd said in the past and abolishing the Senate. And then right at the end, it just, you know, went sideways. How much does that matter? Do you think?
So when I'm going to look backwards and I'm going to see, you know, what happened, and we're still obviously waiting for the final results, but I will look at those final 7 days, because when you look at her entire campaign, she really builds this coalition around, you know, the working class. She talks about a term that we sometimes don't always hear in politics about the system being rigged. She's not talking about elections. She's talking about the economy. She really made a connection with voters around this working class theme. She's a single mom. She's the daughter of Korean immigrants. She worked in the restaurant business. I mean, her roots are sort of with the working class, and she made that connection. The one thing that I always found fascinating is when, even early on in the polls, when people were still way undecided, Francesca Hong was always up there as at least leading those who had made a decision. And my takeaway on that is that she was able to lock in people early. If you met her, if you engaged in her, she seemed to be like, that's, you know, she could win over that voter. And as time went on, she was able to win more and more of those voters over, even though there was this big pool of undecideds. And then you have what I call the Democratic shuffle, right? I mean, name me a race where you have,
we've been trying. There's nothing like it.
It's
Done in a
crazy.
non-presidential.
Yeah. So because of that, all of those dynamics working on this election, that that door for David Crowley to open. I mean, when I was with his team on Sunday, one of the staffers said, we wish we had 3 more weeks. They were wondering, is
they
it
didn't
too
think
little?
they were good. They're shocked that they're where they are tonight, aren't they?
I just think you would have to be, given what they saw as this big hill to climb. Now, were there some undecided voters out there? Were there some people maybe second guessing? And, Chuck, I'd be interested in your take on this because, I've been here for Tommy Thompson. I've been here for, I'll just say for Tommy Thompson. But who has coattails anymore? Who really can pull someone across the finish line? And a guy like Tony Evers, who, just doesn't seem to be a guy who would be in that position. But at that rally on Sunday, he says, we're going to win this. And I'm like, is he just saying that because, he wants to?
Well, that's the question I have. Is this the Ben Wickler organization kicking in?
Well, but it is part, Ben, he's no longer,
of course, I know.
Not, but, was he able to tap in? It wasn't so much the party, because the party says it was staying out of this until the results of the election. But, how much of Wickler and how much of really Tony Evers' inner circle, the people on his team who are far more political about these things. Scott Walker, you remember him. He could play chess. He knows how to play that chess game in politics on where to be and how to, position yourself. But it's Tony Evers that knocks him off in 2018. So it's going to be a pretty incredible story if the numbers continue to go this way, that Crowley pulls this off. And look, Evers put his legacy on the line. And if he pulls this one off, he just improved it.
Grace, there going to be some bitterness with Hong over Bernie and AOC staying out and staying away?
I don't think so. I mean,
do you think it would have mattered?
Such a good question. Maybe if Bernie had gotten in earlier. AOC has been much more selective with her endorsements this cycle. I'm not surprised that AOC didn't endorse here. Bernie, I was a little bit more surprised by. It might have made a difference had Bernie gotten in earlier. I don't know that maybe within the Democratic Socialists, but I'm not sure about Hong herself.
So I think Bernie's an interesting question. Bernie wins Wisconsin against Hillary Clinton in the primary. He has some roots here. He's campaigned in Wisconsin. He knows it. He knows the unions. He knows the working class. So I think it's a fair question to ask, what could he have done if he did make this endorsement? And what would that have looked like on this election night? Could it have changed things, especially if it had been earlier, or did he need to come in that final week when things were, looking different for her with all these national media interviews?
I just wanted to confirm real quickly, Hope Carnop, am I saying that right?
I don't know full now. I know Hope. Yeah, for the Journal
Hope.
Sentinel.
So Journal Sentinel. The Crowley Watch Party is wrapping up, and he will not be taking the stage to speak, campaign staff confirms. Just in case, we did play Francesca Hong speaking a little bit earlier. We do not expect him to.
Where she did the, whoever wins, we're going to win, we're going to come together.
And then took shots at Tom Tiffany as
but
a sign of unity of sorts.
It did feel like I'm not going to concede, but I will.
All right, I got a little breaking news here for you guys.
Oh, we'll take it.
Those thumb drives that I was talking about, now back at the courthouse. Okay. So that could be the first time they arrived there was told to be maybe 25 minutes.
Yeah.
So now that I see on our on these texts and tweets and breaking news I'm getting, they're back there. So we're going to get this number, and we're going to get it maybe in the next half hour.
I was just going to say, well, it sounds like, are you going to go back on the air? Or
we're not going to go back on the air. I'll be doing kind of what you're doing here. So,
Gotcha.
I have my eyes right on it. But if that number does come in, I'll have to duck out because I do want to get it on our air.
Of course.
We get it.
Hey, Charles, I was going to have, you called it the Wisconsin shuffle?
No, the Democratic shuffle, you know.
The Democratic shuffle. I was going to say, could we call it like the Sheboygan shuffle? Like, you know.
Of course we can.
Yeah.
Love some alliteration.
But, you know, I've been trying to think of, you know, we've seen some amazing Hail Marys in Wisconsin, more on that great team up in Green Bay. What's that team?
What is that team? Yeah. No, but we don't have Aaron Rodgers throwing these things, I guess.
No.
You know, normally he's the
Fail
one that's
Mary?
completing the Hail Mary. Yeah.
But
bring up the Fail Mary. Yeah.
Will this be the Hail Mary of politics, you know, for David Crowley?
You know, when we began our broadcast tonight, we were sort of wondering, hey, did Evers blow this? How did the establishment get in themselves in this position? And, you know, was him hemming and hawing too much? And then we had this discussion with Molly Beck, who said, well, the AG not running also sort of, you know, through the quote establishment ring through the loop. I mean, you know, would it have been fair to sort of say, hey, Evers sort of, you know, here he is bailing everything out and he's going to be the hero now. You're in some ways you're painting him as the hero. Would if he had been the GOAT, if Hong ended up the nominee, would he have deserved some blame?
I think it would have been, especially if you know, it would have been, why did you wait? I mean, if the thought process was, you know, that this is who you wanted in the first place, you know, why not? But it was interesting. You know, the other people on that ballot was the current lieutenant governor, Sarah Rodriguez. So she had been with Evers in his second administration. Mandela Barnes, you know, who successfully won the 22 Democratic primary for the U.S. Senate, where a bunch of the other candidates would drop out at the final week there to give him the easy sail to win that nomination. He was the lieutenant governor in Evers' first administration. And then the other guy, Joe Brennan, you know, it always seemed hard for me to figure out what was his path to the victory lane. He was, you know, he ran the state in essence as the Secretary of Department of Administration, but he was never able
under
to
Evers,
get
right?
Under Evers. Yeah. So you had three key names under, you know, the Evers administration, and including Missy Hughes, who dropped out way earlier in this. So there were really going to be 7 people. There were 7 people on the ballot. 3 of them dropped out. 4, if you included Crowley, who then got back in.
It's such a wild.
Chris, I love what you retweeted here. Chaz Nutticombe, who did that poll in the one poll in
the
Wisconsin,
State Navigate poll.
State Navigate poll.
Yeah.
Basically,
read it, Chuck. Read it.
Yeah, here's what he said. He said,
I can bring it up.
Go for it.
Yeah, bring it up because it's worth. They did a poll towards the end here. We've been, you know, Charles and Grace. We've been talking.
Sharp guy.
We've been talking all night about polling error, polling miss. What does it say? And this is a guy who actually did one of the polls.
Wait,
and this was his response. Go ahead.
What do you see it in my feed, Skelly?
Oh, sorry. I should have just gone to you. That would have been.
Just go to mine. It's like right there.
It's right there. It's at top.
By the way, we lost Lauren's internet again.
Yeah, yeah.
So
luckily we're on the air. Yeah.
Skelly, just read it if you want.
Just read the top part, not
I'm
the whole.
glad we repolled Wisconsin governor after Michigan. We made our weights much more favorable to Crowley, and we still couldn't find him in the lead. Neither could his internal pollster. This is non-response bias that was, it seems, unavoidable. One candidate's voters wanted to answer polls,
and that's, you know, we talk about it all the time.
Did you guys see the? Did you ask Molly about the leaked memo, you know, from the Crowley campaign as they analyzed?
Didn't they use? I read over that.
Talk about that, girls. Talk about it.
I don't remember too much about it, except that, you know, they thought the modeling of that poll it didn't show what really would have been a better. It still looked pretty narrow. You know, it was still going to be a very close race, which is, you know, where we are. But they were sort of saying, hey, we don't think there's this big of a gap, and we think this is actually within range. And so whoever did that analysis is probably looking pretty good right now.
Totally.
Yeah, basically, I mean, it seems like what happened is that they got a 98th percentile result. Like in the world of like, oh, how do we pull this off? Or 90th percentile, maybe they could have won by more in a more ideal scenario, but they got pretty close to their ideal scenario, because you're right. That memo laid out basically how if the electorate looked a bit more like the 2022 primary based on what they knew about it, and they remodeled the primary electorate from that poll they had from public policy polling, it was like 42-41 Crawley.
Right. That was the number, 42-41.
There you
right.
are. I mean, it's 40-39 right now, basically, or 39-39.
Right.
So very much in line with that.
Hey, Lauren, you're back on. I'm going to share my screen. I want to, as we're talking about how did we get here and we're waiting for Milwaukee, I just want to share, hold on, let me just share my screen, because this is, I think, really a useful way to think about it. We've talked about it, but this is a good way in. All right, I'm just doing it now, Lauren. Let me make this bigger. This is Dan Cannonen, who is a Democratic consultant. Now, let me just, before we go through this, look at this. This is August 5th.
A week ago,
7:44 in the morning. We haven't seen any public data since Marquette's July 2022 to 27 poll. He says that's before Hong went on a media tour exposing her most unelectable qualities, before Mandela Barnes dropped out, before 10 days of Crowley blitzing the state with Evers, before the huge polling mission in Michigan that undercounted rural older voters and black voters as share electorate. Assuming Hong has gone down even modestly from 46, assuming Crowley consolidates Barnes' support and is at least in the 30s, assuming even a slight miss in polling for Hong, given similar dynamics to Abdul El Sayed support, assume that now groups come in for Crowley having seen that polling miss. I don't think this is locked for Hong by a long shot. Shout out to Dan Cannonen. Yeah. I mean, he's right. I mean, that is effectively, I'll stop sharing, Lauren, but that is effectively what happened.
Well, look, I've been covering, Wisconsin politics for, forever. And every year, I start out my conversation because, we got younger people here now in the building. And I said, here's what you need to expect tonight. Expect the unexpected. I mean, I just think Wisconsin, it can always be a surprise state.
Well, you have no party registration, right? So it does make a big,
right. But and we see it more in the November side of things. But it just the turnouts here and what people are thinking and how they look at these elections, and I think this is a clear example of that. That a lot of
I want to talk turnout. So we're gonna have it looks like 600, well over 600,000, maybe even 700,000.
No, we're at 756,000 so far.
Total vote for the Democrats, not quite 500,000 for the Republicans. How significant do you think that is?
Well, I mean, the race for Tom Tiffany was over after the Trump endorsement. He had one opponent who could have, put up somewhat of a fight. He's a county executive in a very red county. But, once Tom Tiffany got that endorsement, the other candidate dropped out, and there was another young guy in there that, was just in it, but had no chance. So on the Republican side, there really wasn't that big turnout. But 756,000, if I look at 2022, I don't think that U.S. Senate August primary had that kind of number. If I go back even to when Evers won in 2018, when there was a bunch of names on the ballot as well, I don't think we're at this number. So this is a surprising number. And it also, I think
because that can screw up polling, right? If you miss if you model a turnout and this is a much higher turnout than was expected, you also can have a polling miss.
And so that's what's going to be interesting to look at here. I'm just reading some messages here to see if something has changed. But here's what I do. I look at early voting to try to gauge how interested the voters are. And early absentee ballots were almost identical to the 2020 U.S. August primary for that U.S. Senate seat. Ron Johnson was on the ballot that day too. He actually had a primary. So there was a big turnout on the Republican side and a fairly decent turnout, but not this kind of number in August of 2020. 2022 for when Mandela Barn becomes the nominee for that U.S. Senate race. So even for the, so that what a point is the early vote looked like it wasn't going to be much different. And it's certainly, so a lot of people waited until today to vote.
Look, I'm just looking up previous primaries this century, and there's none, Republican or Democrat, that I can find with this high of a turnout.
In Wisconsin?
750 in Wisconsin.
Yeah,
So it's just a, you had about 680 for the Michaels Cleefish race.
Yeah, and that was close.
You had about a little over 600 in 2010 for Walker Newman, which certainly had its share of turnouts. You asked about 2018. That was about 500,000.
Yeah, that's what I said.
On
501.
each side.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I mean, Skelly, we do this. There is a correlation between high primary turnouts and success in election and success for that party come general election.
There is some relationship. I do think that, when you do have a situation where one party did not have the main race driving turnout, like in this, you have to be cautious about that. But I do think we've seen, pretty consistently in this election cycle that statewide Democratic primaries are higher.
By the way, I know we have echo issues. Everybody keeps saying echo issues. I don't know what it is either. We're working on
trying.
it, guys.
Hey, Grace, I have a question because you were literally on our air for the entire night last Tuesday night and into Wednesday morning. Is there anything that we should read, or is it overly analyzing the narrative to say Abdul El Sayed was projected to win easily and he won by 1? Francesca Hong was projected in polling to win easily. She's behind. That the Democratic Socialist candidates or the Democratic Socialist aligned candidate in the case of Abdul El Sayed, that there is a performance when the votes are actually counted or a doubt or something like that exists here as we move toward going forward.
Yeah, well, it is true that Democratic primary voters this cycle have turned out to be very, very electability minded and electability focused and very concerned about that. I think there is probably with polling, I know we've gone over some of the factors that contributed to why polls were a little wonky this cycle. I think there might be a non-response situation going on potentially. And I also just think too, and this is obviously not a huge factor, but I would just note that Wisconsin has same-day voter registration. It's not a ton of people who register and vote same day, but it is a factor that you can account for in polls. So we would just mention that. But to your question, I think, more than anything, it just shows a couple things, one being that voters, Democratic primary voters in these swing states are not as far to the left as voters in some other places. And also the other thing I think is important to note here is that TV ads really, really matter. Obviously, all the significant outside spending in Michigan didn't necessarily get Haley Stevens over the finish line. I think it was a factor, to be sure. And clearly here too, Francesca Hong wasn't really up on the air herself. There were obviously Republican ads boosting her. Crowley, got up on TV in his abbreviated and reentry back into the race. And ultimately that does matter and does make a difference too. I do. It is like you don't want to overextend too much. And obviously these primaries have some differences, but this is a good reminder that Democratic primary voters are strategic. They care a lot about electability, and especially in swing states, they're not as, progressive far left as other places.
Yep. And still we wait. We now know that they have the drives per Charles. They have the USBs, which we think.
I would assume they actually double checked.
We think the right
made
information.
sure that the sticks had it, the memory sticks had it.
And that was 5-ish 10 minutes ago. So we assume that this is in process, like the people who are in charge of this now have the information they need, and we are just continuing to wait. Skelly, is there, just while we're here, is there, I see 95% in, is there anywhere else that has any significant vote? I mean, I know Winnebago was for a while, but is there anywhere else that has any significant vote left? And by significant, I mean 1,000 or more.
Yeah. So there are two other places. The main one of note is Greene County down here south of Madison, which has been the limited vote we have in there.
Weirdly
better for Crowley, but not. It's they may be having similar technical difficulties, though with fewer votes overall. And then Portage County, which is up here, which is actually good for Hong, but there are a couple thousand votes left there. That's
Can you
been
go back to Green, Skelly? I just want to see how many votes are remaining there real quick.
Like 4,000.
4,000. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So in the bulk in Milwaukee still is like 19,000.
It's like 20, possibly more. I mean, again, these are based on
their estimates
from county reports that we've gotten. I think Charles suggested there might be actually a little bit more than that.
A little bit, like 28,000. Yeah.
Yeah. But the point is there's not a lot left.
Here we go. More bad news. Greene County is experiencing a server issue.
Yep.
The transmitter
normally
results
this wouldn't matter. Like
I know.
Right. It's the closeness of the race.
Stuff doesn't matter, but it's the closeness of the race. People will not see these things. Yeah.
I know. The transmitted results are currently contained in encrypted files that county staff are unable to access or open for reporting.
Oh boy.
No, God! No, God, please, no!
Oh, thank you, Mr.
Does
Gardner.
happen. This stuff does happen in most elections. It's just usually the margin is such that it doesn't.
Right.
We don't pay attention to it.
So
on election night, it doesn't. It's not. We don't get caught up in it. It's the final results are there once the state has certified them, and they,
right.
It's not a big deal. But yeah, it's the margin is currently a little under 2,800 votes. And I did do some math on this and was not really doing the greatest job. But I would say that at this point, basically Hong needs to win by like at least 9, maybe 10. It depends on, again, how much the vote goes to the others. That's actually really what it's the other candidates. Right. But it might be that she needs to win by somewhere between like 9 and 12 or something, depending on how much vote is going to the other candidates. So it seems unlikely, but obviously because there's such a big chunk in Milwaukee, we can't.
And Charles, we have no clue.
Assume.
We don't know what part of Milwaukee these votes came from, right? Geographically.
So central count represents all wards.
Yeah.
It's citywide. So no matter what ward you're in, if you voted by absentee, in person or mail in, it all goes to central count. So it's not a certain part of the city or one part. It's the
Skelly, bring up
city.
Milwaukee County for us. You were giving us a little bit of this is likely where we don't have our Milwaukee County map broken up by precinct, but give us a general sense, Charles, of where Hong's strength was. We assume it was in downtown, in that area.
I haven't been able to drill down to see what that number was like because I only get the sort of the big bird's eye view. But I would be interested in seeing, because, you would think, and still we don't have all the votes. I mean, this is Crowley's backyard. It's his county. So you would think he would have had sort of that hometown, home field advantage. She did spend some time over here, but Crowley, to me, it's, is it his hometown? It's the city he grew up in. Is that the one that's going to decide the outcome of this election?
Yep.
Yeah. And, we've already said this, but it is fascinating to see Crowley only up by about a point in his home turf and Hong only up by about 7 on her home turf and no one north of 50 in a single county. At least the last time I checked.
We're not a state where you have to get above 50 or there's a runoff.
Oh, no. Sorry. I just meant
the lack of blowouts.
Like no one's getting blowout county results.
Right. I mean, Kelder Roy's, I'm looking at Kelder Roy's, she was still in the race. She was able to get, maybe she comes in third. She's behind.
There's a blind quote from a Hong person that's blaming Roy's for not dropping.
Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of votes in Dane County that might have gone her way in particular. but also statewide, obviously, to some extent.
16,000 votes. She's a state senator from that county, and
Same vicinity, yeah.
Yeah, so that's and I was actually looking at this race. I mean, was it going to come down to Dane and Milwaukee County? I mean, they're the two big powerhouses for Democrats, but one was Hong's base, the other one was Crowley's base, and I was almost like it was, Milwaukee County versus Dane County. That Milwaukee County much bigger, but could they run up the score there, and would they offset each other, and then the rest of the state would settle the matter? But this has just been absolutely fascinating to me, having covered so many Wisconsin elections, having been up late at night on so many elections.
Yes.
I'm still thinking we're deciding that 2000 race, where George Bush lost by less.
What people forget about that is that if
I never got distracted by Florida. It was really tight.
If Florida stays with Gore, Bush challenges Wisconsin, because remember that would have Gore needed Florida to get over, but Wisconsin would have been enough to flip it back to Bush or whatever. Wisconsin had the chance of being the Florida had it not been for that. Charles, there was one other. Oh no, Skelly. Did you see the? We're now sitting at 0.28%.
Yep,
we are within 3/100
for
the auto recount.
Yeah.
State paid
I
for
think
recount.
the last Dane votes are in. I'm just seeing what a little more came in from somewhere. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure.
I think there's more I think there's more from Green that just came in.
Oh,
Skelly.
maybe that's what it was.
I think that's what it is.
Well, that's not saying that here.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I mean, look, all it takes is like actually I can actually.
Oh no, it's Monroe. It's Monroe. Sorry. Now ask me where Monroe County is. Charles will know, but I will not.
Trying to think.
But I think that's where she's gained she gained marginally there.
Final bit from Winnebago a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, because she's only down like
2,000 votes out of that.
Yeah,
and Monroe she gained about 100 votes. So
yeah,
that's how it went from 2,800 to 2,100 was those two combined.
Yep.
So there you go. Yep. So yeah, so close.
Yeah, we're down to 2,100, 2,117.
So we're getting an interesting little tidbit here from Michael Pruser on our colleague on our decision desk. We are a decision desk on our projection team. Absentee ballots in Winnebago. So that's what we just got 4 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
Had Hong winning by 10 more points than the county as a whole. She netted like 600 out of that, but obviously it helped. A similar result in the Milwaukee absentee drop would net Hong enough votes to take the lead. Again, I mentioned this earlier. If she roughly wins by 10-ish points, what's outstanding there, she could catch. Now, obviously, that might be less likely in Crawley's backyard, but it is.
We've been talking about this all night, though. We have no idea where these votes came from, right?
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. It's like we don't know, and so that's we know roughly how many votes are left, but we don't know. Can't know what the makeup are.
Well, at this rate, we're not going to know until Thanksgiving who wins. Are we allowed to make Thanksgiving jokes?
Yeah, I like that. Good one, Chuck.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, Skelly, something weird is happening with your map.
Oh, that's because I scrolled
There it is.
over.
Sorry, I was just
sorry. No. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, Kelda Royce is the Ralph Nader of the 2026 Wisconsin Democratic primary is worth noting. I mean, like she had 58,000 votes.
I do wonder though, Joel Brennan staying in the race, like probably more of his votes would have gone toward Crawley. I mean, that's the thing, is that you can kind of go down this.
Yeah.
And
right.
probably
Completely
Sarah Rodriguez
agree.
too, to some extent. I do think more Mandela Barnes votes might have gone to Hong.
Look, at the end of the day, it's these who thought it was a good idea for her to go national before this primary?
Don't do an interview on CNN.
Right. And maybe it was a fundraising. Maybe they thought it would be good for fundraising, but when you just look, the unforced error was that, right?
Charles, go ahead.
Yeah.
So I was just looking at Sarah's numbers, Mandela's numbers, total about 60,000 votes between the two of them.
Yep.
And she dropped out before Mandela, but there's 60,000 votes.
Yep. And we're dealing with 2,100 votes. Yeah.
God.
Yeah, even Missy Hughes, who was, dropped out even earlier. I mean, she got
Her margin's larger, too.
3,100 votes. So, when you're talking about this close and these margins, boy.
Somebody in our chat said Mark Pocan did not endorse in this race.
Oh, interesting.
Really?
You would think he would be with her.
Is that true, Charles?
So I'm trying to recollect if that had been the case. And so I can't give you a solid answer on it.
Yeah, it's true. He didn't endorse, but he had kind of tweeted some things being like, the media should focus more on the historic nature of Francesca Hong's candidacy and not be focusing on her old tweets. Yeah, so he had some pointed tweets, but he did not officially endorse.
Interesting. And he's a giant for people. I mean, Mark Pocan is very liberal, right? I mean, so it would make sense.
And Madison.
He's Madison's Congress.
Madison,
Yeah,
right?
Madison's Congress. No. Yeah.
It would be.
He wouldn't
it would be
survive
helpful.
if he weren't. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Hey, Grace, how much of an on the ground when you were there? How much of an and Charles, feel free to answer this too. But how much of an on the ground ID and turnout operation did Francesca Hong have? Because we're talking about Tony Evers and the political machine and his ability. She kind of came out of nowhere, and I always wonder with candidates like that. Did they have the money? Do they have the organizational know-how? Did you have any sense of that?
Yeah, I mean, my sense with Hong, obviously, be curious for Charles's thoughts on this as well. My sense is that it was just pretty traditional organizing ground game. It was not definitely not a lot of money, not a lot of traditional TV advertising. I think it was just the combination of just being out there and hammering on the same message. And also, and this has been the case with some other primaries this cycle, just having a really clear, defined message that makes you stand out in a very crowded field. I think, whether that was the, raising the minimum wage, free childcare, I think especially the data center moratorium helped her kind of stand out. But I really do think it was just a lot of organizing and
Hey guys.
Yeah, go ahead, Charles.
We're getting breaking news that
they're posting them right now.
They're posting these numbers. So
all right.
Okay.
We'll do our thing. You go do your thing, my friend.
Yeah, Charles, go. Thank you for all the time.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Great to see you. Great catching up. And now we've got, because I think we both rely on different vote counts. So I don't think we could be in the same at that point, right? You can't cross the streams.
Yeah. Charles, thank you.
We can't cross
Ghostbusters reference.
Yeah,
Good Ghostbusters
I like the
reference.
Ghostbusters reference. All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, man. Thank you.
All right. Go Packers.
By the way, Charles became my favorite person with that bit of breaking news that they're posting the results. No one makes me happier than that.
Yeah, well, all right.
All right. Well,
So we're waiting,
with bated breath here. There's supposedly a press conference too. I'm seeing some evidence of here from the chat. From the chat, I want to take a look.
Man,
I stumbled across the live earlier. Oh, yeah, here we go.
We're literally waiting, folks. If you're wondering, we have been told that the results are being uploaded in Milwaukee. We are waiting.
I'm sharing the press conference I just found.
Essentially is an audit, and then we also do 2 extra voluntary audits, and so there's plenty of checks and balances within the system to alleviate any of those concerns. Any other questions?
What was the total number of ballots cast then among all the candidates for the?
Let's see. What do we have here, Michelle? Is this it right here? Ballots cast.
That's total for the whole state.
No, for the county.
For the whole county, you want to know for that race only?
Yeah.
Let me.
They just
uploaded.
I have the numbers if you want.
Do it, Skelly.
Let's do it. I'll unshare.
Have won this batch of votes. Batted about 25,000. He won by about 1,200 votes, and so Crowley is projected to primary for governor in Wisconsin in a pretty remarkable result.
Wow!
Really unbelievable.
Quite
incredible
result.
I believe the Wow counties. Good job with the Wow. Yeah, we gotta do Wow county.
Wow. Yes.
Wow
indeed.
Wow, chicky. Wow.
That is, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Also, we just
there it is.
Florida, Florida, you can't do this. Okay. I mean, I know you count faster. Than the
I'm telling you,
but no.
Nixon-Vindman. I'm telling you, this Nixon-Vindman primary.
Chuck, I'm
going to be sneaking close.
I'm shutting this down now.
I'm gonna fly out to Florida and give them a lot of extra USBs. Be like, here's the deal. Just go and put these on these USB drives. Here's what we're gonna do.
Look, I have high confidence in my people out in Florida. The one thing we now know how to do is count votes.
Election. Oh my God. There's a reason why Florida is maybe the best administrated state. It's because they went through the most disastrous thing possible in 2000. So
hey, by the way,
it's a voting system like screwing up a presidential race.
Yeah,
before we sign off, and I'm about to leave.
Yeah.
Over 90,000 people just on Twitter on our three DDHQ, mine, and Chuck's streams. People are watching. Grace Panetta. Grace is like, this is an early night. Grace is she's just about to have dinner.
Yeah, this is so civilized.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a whole thing. You'd be able to like actually get up tomorrow.
I know. Right, so imagine that.
I mean, a remarkable result, not just because it took forever, but a remarkable result in that a guy who, Skelly, he dropped out July 8th and he got back in July 17th, is now the Democratic nominee for governor in a critical swing state and will be an incredibly sought after if he wins. And I would say he's probably slightly favored at this point in a general against Top Tiffany, incredibly sought out surrogate, endorser. He becomes David Crowley becomes a very important person.
Oh, I mean, look, a win in the general election, and this is a potential. I mean, look, any Democratic governor of one of the big 7 swing states is automatically going to start getting talked about.
100%. Grace, you have a thought before we go?
I know we're already putting the guy in the White House in the neighborhood observatory. How about that? Yeah,
Wisconsin, y'all. It's gonna just always keeps us on our toes.
It's critical.
Can't get. Many people are saying. Many people.
Hey, can I just
know? Do we have everything in from Waukesha, by the way? Weigel was just asking.
Believe so.
Chuck, can I just make one last point?
Yes.
The only poll that matters is the poll election day.
It's election day poll. That's the
one. Well, and I will say,
or the day after election day, as the case may be.
Oh my God!
I will say this is a big plus in my view for on the ground journalism and reporting. And I'm a little bit biased in saying that. But I think with everything that's going on with polling, with prediction markets this cycle, they are tools. They've been useful tools, but clearly not all encompassing and not something that everyone should hang their hats on. Yeah, the vibes are so back. We've just made a full circle as an industry.
I was just going to say,
back to the vibes. Back to vibes, shoe leather journalism.
I mean, I'm very happy that polling is being, in some ways, that these public polls are sort of getting trashed here because just, there's nothing wrong with letting actual elections happen. And if you're blind in them, it's not the end of the world,
Yep. And by the way, Alexander Schur of VoteBeat on the ground in Wisconsin is the real winner. David Crowley may have won the Democratic nomination, but Alexander Schur won my vote. Follow him on the internet to Grace's point. All right, I'm leaving.
All right. Good night, everybody. Grace, thank you so much.
Grace, shout out to you.
Grace. Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Chris.
Skelly.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Skelly.
Chris,
Skelly, you still win the night with that shirt.
John Reese, Lauren Gardner.
Cool. Shout out to Lauren, John Reese, Scott Tranter, Drew McCoy, Eric Cunningham, everybody behind the scenes. We really appreciate it.
Cue the music. We got to get us
Davis.
off stage. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Davis. Then you can start playing us off the stage.
All right, y'all. Be well. I'm out.
See you next week.